007, like 007 at gmail.com. And if you need to make any changes to that or whatever, please let me know. And is it going to be a live podcast or is it recorded? Okay, excellent. Absolutely. And how long do you? I saw. I was looking through your podcast. You usually go for like an hour. Is that correct? Exactly. Most certainly. That sounds great. So I will email you after this call, and feel free to um, just say that you received my email. And one thing that you had said that I really wish I would have said, in terms of when I went back and I was like, we've got AI and then the search engine and the typewriter and things like that. Yes, of course, there is the printing press and how much that has revolutionized society. And we find even with that, how that was controlled, and we're seeing how AI is controlled. So I'd love to get into those, the deeper parts of those conversations with you. So with that, I've got you on my calendar, August 6th, 1 o'clock, and we're on the same time, so that works. I'm going to send you an email, and if you need anything in the meantime, feel free to reach out to me. Okay? Excellent. Thank you so much, Leah. You take care. Bye bye.
You don't have the right. We're told the Yerusha in the Talmud, the Mashal says, is talking about teaching a Talmud 400 times. You're afraid of it. Famous are afraid of you to teach 400 times. You don't want to teach 400 times, and you are taking away from this Talmud. Like, you think, like, imagine if I had to teach the nation, but everything's recorded. So here, I say it once, you listen to it 400 times. Because the Rebbe didn't teach in a different way. He said it all, but today you don't have to. Omar Abchana Bar Chizna, Omar Ab Shimon Bar Chizna. So the Allah will be found. One halacha, people will burst being umay, even the fetuses in the mother's stomach, the kala and this is the future price of the generation to generation, so even to the future of generation of price of the set. The person, Shenemar, Monea Bar, if you prevent Torah, you can move Loim. The person, Loim, they Loim Elu Bar. Loim means the fetuses, who person? Shenemar, Loim, Loim Yemar, that's referring to Yaakov and Esau in the stomach, referring to fetuses. The Kabbalah flower. Kabbalah is looking at first thing, Shenemar, Mo'ed Torah, the Kabbalah, that's the Bilam talking about first thing, the Borel, the Torah, Shenemar, natural fire. Yeah, now, okay, it's referring to Torah, purity, the Torah is pure, Uno by swallowing, and the National picture tomorrow. They make Rebbe doesn't teach the certain Torah. They poke him with holes and make holes out of his body, like so. The thing is, it's one of the better ones. I like this one. This is tomorrow. Steve. So that's what the size of it is. It's like the whole. Sit off and do. Oh, you can offer by equal to 40,000. Or by equal to the Kapore. This is equal to Kapore. The best way to define it. Kapore is the height that they see working with, but it has like a bunch of holes. Even today, the washing machines that have like muslim holes in the top. You know what I'm talking about? In the drum, yeah. I don't know. I have no idea what this is, but the bottom line is water comes out of it, and of course, there's water. Okay. You knew the math story, but you do. Okay, that's somebody that prevents something to say. But what are you teaching for you? Boy says this is going to be amazing thing. I'm a Rona, math story. I'm actually joyful of Brochus Kiyosis. Here's the Brochus Kiyosis. Remember, who Brochus the Rosh Master, the Master of Joseph. Remember, the Yosef who are Sal al Haaretz, who are Master of Kalam Haaretz. A number of times, the last few weeks, people send me like these clips. Cool clips. Watch this clip. What cipher? But after they using it now, oh, it says Yosef over there. So the clip was of, and no connection to that really. But the one of the houses is the Sasha. You remember Sasha, some Russian guy, Sasha. What's his name? Supernov? And you say what? Yeah, she's out. Okay, Anna. His mother became a Palestinian. Mom, she taught. She's the name, the Rebbeinu Shalom, real Russian from near Oz. You know, one of these. So she said that she connected with Russian meetings. She connected with Russian meetings. She says, Mom Morocco, not in that nothing. Morocco, I might be messing up things, but this one is that she said, my son is like Yosef Asadi. He's stuck in a dungeon somewhere in a different country, in a different place. Please save him. When he comes out, he tells his mother that because his name is Sasha, the terrorists didn't want him to be with his name Sasha because the Israelis have listening devices. If they hear the word Sasha, they'll know where he is. He decided to change his name to what? Yes, he says Yusuf. Yusuf. His name is Yusuf. And she's down into Yosef, and his name is Yosef. Okay. Come get it. Somebody sends me this. Okay. Yosef. Yosef was child of the Lord, was microphone. All right, please. So the language. Tell you about it. Teach Torah, you're not going to like this at all. So when the line of Torah, by the way, there, where to teach the Torah in this world, the voice in the land of the land of the you're stuck with me, your voice out here. Stuck. Right. And who am I telling me them? Zombie. Zombie's going to sit right over here. I'm stuck with you. No, all those YouTubers, all those funny, they're all going to sit in the room. No YouTube there. It's all live. You better find another bunch of cheer quickly. Shenemar Umar Begavu Yoira. Amar of the Menaim is 600 Shenemar you keep moving my young. It's a double offer. Ruben should live, he shouldn't die. If he's alive, he's not dead. You see, who they were like that? You almost worry my boy's not gonna die in the World Cup. Again, what is my fault? What's my death? We know about my fault. Like, the guy go for my fault, not that he was grenaded or not, but the words referring to you mentioned Shia is one thing, like you see for possible because Hamasi is another people of my fault. People look forever. But then the Omar Malaka, the rabbin Mishani Ad myself, the Rambam brings this as his favorite source. So look at the process. It's in Daniel, it's not in the Torah, it's in Daniel, but it says, the rabbin Mishani Admas offer, the many of those sleeping in the ground, your feet too, they're going to get up. He says you can't argue with this talk. You can't say something like this. Don't that is important. And it says, Ain't let Chayu Olam, you're going to live forever, but Ain't let Chayafim is the right Olam. The other ones are going to be in a busha in a bad place. The bad you don't know. That's a very placate. The Shanu Avitana Garon call the Kate Chayomin. You should stand up. The Kate Chayomin. Just a quick story. I heard this story. It's a little guess to the idea of the law, the Nathan. But it was a nice story, though. I share with you. It's kind of long. It's not so good for Dapa people on Facebook. The guy who links, he says there's two people in the translation camp. One was a tzaddik, and one was a regular Balabal. And the tzaddik kept count of the calendar. So it says, Pesach is coming up, formulation. What are we, what are we going to do for Pesach? We have to have matzah. The people was planting a change for flour. And they're going to make matzah. And sure enough, they had enough flour to make a situation. And the guy, not the tzaddik, he goes down and takes a cigarette and he fakes it. And on his way back, he's past curfew. He's the only one walking around and not to spot him. So what he's doing, and he sees that he has a smash, he takes the match, he smashes on the ground and beats him up really good. Really is unconscious. He's bleeding on the ground. And he walks away. They're not let him die over there. So he gets up, he brushes himself off, and he says, wait a minute, what about the match? So he starts to take the pieces, whatever he's doing to find, he puts in his pocket, and he goes back to the barracks. Gets to the barracks, he sees only has like one possession. That argument is going to eat the Sudan. And they came up with a solution that the tzaddik, the Moshavonah, whatever, he'll eat the matzah, but he'll give all the sky of the matzah, and that looks like two levels down. And that's how they matzah. 2 days later, the tzaddik was appeared. There's a shaydish in the same holler, and he's involved in his holler. And then after they had a line up, and he wrote, and he was out of line. The guy shot him in the head on his starting point. A few years later, the other guy made it through, and he got married, he had a whole family, a whole thing. And he had this dream that the tzaddik comes and says, listen, that matzah, I really need that split. Please, do me a favor, transfer it over to my account. He's like, upset. He's like, I worked so hard, I did this, I want this. He goes to the wrong. And the Rosh told him that, look, that guy died very young. You have a split, killing the whole family. And look what's cooking you out. Look what you did to family. And you still have it from now on. Be immense and give him the split. Huh? Forgive him. Tell me what to forgive. I don't know. On this, that's a child. On this, you say, the Larisi, the Master, sometimes you say something, this is a good dialogue. On a mitzvah like that. Nothing. 1 week. I ate 1 week. Not even 1 week. Omar Rebbe. So, Parasham, Shemani is a people of the Nachas. It's the Paras in those days used to have a guy leading this was the community. If you lead them with gentleness, with wisdom, and even when will also will lead them in Olam. Never. In Merachamon, Yenagin, Mabui Mainano. Racham Yenagin, over water or whatever it is. Omar Rebbe. Because of Zayah. She looked up and says, I had a little struggle with Zayah exactly. On the one hand, it seems like it's common sense. On the other hand, I said to myself, this is coming out of a prayer. Zayah. Zayah. This Chokma, Bino, Das, whatever Das is. She looked up and said, was given between the two names of Hashem. Shenema, Hikael, that's one. And right after it is Zayah, which is Das. And after it is Hashem, you have Hikael and Hashem on the two sides, on the right and the left. And Das in the middle. Oh, I forgot to bring the safer. I got it as a gift from two people. I got from the publishers of the Victor Miller, but also from the Nachtoni. He got me this safer from Victor Miller on Taylor. Two giant, two halakim on Taylor. So Victor Miller says, he says says, Muslim says, you see Chaim Kanievsky, Rabbi Yashiv walking down the street. And in between them is a guy, you don't recognize the crowd. The guy with the pink shirt, with the necklace, you don't cop. You don't know. You cop right away that this is a brother. This is a culture person. What is he doing in between Rabbi Yashiv and Chaim? They're both walking with him. They're like, taking down the kuppah. What's going on there? Another muscle that I thought, now it's not in there. You say every day, and you pray, listen to this, think about it. Ba'azedin, Mehera, Sa'aker, this is Shaber, this is Mager, this is Chaler. I know what Shaber means. I know what I don't know what Samager. What anybody know what Samager means? Samager. But I understand, I don't know what it means. But I understand that within the context, what does it say? Sa'aker, Sa'shaber, Samager, Sa'chaler. Sa'aker, Sa'shaber, I know what it means. And Sa'chaler. Uproot them, destroy them, or Samager. No, not Samager. Anybody? Okay, it's a lesson because you think it's within that thing. I never heard of the lesson. So the article says cast down. I don't know what that means. That also means the article says cast down. I forgot it. That's the idea. The word is within that thing. If you're not, so then this thing is cautious. Das is in between after the Baruch and Kale, then it's something very cautious. Omar, the Lozor, Lozor means the Shita means three OCOs. Nikdo. Shenema Papa Hashem. Migdash Hashem putting it that part. Both an Adnus, but it's Hashem on one side, Adoy Shem on the other, and Migdash in the middle. Master Rado, that we know, I have a question right now, because later in the summer, we're going to say that revenge is also very popular. Shenita de Chaotic, in between the two days of Hashem, the six. Hail and come with Hashem. Hail on one side, Hashem on the other side. Hail and come with Hashem. Amalei, Nisei, Hofanami. Yes, but everybody knows. Be stubborn is a type of terrible thing. But to be stubborn in Torah and not give up the way of learning and to be stubborn in this is a great thing. So every neither law is used for toxic. Revenge is also good sometimes. When it's necessary against the enemy, you have to take revenge. I used to tell this to my mother, she didn't like it, but I told her many times. Sometimes says that if someone smacks in the face, you can smack him down. Because he says in the public dunya the stira, that it's only locked at night. It's only goes on the stop. Don't go around smacking people before they. Again, I'm not asking. Just remember because I didn't look it up before this year. I should have. But that was one that I had to know that I lost. Which is smacking at the time. But Sam says he could. It's not the come. It's not the come. I have nothing to do with come on. Why does it say hail the Kamais? It says the Kamais twice. The Kamais Hashem hail the Kamais and Fia. And Fia goes on both two Kamais. Actually, the Torah is the girl. Is one is for the good, one is for the bad. I don't think you're good. You're showing them and one is for the good. One is for the bad. Oh, no. For those people, they are. If you have what's called common sense, it's not common at all, right? Common sense is not common on both sides. He was living over the Tamigos, the Lama, because the Tamigos was built in his life. Then he comes to the Yotzioy, then he comes to before, tell the Yotz Hashem. Das is between Hashem's name, and so is Mitzvah between Hashem's name. So you put the two together, it's really built to be Tamigos. What are the people they on the same Tasha? Become wealthy. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have a lot of das and they want to wealthy. You know, that's Kadorin, Yimalu, Paul Hoyne, Yokodamas. One of those clothes shouldn't be there. If he doesn't have that, I'll put a rock and roll. You know, I'm very close. Never. Below I'm Pino Sue. I came to recommend what he said, but you're going to remember. This guy doesn't have common sense. You can't have a precedent. Sam reminds me, this guy, he went to coffee class and the guy teaching him. He says, you have to tell your wife 5 times a day. 5 times you have to say I love. 5 times, at least. Hey, great. He texts his wife. What's the teacher say? I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. 5 times. Good. You get no that. You can't be nice. You can't teach him things. You can't tell him stuff. What? You can relate to that? What are you laughing about? Also, give bread. Everybody in this room is very much in a welcome. The guy comes knocking on the door. I'm sorry, I can't help you out. Get no back. Get out of here. It's super important, Mama. Because if I cared, if I give bread, the guy has no time. Then a short he soon. She never lost because she was Moses after falling into the boy. That says, "Name Mother, what does Mother mean? Only soon. She never the Irish brand. It's all of you this was all. Mother of Mother. The only thing is here, you don't have time. You serve Gorga. You go to go, she never says Gorga, I mean, big God. Mother of Mother, Propius, this I like that. Propius, Shuruk, and Zibir Torah, Zibir Torah, and Shmon, and Delilah. You don't learn Torah at night. Eish, a Kalshay. What is it? How do you go to Gehenna? God says in Shira, you go to Gehenna if you don't learn Torah. But my saw, I connected to my saw. My saw said, you first about it's early in the morning, it's somebody's morning, to get up before sunrise, to come home after sunset. So you're working the whole day. And then you come home. What do you do when you come home? That's the point. What do you do when you come home? You open up a safer. If you don't open up a safer, H, a calculate is a terrible thing. And you can think it also. You should learn something you fuck with, it's best to you. Maybe it's better to learn than do it. Something to you. You know, if a country someone will work with you. Look at the play with H, like you fuck. Yera started following and started El Kanfa. Started El Kanfa, so no, choose myself from Torah. Whether it was a posting in the hand of the Chacham, you don't give away from your, because I'm talking for Pesach, you don't do the Pesach thing, and the Roya Simon Bracha Loila. You won't see Simon Bracha. So, Mr. Anonymous, I'm not going to give your name away, you'll have a Simon Bracha later, they're all anonymous. They're all anonymous. The Pesach is now open. The Pesach is now open. I don't know. Then I'm ain't starting the upward. I think the Yakin Kuba. It's starting to go from one. Whatever our children say, for you. Bomber and Logan? No, I didn't. Bomber and Logan. Okay, and Shai Kasa Shukone, a lot of people are marking on this. Supposed to leave a piece of bread on your table when you bench. You know, ain't no way doing broken. Everyone doesn't see you trying to drop a bread. So then ain't started off, but it doesn't mean that leftovers to eat. I tell you, Yakin Kuba, you won't have to. Bomber and Logan, what's the shot? So Rashi says over here, the two Rashis down, he brings the prophet to hold the says they should eat over, they should eat and leave over. He says afterwards, the says that the problem is you're not leaving over for the poor. Leave something over the poor. So that's the more contradiction on the look. I'm trying to see what's the point. If you leave over some from the table, you don't even have desire. It's bad, but you don't have a desire. You know, originally God was going to rather than body in something that you do a hole through the board, you fear the community of a desire, and you fill it with wine for this other money. You're not supposed to leave over food for Abu Zara. It's like a minute of Abu Zara. Look at so I think it's better that way. If you leave the whole bread, what's the crumbs, that's Abu Zara. That's the Abu Zara. But the other thing is that you don't have a whole bread, so you can leave the broken pieces. Don't ever love it till I'm not going to if you change your voice, you love it Abu Zara. I wish I would know this my entire life. Because I was over this 500 times. Change your voice, pretend you're somebody else, knocking the door, this, that, children's wife, the whole thing, yeah? There are times that four people like that. That's your stuff, the Purim, the middle, Tisha many different, I mean, not a Tisha but like in the middle of the year, all of a sudden I'm dressed up like someone else. They're breaking your voice, they're taking money from your spare, they're on the star, they're having a bunch of stuff. It's also, although there are those who shine them, and that's how I pass it, that it means changing what you meant, keeping what you said. So that's what it is. But squeaking your voice to something else, like Rashi says, I don't pass like that. Now, a guy wrote me once the email, how can you hear you? It's not possible. It's a joke. I'm joking. Says also, but you see the Enos in Sataya. Yaakov and Esau, Yaakov pulled Esau. I was in his eyes like the fooling him. Said also, Heber, Masi, that's good. Heber. Over the logo. So it's back with the Heber, casting there. Simple shot. And should have been a fight. Looking at the Heber, the casting there is his own Heber. Go, you stop working, won't have children. Another turnaround is that you think about HSC. Then you won't feel that children to them are area clear of very long. Having taught them, being humble, and then the trial and that will give you a richas yom by being humble. Under the Rabbanan Mitamina we learn. I thought I would take away Chavod Nidoi, Mamino, and let's say this is a house that has Torah. So if you open the window, then you can see what color it is. You don't have a window, it's dark. You don't need to. Don't open up the light. Don't open up the trees. Don't open up the window. Don't create light. And then you won't have an issue with the Torah. Create something that you become the focus, and people see you, it could cause ayin hara, and it could cause trouble. Whatever trouble, whatever you are three things that a person never becomes satiated of. Sha'oil, that's the big type of artist. Because the artist is never satiated. He always takes customers. All day long he's taking new customers. And relation, Eretz is Sobamayim. And the earth always takes more. Kimayin Charlotte Rapper. Why did you mention basic forest next to the wall? Hello, learn it. Rapper not the solution. So then it comes out. After all, not the solution. So you put a dead person in, out top the life person. So this is the ideal fit I mean. So I always work out the person. I'm not rapping. So if it's a little shy, to start, it's quiet. Looking at the fellas when it's getting bored, there's a lot of screaming and commotion. You first person is great. Everybody's crying and screaming, and eventually seeing that goes under. When it gets amazing, there's gonna be tremendous amount of commotion, singing and dancing. You can't see what I'm in. It's amazing. I tell you, this is the narrative. You don't say it's just amazing. One of the Elio. I think it's just like a vocal like Yoshim. And the resurrection, yeah, that's awesome. When they come back to life. Ain't no even though they'll die, there'll be a super kick on a little observe it. They're not gonna die. They're not gonna go back to the dirt. They're not going, oh yeah, I didn't think it's good, I know it's so what happens then? They're not gonna live, but they're gonna die. They're not gonna die, so what happens then? They're actually in limbo. And we're gonna see a second of a beautiful picture of it. And then there's all public Yamalan. Or public the time you can learn. Not public. So fuck himself. Boil him time. I paid Boil Kayomi. Says the word of Thanksgiving days. And Boil my original told him that before the Kajur is a woman can ever. But the knees go, I should live, I go, by your mouth. That's the one I like. This is a better one. You guys know this one. This one. I should live, I go, by your mouth. This go, I should live, I go. Unbelievable.
How you doing, Brandon? Are you live on YouTube? Okay, so you're streaming like I am in here, but you're not streaming online, right? Or like on other places? Yes, you are, sir. sir. Are you gonna do Facebook and all those other places?
Yep.
All right. Do you need help?
Alright. I'm with him, Smith. I think he died now.
Okay. You let me know when you need help. Okay.
Okay.
All right, big dog.
I'm gonna go back on me. Oh, I'm still gonna be here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This Western world, from the destroying angel of the Hebrew Bible to the pale rider of the fourth horseman of the apocalypse, to the Malak Amod of the 32nd Surah of the Quran, the angel of death stands equally foundationally and mysteriously in the history of Abrahamic religiosity. In this episode, we're going to study the early history of the angel of death, from the Bronze Age Levant to the rise of Islam. We'll see that the personification of death has gone from being a god in their own right to a terrifying angel mostly associated with indiscriminate mass murder to being tempered by the righteous deeds of humans, even being the subject of a few pranks by a couple of witty scholars. I hope you'll join me as we explore the early history of the angel of death. If you're interested in topics of esotericism, magic, and the occult analyzed from a scholarly perspective, make sure to check out my other content as well. Also, I'd hope you consider supporting my work of producing accessible and free content on topics of esotericism on Patreon or the one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica completely makes this channel possible. I really appreciate it. Check out those links in the description below. So let's turn to our exploration of the origins and early history of the angel of death. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The personification of death in ancient Canaan can be attested as early as the 12th and 13th centuries BCE. The most famous example is to be found in the tablets recovered from Ugarit, typically known as the Baal cycle. These texts describe Baal's ascendancy to the divine throne through the defeat of El's two sons, the tyrant Yam, or Sea, and the ravenous Mot, or Death. Following the defeat of Yam, Baal attempts to resist the power of Mot, only to be overcome by the intense power of the drought emanating from the underworld. Whereas El merely mourns Baal's death, his sister, the terribly fierce Anat, seeks out and eventually kills Mot by cutting him into pieces, winnowing him into the air, burning the remains, and then scattering them upon the ground. In the meantime, Baal is actually miraculously resurrected. He in fact copulates with a sacred heifer before his death, perhaps to ensure his subsequent birth, and so is Mot in a battle to stalemate. Baal becomes king of gods, while Mot still rules over the underworld and continues to consume the living. Of course, the battle between Baal and Yam, or the sea, is part of the larger Khal's Kamfor primeval struggle against chaos in the ancient Near East. Whether it's the struggle of Marduk against Tiamat in the Enuma-Elish, or the Babylonian creation story, or the remains of a very similar kind of story, which actually lingers in the Hebrew Bible, places like Job, and quite clearly in Psalm 74. However, Baal's fight with Mot, or Death, seems to reflect the specific geography and climatic conditions of ancient Canaan. Unlike Egypt, with its cyclical flood, which is reflected in the relatively optimistic theological landscape of that country, or in Mesopotamia, with its, random and destructive flooding, is also reflected in the much more pessimistic philosophy of that region. Canaan does not rely on rivers for its agricultural productivity so much, but rather the winter rains. So the battle between the storm god Baal and the drought-inducing god of death, Mot, is also a reflection and a hope that the drought will be conquered by life-giving winter rains. Even Mot's death at the hands of the ferocious Anat reflects his body being cut up into pieces to seed the earth. Given all of this, it's unsurprising that Baal worship proved to be extraordinarily popular in the region of ancient Canaan. And this also explains just why the prophets of the Israelite God in the Hebrew Bible were so stridently anti-Baal. He was their biggest theological competitor, and for good reason. I may cover the Baal cycle and the Canaanite mythology, including the rise of Yahwism in the region, in a future episode. Let me know if that sounds interesting to you all in the comments, and if so, I'll try to make a video on it at some point in the future. I'll also include a link in the description for an excellent, up-to-date collection of these mythological texts from the period prior to the rise of the Israelites in ancient Canaan. Unsurprisingly, with the succession of the Israelite God in the region, previous mythological elements were actually rolled up into Israelite mythology, including the struggle with the sea, or Yam. You may recall from that myth, his chief captain was Lotan, the Coiled One. This becomes the Leviathan character of the Hebrew Bible, and even the identification of El with the Israelite God is a process of theological fusion through the early Iron Age. Death, or Mot, also seems to have become part of the divine council, or retinue, becoming a kind of servant of the Israelite God. While the phrase Malach HaMavet, or the angel of death, only appears kind of once in the Hebrew Bible, there in a non-theological usage and actually in the plural, Malach HaMavet, an analogous entity does make an appearance. This is the Malach HaMashchit, or the angel of destruction. Sometimes just referred to as the messenger or angel of the Lord, this entity seems primarily to have the grim task of mass execution, striking down Israelites, Assyrians, and Egyptians alike. In fact, the only vivid description we get of this entity is a vision had by King David, where we're told of the titanic proportions of this angel, such that they, quote, were standing between heaven and earth with a drawn sword in his hand extended over Jerusalem. Perhaps the most terrifying appearance of the Hamashchit, or the Destroyer, is the final of the 10 plagues set upon the Egyptians in the Exodus story. There, the Israelites are warned to smear lamb's blood above their doors, such that the Hamashchit will pass over their homes as it stalks and kills the Egyptians' firstborn, from the firstborn of cattle to the destruction of the god king's son. Indeed, the Jewish festival of Pesach, or Passover, is at least an indirect reference to this event in its mythology. Further, this entire spring festival may actually reach back to much earlier Canaanite practices, celebrating Baal's defeat of both Yam and Mot, thus the rebirth of spring following the winter rains. While the festival of Passover celebrates the mythological story of the escape from Egyptian bondage with wine and a festive meal, a very complicated festive meal, it is often forgotten that it is also Jewish custom for a family's firstborn to in fact fast the day before Passover in a kind of remembrance of those killed in that final nightmarish plague. Curiously, there's a bit of an intermission for the angel of death during the development of apocalyptic Judaism. This is mostly because in this period, the character of the devil, or Satan, gets most of the attention, as Judaism is likely under substantial Zoroastrian influence at this time. Apocalyptic Judaism, including texts like the books of Enoch or the War Scroll found at Qumran, along with much of the mythological landscape of early Christianity, are primarily dominated by the good versus evil battle between God and the forces of Satan and his cadre of demons. While this apocalyptic mode of Judaism was clearly influential, perhaps in some sense the most influential religious movement in all of history, especially if you measure that in terms of the success of Christianity and Islam, it was only partly embraced by rabbinic Judaism. The earliest texts of post-Temple Judaism, really Judaism proper, such as the Mishnah, redacted around 200 of the Common Era, contain very little of this dualistic attitude and concern with supernatural affairs more generally. How to properly get a divorce, or what is constitutive of transferring an object from one domain to another, is much more the concern of these very early texts in rabbinical Judaism than angels and demons duking it out somewhere. However, by the composition of the Babylonian Talmud, which was redacted sometime around 500 to 600 of the Common Era, the Malach HaMavet, or the Angel of Death, makes a dramatic reappearance as such, and there are numerous cameos for the Angel of Death in this text. The mythology is incredibly rich and manages to be at times both creepy and, well, comedic. I mean, what better way to deal with the dread horror of death than humor? From this earliest strata of literature on the Angel of Death, we learned that they were created on the first day of creation, and that once judgment is made by God, the Angel of Death can not at all be deterred. Kind of. It also appears that repentance and righteous deeds, and especially acts of genuine charity, actually discharge the angel's deathly agenda. Curiously enough, the Angel of Death is unable to pass through the city of Luz, where the blue dye, or techelet, is made. And in fact, when the sages of that city want to die, they just go outside the city gates, and the Angel of Death promptly dispatches them. We are told that the Angel of Death has 12 wings and is covered with eyes. This is a motif harkening back to earlier angelic entities like the Ophanim to be found in the book of Ezekiel. Though in other passages, the Angel of Death seems to be able to change their appearance to distract and therefore reap their victims. We are told that if dogs wail for no reason at all, that means that the Malach HaMavet is nearby, like in every scary movie ever. But if those dogs are especially playful, it's because the prophet Elijah has come to the city in question. In normal times, the Angel of Death is the slowest of all the angels, but during times of plague, Unfortunately, they are the fastest. We are told that if the dogs of a city wail for no apparent reason, that means the Malak Hamavet is nearby, like in every scary movie ever. But if they are especially playful, it's because the prophet Elijah has come to that city and question. In normal times, the angel of death is the slowest of all the angels. But unfortunately, during times of plague, they are in fact the swiftest. Further, we're actually told that, quote, if the plague is in a city, a person should never go to a synagogue alone, as the angel of death keeps his utensils there, and for this reason, it is an incredibly dangerous place. But if there are children learning or a quorum or minion there praying, it's in fact not a dangerous place. I guess the angel of death can't store their things there in those circumstances. This idea that while praying or studying, the Malach HaMavet has no ability to interrupt also appears in various tales where the angel basically pulls pranks to interrupt people from studying, well, to reap their souls. We're told that at the hour of death, the Malach HaMavet stands at the head of the dying with a drawn sword, to which clings a single drop of lethal poison. As soon as the dying person sees the angel, they're seized with a kind of convulsion. Their mouth falls open, and in drops the fatal poison. Death takes hold, and the person becomes yellow and putrid as they are become suffused with the poison inflicting of death. In other cases, the Malach HaMavet actually carries the knife of a butcher rather than a sword. This is probably a pun on the verb shachat, he slaughters, ending with a tet. With shachat, he destroys, ending with a tav. Recall that in the Hebrew Bible, this entity is also referred to as Hamashchit, the destroyer. There's something genuinely dreadful in the notion that to dispatch people, the angel of death, well, spiritually butchers us. Of course, if this is dreadful to us, so much more compassion should be shown to the actual slaughter of non-human animals. Oddly enough, the Malach HaMavet is also said to teach the sages some pro tips about how to avoid the angel of death. For instance, we read Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi said, the angel of death told me 3 things. Do not take your cloak in the morning from the hand of your servant and wear it. Do not ritually wash your hands from one who has not ritually washed their own hands. And do not stand before the women when they return from the burial of the deceased, because I, the Malach HaMavet, dance and come before them, and my sword is in my hand, and I have license to destroy. Again, that word destroy and butcher play hand in hand. One sometimes gets the sense that the angel of death goes about their grim task with something like reluctance. It's necessary, but there's no glee in the reaping of souls. Though the Malach HaMavet isn't grim entirely and even betrays some humor, even if it is, gallows humor. Indeed, my favorite tale in this very early literature about the angel of death also features Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi. In that story, we're told that Yehoshua's time of death had been decreed, but he was given the choice of how he would die given his righteous life. So, he requested to see what his portion in paradise would look like. Along the way, walking with the Malach HaMavet, Yehoshua demanded to hold the knife that the angel of death used to dispatch mortals because it was, the thing was freaking him out. This makes total sense. When they got to the wall separating paradise and this world, Yehoshua wasn't quite tall enough to see over the wall separating the worlds, so he asked the angel to lift him up to see his portion, and Yehoshua ben Levi promptly jumped over the wall into paradise. Well, despite being tricked, the Malach HaMavet actually grabbed a hold of Yehoshua's cloak, but because he had never broken an oath, he was that righteous, the angel had to let him go into paradise alive. Now, at this point, the angel says, "Hey, at least give me back my knife." You'll recall that Yehoshua actually asked to hold it because it was creeping him out with his death knife. But the rabbi says, "No, I'm not giving you your knife back because you just go around killing everybody with it." There's a back and forth, and at any rate, a kol, or the heavenly voice, actually issues forth saying, "Give him the knife. It is necessary to kill the created beings. Death is the way of the world." So Yehoshua gives it back and is actually allowed to stay in paradise among the very few people in Jewish mythology, such as Elijah and Enoch, untouched by the angel of death. In fact, this custom of attempting to trick the Malach HaMavet endures to this very day. There is a custom that if a person is gravely ill or facing imminent death, their name may be changed on their deathbed. The idea here? The angel of death will show up looking for David ben Moses, but because the name changed, David ben Moses is now Aaron ben Moses, and, well, with some luck, the angel of death is actually tricked and moves on. That guy's just not there. I'm actually told that every once in a while you will come across a single gravestone with two names and two sets of birth and death, actually indicating that that person actually tricked death at least once. May we all be so lucky. To get a little darker, really can't get much darker. There's actually something of a modern Kabbalistic curse involving the Malach HaMavet. Typically, it's forbidden in Jewish law to pray for anyone's death. Indeed, it's much more typical to pray that the sinner repent and not be punished, much less killed. However, there's a very controversial custom whereby one can pray that God will audit the sins of a specific person, and if those sins actually merit divine punishment via early death or karet, the Malach HaMavet will be subsequently dispatched to do the deed. This curse, for lack of a better word, indirectly summons the angel of death. The mode by which the angel of death executes that person also gives the curse its name, pulsa denora, or the fiery lashes in Aramaic. The use of these fiery lashes to punish everyone from the angels Metatron and Gabriel to many different ancient rabbis to a dozen or so contemporary Israeli politicians shows that the angel of death still commands a sense of fear and dread, at least for the people attempting to invoke him. In some slightly later early medieval legends, we are told that the demoness Lilith, this is the rebellious wife of Adam, typically responsible for killing babies, has actually become the nagging wife of the Malach HaMavet, with us getting a kind of a laugh at his being tortured by her nagging, just as he nags us to death. Har, misogyny. Of course, death would go on to be personified in Christianity as the pale rider among the four horsemen of the apocalypse, though would not really go on to remain an angel proper. According to Christian mythology, Christ defeated death on the cross, which will be properly annihilated in the final judgment. In fact, we read in the epistle to the Hebrews found in the New Testament, quote, "Since therefore the children share in flesh and blood, he himself, Jesus, partook of the same things, that through death he might destroy the one who has the power of death," that is, of course, the devil, "and deliver all of those through fear of death were subject to lifelong slavery." This idea that Christ defeats the devil, who is in some sense in charge of death itself. With there being no specific angel of death, the images of the Grim Reaper in Christianity took a much greater hold, although these typically lean on imagery taken from Greco-Roman paganism, such as the scythe and hourglass, which are typically linked with Saturn Kronos. However, However, the angel of death, or the Malak al-Maut, plays a major role in Islamic mythology and is actually one of the four archangels in that tradition. There, the angel of death, you'll notice that it's actually cognate with the Hebrew Malach HaMavet, Malach HaMaut, is actually mentioned in the Quran at Surah 32:11. It is in fact sometimes linked with a Jewish angel slash demon, it's hard to say exactly, named Azrael, or God's helper. You'll notice that in Jewish mythology, the angel of death is very ever rarely given a proper name, though they are sometimes linked with Samael, or the quote, poison of God, also appears in Gnostic mythology. There is an enormous and contested array of traditions associated with the angel of death in Islam. For instance, the painful extraction of the soul from the sinner and the pleasant extraction from the soul of the righteous, the post-mortem angelic examination before the day of judgment, and even that it's in fact the angel of death that has to deliver the bad news to those who cry out in agony in hell that they ain't getting out of here. Of course, this is only the very early history of the angel of death. This entity will go on to thrive in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic folklore, countlessly reappearing in cultural expressions around death and mourning. The angel of death has even gone on to become central in a completely new mode of religious expression known as the so-called cult, quote-unquote, of Santa Muerte. This is a fascinating new religious movement indeed. All topics for future exploration here at Esoterica. If you're interested in the plethora of early Jewish legends about the Malach HaMavet, or the angel of death, I've included a link in the description below to a collection of them over at Safaria with Hebrew, Aramaic, and English translations. This episode has been kind of Passover themed, angel of death, Passover, yeah. So, I hope you enjoyed it. I really also hope you enjoyed this lovely time of the year. I hope we all experience our share of rebirth, and I hope we can play a couple of tricks on death. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
And ours can only agree to it, and they're really hard to push out the Nakudas now from Marcus. What? I don't know. I think it's no. I think it's going to be for everyone. But that was
I've often challenged the rigid distinction between rationalism and mysticism, and I've argued that this distinction says more about where we find ourselves in intellectual history than how one goes about searching for fundamental truth. Perhaps no philosopher has been caught in this tug-of-war between rationalism and mysticism than Baruch Spinoza, derided as a heretic whose ideas were tantamount to atheistic rationalism and praised as a man nothing short of intoxicated with God. Spinoza's philosophy cannot be so easily captured by simplistic and blunt analysis. In this episode, I want to explore the history of this tug-of-war between the rational Spinoza with his geometric logical method and a more hermetic, mystical Spinoza as a philosopher of eminent divine joy. This episode is also special because it's part of a collaboration with my friend and colleague, Sebi, over at Seekers of Unity. Of the people I've met over the years exploring mysticism, Sebi is among the most impressive. He manages to strike a balance between intellectual rigor and deep sensitivity on a topic that is as important for grasping the human experience as it is deeply difficult to study. make sure to check out his project over at Seekers of Unity. You can check it out at the card above for a wide range of explorations of mysticism, including this series on pantheism. We're working together to dive a bit deeper into the philosophy of Spinoza. And if you're interested in Hermetic philosophy, mysticism, or magic, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content as well. And if you want to support my work of making scholarly, accessible, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, you may want to consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica really does make this channel possible. I really appreciate it, and you can find those links below. So let's turn to the philosophy of Spinoza, the heretical atheist, the mystic of immanence, or both. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
I can warn you that according to Godwin, look at the amount of words. Just a single word takes a very long time. So I'm going to go on higher speed than usual. And please bear with me. I have to
Baruch Spinoza was born on the 24th of November 1632 to a mercantile family who had spent generations as refugees following the Alhambra decree, which in 1492 expelled hundreds of thousands of Jews from Spain. From what we can tell, he was raised in a relatively orthodox background, receiving a traditional Jewish education along with learning his family business. Though it appears that in his late teens or early 20s, he began to frequent the association of certain radical Protestant followers of the philosopher Descartes. You know, I think, therefore I am Descartes. While the reasons aren't exactly clear, Spinoza was subject to the cherem, or the excommunication from the Jewish community, on the 27th of July, 1656, at the age of 23. It seems that the excommunication was probably for several reasons, some of which included his emergent critical approach to the Hebrew Bible, his likely embrace of at least some aspects of the Cartesian philosophy, which at that time was considered kind of like an atheism, though Descartes does give three different proofs, at least three different proofs for the existence of God throughout the Meditations and all of his other works, so whatever atheism means when it comes to Cartesianism. Aside from theological and philosophical heterodoxy, Baruch was also in a dispute with his sister about the family business following their father's death, and temporary excommunication was sometimes used in the Amsterdam Jewish community as a means of enforcing social compliance. The excommunication decree was actually reconsidered in December of 2015 by the Amsterdam Jewish community. It was actually upheld. He's still excommunicated. Their argument? Why should the community change the decree when Spinoza himself expressed no interest in it being lifted? Spinoza wished to be in exile, and thus it was and should be. We may very well never know the reasons, but the writ of excommunication, while somewhat formulaic, is dreadful actually to read. What's fascinating is that while expelled from the Jewish community, Spinoza never converted to another religion, much to the confusion and chagrin of the times. In some sense, this makes Spinoza among the first figures to live outside of the system of organized religion at all. It may, in fact, make him something like the first secular person in Europe. I've always seen this as a testament to the strength of his character and the integrity of his beliefs. I mean, can you imagine the courage it must have taken to live as both ethnically Jewish, with all of the anti-Semitism that came along with that at that time, but also excommunicated from even the comforts of being a second-class citizen. Spinoza faced an exile within an exile within an exile, though we shouldn't think of him as a hermit. He met with and corresponded with numerous examples of the rising bourgeois intellectual world, including Leibniz, the philosopher and co-inventor of the calculus, and Henry Oldenburg, the first secretary of the Royal Academy, and the inventor of the modern system of peer review. Indeed, the lenses that Spinoza ground as his vocation, how he made a living, helped nascent astronomers like Huygens peer deeper into space and thus into time. Those very lenses likely also contributed to his death, likely by something like ciliosis, on the 21st of February 1677, at the young age of 44. His most important metaphysical works being so controversial they could only be published following his death. That very year, Spinoza's central metaphysical document, the Ethics, first appeared, and the debate over just what kind of philosophy this was hasn't ceased to this day. Was Spinoza an atheist that simply used the term God as a synonym for nature? Or was he a kind of mystical pantheist for whom nature was the immanence of God, or something altogether more complex? Spinoza's metaphysical legacy remains one of the most complex and difficult to settle in philosophical history. A very basic outline of the Ethics runs something like this. God, or nature, Deus sive natura, to use Spinoza's language, is the only true substance of which everything else as we know them are modes or modulations of that substance, understood under the attributes of either extension, the aspect of matter, or thought, or through the aspect of the mind. Of course, God, or nature, has infinite attributes. We human beings only perceive those of thought and extension. Somewhat like Neoplatonic philosophy, between the infinity of God and the finiteness of individuals stands the finite and infinite mediate and immediate modes of both thought and extension. These comprise the total system of motion and rest. One could even use the word energy of matter, along with the spatial system of those bodies as the mediate and immediate modes of extension, which Spinoza refers to rather mysteriously as the quote face of the entire universe. Similarly, the totality of all information being processed in reality is the quote absolutely infinite understanding, comprising the immediate infinite eternal mode of thought. The immediate infinite and eternal mode of thought remains rather unclear in Spinoza's system, though one could perhaps deduce that it must be something like the totality of all minds, mine, yours, every mind, such they quote constitute at the same time the eternal and infinite intellect of God, as Spinoza puts it, though exactly what this is remains, like I said, a bit mysterious. That mode of substance, wherever God or nature, that is, the human being, us, like all beings, strives to persist in being by an internal ontological force that Spinoza calls conatus. However, unlike many other beings, human conatus operates under and perceives the attribute of mind as much as its physical extension. Despite the perfection of being itself, the human mind is often limited by incorrect, corrupt, or otherwise inadequate ideas, especially forms of pesky emotions, what Spinoza calls the sad passions. By clarifying our mental perception of being or nature or God, we ascend through three stages of intellection, whereby confused and inadequate ideas give way to a final realization of our place within the perfect system of God or nature. By perceiving ourselves from this God's eye perspective, we're no longer the slave to our sad passions like hatred or greed or any other kinds of inadequate ideas, but rather we experience a kind of interior freedom where peace of mind, scientific clarity, and emotional tranquility all exist together in a state which Spinoza calls true blessedness. Now, I'm not going to pretend that my summary here does any justice to Spinoza's system. Oh yeah, did I mention that the Ethics is written like a geometry textbook with axioms and definitions and propositions following one from another via logical deductions with the occasional scholia and lemata to break it all up? This is referred to as the more geometrico, and it often proves to be a serious barrier for studying Spinoza's thought. Indeed, this all allows me to set up the question that is in fact the most germane one here in our study. Was Spinoza a mystical pantheist whose system seeks human unity with the divine, or was he just basically an atheist who only used God language to escape being completely written off and even persecuted by his contemporaries, and whose system basically leads to, well, nihilism? This question is very difficult to answer despite the fact that Spinoza wrote the Ethics in the geometric mode precisely such that the reader would perceive his ideas as clear and distinct. So what's going on here exactly? I think that we can only begin to answer that question by in fact exploring previous answers to just this problem: atheist or mystic. A starting problem is the context of Spinoza's writing more generally. As you can probably imagine, during his life, Spinoza's thought was incredibly controversial. One of only 2 books he published during his lifetime, the Theological Political Tract of 1670, which criticized traditional interpretation of scriptures and argued for freedom of conscience and speech about religion, had to be published anonymously. Indeed, the printer even forged a false printer's mark to hide its origin. It was said to have been printed in Hamburg, Germany by one Heinricus Kunrat, clearly a reference to the Hermetic alchemist Heinrich Kunrat, who died in 1605. Why attribute the text to Kunrat? Well, here we already have a kind of Hermetic link to Spinoza, and it's perhaps that Kunrat already published such unusual Hermetic alchemical text that such an avant-garde theological political text would be weird enough to group them together. Regardless, the Amsterdam censor was not tricked by this attempt at subterfuge and declared the book was, quote, forged in hell by the devil and a renegade Jew. One could only hope to get such a rave review these days on any book of philosophy that one could imagine publishing. The Theological Political Tract was scandalous from the very beginning for basically declaring that religions as we know them are, quote, superstitions, and that such superstitions cannot validate state power, thus arguing for the de facto separation of church and state. Further, he criticized the traditional understanding of the Hebrew Bible by engaging in a very close reading of the text in the original Hebrew. He argued against the reality of miracles, and he argued for freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, specifically vis-a-vis institutional religion. While Leo Strauss has pointed out that the Theological Political Tract is a kind of esoteric text, it doesn't take much reading between the lines to see that this book was a bombshell for a world dominated by institutional religion, which underwrote state power. Unsurprisingly, Spinoza quickly gained a reputation for being a notorious atheist. Indeed, the term Spinozist and atheist became interchangeable in the years following his death, a shift that I think that followers of Descartes really welcomed. They were also typically known as atheists. Indeed, Spinoza came to deride the, quote, stupid Cartesians for promulgating this charge of atheism, one which he strenuously denied. Well, he denied merely physical extension existed. I'm not sure that makes him a theist in the robust sense, but still. Of course, in the theological political track, the state can oblige one to believe in God and the quote divine law, that whatever is hateful to yourself you shouldn't do to your neighbor. But again, what's going on here? Let's read between the lines. The moral law can be derived from the quote natural light of reason, and the God in that text that one is obliged to believe in is simply the result of a logical deduction about the principle of sufficient reason as it applies to the world. That is, the world has to have some kind of cause. That cause we simply call God. But note, there is very little traditional aspects of God, either Jewish or Christian, in terms that would have been understood by his contemporaries. And people at the time certainly realized that. Further, we learned in the Ethics that Spinoza's God not only does not perform miracles, but takes no notice of human beings at all. It's foolish, Spinoza notes, to pray or even love God with the expectation that God hears or loves you back. And his God has neither will, nor intellect, nor feeling, but operates according to the necessary laws internal to it, of which the modes, including us, are equally locked into this vast system of necessary determination. This is not a God that hears your prayers to help you pass your calculus exams. Indeed, one may wonder if you were to do a kind of search and replace throughout Spinoza's Ethics, which sounds somewhat mystical, even Neoplatonic at times, and just replace the term God with nature, which Spinoza himself seems to think would be completely appropriate, Deus sive natura, would anything of philosophical or theological merit be lost in the substitution? And this is what's maddening about this question. There are reasons from Spinoza to indicate no. The system is a form of theological naturalism for which God is simply identified with nature in a kind of God equals nature equation, God having no separate ontological reality apart from the total system of nature. This seems to be what Albert Einstein thought when he was asked by Rabbi Herbert Goldstein in 1929 if he, Einstein, believed in God. Einstein actually wrote back, quote, I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the lawful harmony of the world, not in a God who concerns himself with the fate and the doings of mankind. Although Einstein may even be a bit more of a theist than this read of Spinoza, the Einsteinian Spinoza's God still, quote, reveals the, quote, lawful harmony of the world, whereas that is precisely what's up for debate in this question. Though Einstein was a physicist and not a theologian or a philosopher. So, regardless, in the years following his death, Spinoza was certainly derided as an atheist whose theological deflation simply reduced God to nature, thus effectively rejecting the existence of any deity at all. You can see this attitude expressed in early images of Spinoza, where he is simply described as Judeus et atheistia, Jew and atheist. However, by the early 18th century, this would begin to change, if ever so slightly. In 1699, Wagner for the first time links Spinoza's thought with the Jewish mystical speculations of the Kabbalah. Ever since then, numerous scholars have attempted to find a clear and distinct link between Kabbalistic writings on the one hand and Spinoza's system on the other, though I think to little avail ultimately. To what degree Spinoza learned Kabbalah before his excommunication isn't clear, though it was certainly in the air. Shabbatai Tzvi was declared Messiah in the summer of 1665, about 9 years after Spinoza was excommunicated. Spinoza was even asked his opinion about the whole Shabbatai Tzvi Messiah business, but sadly, his reply has not survived. though I can't imagine him being terribly impressed by the Kabbalistic Messiah. Though, at least in the early Spinoza, such as his treatise on the improvement of the intellect of around 1662, we read that the goal of philosophy is, quote, the knowledge of the union that the mind has with the whole of nature. This sounds quite mystical without getting too much into the weeds of what that mysticism might be. Though I should point out that Spinoza mentions the Kabbalah by name only once in his surviving writings, and it's not a rosy reference. We read in the Theological Political Tract mentioned earlier of about 1670 that, quote, I have also read and am acquainted with a number of Kabbalistic triflers, whose insanity passes the bounds of my understanding. If Spinoza's system were influenced by Kabbalah, it seems to have been, at best, indirect. Perhaps through Ibn Ezra, whose own Kabbalistic signposts are themselves intentionally hidden in his biblical commentaries, or perhaps through the influence of Abraham Cohen de Herrera, as Miguel Petran has argued. Indeed, speculations about the origin of Spinoza's pantheism reach far and wide, from perennial philosophy to possible Sufi contact with his father's business, to Renaissance Hermeticism, especially Giordano Bruno, and, of course, Kabbalah. Though I have to say that I find the similarities between Spinoza's system and Kabbalah, or even other forms of monism like those of Advaita Vedanta or the teachings of the Upanishads, to be much more the result of typological homology rather than direct or indirect intellectual influence. To this day, scholars have been unable to point to a single direct influence from any of these sources. For instance, to my knowledge, there is no evidence that Spinoza even read Giordano Bruno, much less was influenced by him in his thinking. Despite this, one of the most influential histories of philosophy in English by the Jesuit Frederick Copleston still forms the theory that Bruno ultimately influences Spinoza, despite the fact that we have no reason really to believe that. Indeed, I think much of this confusion is from people not reading Spinoza on his own terms. One of the key strengths of Spinoza's system is that he very, very carefully stipulates every major philosophical term in this project. So terms like God, substance, attribute, mode, essence, mind, extension, while having their origins in the lexicon of medieval scholasticism, are given radically innovative definitions in Spinoza's system. I mean, so radical that God becomes an extended name in his thinking. This is an absolutely heretical idea in any school of medieval philosophy. The mistake I think people make and continue to make is that they read terms that they are familiar with, or they think they're familiar with, like God, and rather than understand them strictly in the way that Spinoza meant for them to operate in his system, they begin to play fast and loose with similar terms in other philosophical systems that use similar kinds of ideas. While the terms are perhaps verbally the same, I use God, you use God, Aquinas use God, Spinoza uses God, to equivocate on their use in the Spinoza system as they appear in other schools of thought virtually necessitates a misreading of Spinoza's ideas. Thus, Spinoza ends up being cast in the light of Kabbalah or Advaita Vedanta or even mechanical materialism, all the while the actual Spinoza system is misread, misunderstood, and decomposed as if by a word in its blood. Sorry, that's a pretty obscure Spinoza reference. Indeed, one of the studies I most admire of Spinoza is the deeply critical analysis of Jonathan Dennett, precisely because he takes the inner world of Spinoza's system in absolute serious and painstaking detail. Of course, it's such an eviscerating take on Spinoza's thought that it sometimes brought me to tears. But the rigor of the dissection, how much care Bennett shows precisely by his mastery of Spinoza's thought on exactly Spinoza's terms, is positively breathtaking. And personally, I think that a criticism that takes the thinker radically serious on their own terms is far superior to any superficial fanboyism. Authentic criticism is almost always an act of admiration. Or at least I tell myself that when I read someone else's comments. Sadly, the early history of the reception of Spinoza's philosophy was rarely from actually reading his works. Indeed, the inadequate summary of his ideas by Pierre Veine in 1697 was the most common and popular, and often this version was attacked as if it were a true account of Spinozism. Similarly defective, though popular French summaries of the time would also go on to influence the militant anti-religion and liberty thought of the 18th century. In 1705, the Irish Lockean philosopher John Toland actually coined the term pantheism to describe the philosophy in which God was identified with nature, a position he ascribed to both Spinoza and Moses, like biblical Moses for some reason. It's just worth repeating that the term pantheism was basically invented to describe what Toland took to be Spinoza's system. So the link between pantheism, the word at least, literally begins with an analysis of the philosophy of Spinoza. So this is clearly indicating a kind of theological naturalism. However, the atheistic, naturalistic destroyer of religious superstition would give way to a far more baroque concept of Spinoza's thought. Through the 18th century, especially in France, Spinoza's system would not only be employed as part of the attack on traditional religion, but also, and to some degree ironically, as an attack on what was perceived as the mechanical philosophy of the radical materialists. The mechanists, as you may remember, held that the world was something akin to a vast machine in which every element functioned like the components of a clock. Here, the world was understood fundamentally and really only under the guise of physical extension or matter in motion. However, discoveries in biology, especially questions about how inorganic matter can give rise not only to organic life, but also to consciousness, prompted a new kind of interest in Spinoza. Recall that in Spinoza's system, God or nature can be understood by both the attributes of thought and extension. Thought was just as much a fundamental aspect of reality as physical objects extended in space. In this reading, the cosmos becomes something like a vast living entity rather than a mere mechanism. Spinoza's system becomes read as a kind of vast cosmic vitalism. Indeed, it's a kind of early panpsychism, with nature itself being just as much consciousness as physical extension, with our singular consciousnesses being but modes of this vast cosmic consciousness. This vitalist shift, especially in French thinking about Spinoza, continues, in some sense, to this day, as we'll see when we get to figures like Deleuze and Descartes. Of course, at the same time that Spinoza is being biologized in France, his thought becomes the center of an intellectual firestorm in Germany and the Enlightenment. Not to get too much into the weeds of the so-called pantheismus or the pantheism controversy, the central question of the controversy was this: does the Enlightenment, with its focus on the supremacy of reason, ultimately lead to pantheism and, by logical extension, to atheism? atheism. Of course, this is a major concern because many Enlightenment thinkers held that some kind of détente could be achieved between faith and reason. You can think of something like Immanuel Kant's famous 1793 book, Religion Within the Bounds of Reason Alone. However, Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi argued that lurking behind the Enlightenment was a vast gulf of not just atheism, but full-blown nihilism, a term actually forged by Jacobi in some sense to describe the destructive power of the Enlightenment, or Spinozism. Now, to be clear, Jacobi wasn't just being a religious stooge or anything like that. Something very much like this position was even held by the Scottish skeptic David Hume, who regarded Spinoza's system as, quote, true atheism backed by what he called the hideous hypothesis of his metaphysics. Well, Jacobi's answer was to introduce the importance of a kind of moderated form of belief or even faith back into philosophy. Though this was met by a little scorn on the part of the Enlightenment. I have to say that this whole pantheism controversy business, which I'm only covering here very thinly, reminds me a bit about contemporary debates about disenchantment and the re-enchantment of the modern world, whatever that is, in religious studies. That is, the idea that the Enlightenment scientific modernity stripped the world of religious and spiritual qualities, and that the new religious movements are, in various ways, attempting to re-inject spirituality and religion into contemporary life. I'll leave aside the question as to whether or not the world was ever really disenchanted. It wasn't. But the pantheism controversy really seems to be alive now in a way that seems interesting to me now. And the key question was whether Spinoza's system led via pantheism to atheism, and thus to nihilism, the destruction of all values. Oddly, the very prompt for the whole debate also became its solution in a sense. The rationalist Spinoza would soon become transformed into the romantic Spinoza. That Spinoza system would come to represent atheistic nihilism in one conversation and a way of understanding the universe as an entity alive and teeming with consciousness in another reveals just how tortured the conversation had become through the 18th and 19th centuries. The two would oddly come together in the German Romantics. As the dust settled following the Pantheism Street, which my spell checker wants to make into Pantheism Street for whatever reason, so by Sesame Street, the Romantics were increasingly interested in a religious philosophy in which divinity was radically immanent to the vast beauty and wonder of nature, rather than some transcendent sky dad. God combined with nature. Deus in natura, you say? Well, how about yet another Spinoza remix? German pantheism meets French vitalism to forge a truly romantic reading of Spinoza. It's here that we have the poet Novalis famously declaring that Spinoza is the man intoxicated with God, and Hegel arguing, quote, the fact is that Spinoza is a made testing point in modern philosophy, so that it may be said, really, you're either a Spinozist or you're not a philosopher at all. Of course, Spinoza, for Hegel, is just the starting point for philosophy, and not its culmination. The culmination would be Hegel. Of course, it would be Hegel. Nietzsche even declared in 1881, I have a forerunner, and what a forerunner, referring to Spinoza's focus on pure joy, such that, quote, as Spinoza would write, a free person thinks least of all of death, and his wisdom is a meditation not on death, but on life. For Nietzsche, Spinoza was a philosopher whose liberation from dogmatic theology, this in some ways prefigures the famous death of God, described in a book I might remind you called The Joyful Science, allowed Spinoza to uphold the values of life and joy, rather than the servile, sad passions which so dominate Western philosophy and religiosity, according to Nietzsche. This quasi-mystical or just mystical reading of Spinoza has perhaps no greater recent champion than the 20th century French philosopher Gilles Deleuze. For Deleuze, this is a bit and to Nietzsche, Spinozism is a philosophy of radical metaphysical immanence. This, of course, is to be contrasted with nearly 2,000 years of religion and philosophy in which reality, what is said to be truly real, whether it be the divine realm of religion, the realm of the Platonic forms, the Neoplatonic one, or the Gnostic world of light, is thought to be a realm transcendent to abnormality. For Deleuze, Spinoza represents a philosophy committed to a radical ontological immanence, in which reality itself is an expression of an ontology seething with desire and power. Because Spinoza's system rejects ontological transcendence, Deleuze conceives of the Ethics, Spinoza's chief text, as a truly dangerous book to all of Western metaphysics. And in one of his seminars, actually likens the book not only to a magical reward, but the most frightening of all tomes of sorcery. In one of his lectures on his infamously difficult book with Guattari, Anti-Oedipus, he declares that, quote, the true name of the Ethics is the Necronomicon, a reference to that horrid volume and Lovecraftian lore. Yet, this most dangerous book of magic is said to be authored by a kind of savior, a philosophic messiah. In their final work together, What is Philosophy?, Deleuze and Guattari declare, quote, Spinoza is the Christ of philosophers, and the greatest philosophers are hardly more than apostles who distance themselves or draw near to this mystery. We have in Spinoza almost too much to comprehend. From the art rationalist employing the clarity and distinctness of the geometric method to exercise all rings of superstitions from the mind of modernity, to Spinoza the mystic and sorcerer, whose philosophy teems with joy and desire, conjuring away transcendence in favor of a radical metaphysics of immanence. According to his writ of excommunication, he was author of, quote, abominable heresies, and according to his most recent prophet, nothing less than the Christ of the philosophers. But we leave Spinoza in perhaps the most difficult place imaginable, somewhere between heretic and Christ. But as he leaves us at the end of the Ethics, he reminds us, all things excellent are as difficult as they are rare. All the more reason to study a bit of Spinoza's philosophy if you never have, and to give it another read, perhaps seeing it less as a text of philosophy, but perhaps as a grimoire of the power to threaten the very metaphysics of Western philosophy. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy,
and religion.
or at least religious authorities, find themselves in a bit of a bind. On the one hand, religious truths are often touted to be, well, fundamentally true and true for all time. However, on the other hand, what is clear from any sustained analysis of religious ideas is that they change over time for a wide variety of reasons. No religion begins and ends its history without the inner workings and the outer doings of that religion altering considerably. I would be shocked if Jesus or Siddhartha Gautama would even recognize the religions founded in their names. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, depending on what your expectations are, this is also true of the concept of the afterlife. I say surprising because the question of the afterlife is often taken to be among the most fundamental for a religion. Whether that answer is post-mortem bliss or punishment, enlightenment, transformation, unification with the one, reincarnation, or oblivion, religions tend to take a surprisingly dogmatic line on a state we can't logically know that much about. Ibn Rushd, just to take a rather radical historical theologian, held that the literal existence of the afterlife was one of the few doctrines in Islam that could not, under any circumstances, be read metaphorically. That the concept of the afterlife would alter through time is among the most tectonic of religious changes. But that is exactly what happened in the history of the afterlife for those for whom the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament by Christians, is sacred scripture. Rather than finding heaven or hell in that vast library of ancient Israelite texts, we find a very different afterlife there. Sheol. In this episode, we're going to explore this now extinct afterlife, its cultural context, its denizens, and how it came to be replaced by other theories of the afterlife. So, before there was heaven or hell, there was Sheol. I hope you'll join me as I explore the afterlife of an afterlife. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The ancient Near East, like virtually all cultures, was rather taken with the afterlife. From Mesopotamia, we have several different descent to the underworld epics, the most famous of which stars Inanna or Ishtar, visiting her older sister and queen, Ereshkigal, and becoming trapped in the underworld. Only by her husband, Zumit, now enshrined in the Jewish month named Tammuz, and his sister becoming kind of twin alternating hostages, is Inanna able to escape the shadowy citadel of the underworld capital of Afghanistan. The underworld is a dark, distant place associated in the Sumerian mind with the Zagros Mountains to the east, is often called Kum, or just mountain in their mysterious language. It is a kind of shadowy, gloomy reservoir that is in light. Of course, the Egyptian culture also had a terrifically complex afterlife that underwent numerous changes through the eons of that culture's development. From the automatic purification offered by the sands of the desert, to the royal deification and the ascent to the stars provided by the pyramid texts, to the democratization of the afterlife and custom-produced books of coming forth by day, which is also ironically named the Book of the Dead. I say it's ironically named that because it was actually for people who had precisely survived death and to the afterlife. The Egyptians imagined various afterlives and various means by achieving them. But the kingdom once harmed eventually weighed against the feather of cosmic justice on high, and failing to be sufficiently morally pure, one's soul, one's ka, was consumed by the demonic element. Otherwise succeeding, one joined the divine Osiris in the next life. In the glory years prior to the Bronze Age collapse, the people of Canaan told the epic of Naam defeated the watery forces of chaos in the form of the sea on Yam, but also descended to the underworld to engage in battle with Mut or death. Temporarily killed, Baal is resurrected. Here the storm god forever contends with the god of drought, death, and the yearly cycle of the winter rains and the parched earth of the summer. All three of these ancient cultures had complex and evolving conceptions of the afterlife. Thus, it would be unsurprising for you to learn that the afterlife of those most famous Canaanites, the Israelites, is going to reflect, refract, and remix many of their neighbors' concepts into their own concept of the afterlife. Sheol. The word die or death, mavet in various forms in Hebrew, appears to occur exactly 1,000 times in the Hebrew Bible, with the technical name for the afterlife, Sheol, occurring 66 times. These are almost equally distributed in the prophetic works with 21 times, the wisdom works 20 times, the prophetic literature, Sheol appears 17 times, with only a smattering in narrative texts. There it only appears 8 of the 66 times. All these 66 mentions in such a wide range of texts with life and death, divine judgment, legal adherence being central themes, reveals that the afterlife was simply wasn't a major concern of Israelite religious or literary society. Despite this relative unconcern with the afterlife, there is enough data to provide at least a sketch of what the concept of Sheol meant to them. The word almost always appears without a definite article indicating that it was a proper name, though oddly, it never occurs in narrative accounts of deaths, which happen a lot in the Hebrew Bible. Even people killed precisely because of religious failure. We never really see something like, and so-and-so died and they went to Sheol. Further, it's never mentioned in the legal sections of the Bible as a kind of punishment or reward for obeying or disobeying the divine law. Those punishments and rewards are almost always this worldly. They're typically cashed out in terms of life duration, large families, and agricultural success. Finally, the term seems to occur through all the literary periods captured by the Hebrew Bible, and the word only occurs in the Hebrew Bible with one exception. A mention in a letter from the Jewish military colony on Elephantine Island in Upper Egypt. Given that the word Sheol never appears anywhere else, it seems at least reasonable to conclude that it was a uniquely Israelite term for the afterlife. Now, typically with Semitic languages, etymological analysis provides us at least some clue as to what words mean. Unfortunately, this isn't true with the term Sheol. Scholars have provided nearly a dozen possible origins for this term. There's some on the screen now, though there's no scholarly agreement on the meaning of this word. We just don't know what the word Sheol means. As you can see, we have everything from a Hebrew root or shoresh meaning something like to inquire, which seems closest from a phonological point of view, though not really conceptually connected to the underworld, to a possible connection in Akkadian with the god Shumala being and perhaps of Ereshkigal, the name of the dead. And thus Sheol becomes a kind of Hebrew place name for the underworld by association, although that term only occurs twice in the entire human corpus. Sheol was also associated with terms like pit, ditch, and grave. There are 6 instances also where it's described as Abaddon, or destruction. This actually goes on to become the angel of the bottomless pit in the Apocalypse. Jesus of John. Though it's also worth noting that Sheol never gets personified in the Hebrew Bible like evoked in the earlier canonical mythologies. I have to admit that none of these etymologies are terribly satisfying, and that the origin of this word will likely remain mysterious. The term Sheol is also a great example of when a specific theological concern is brought to bear in translation. The Presbyterian R. Laird Harris rejected the idea that Sheol was the destination of all the dead, good and evil, and for theological reasons tied to his Christian faith. Given this, he refused to read the term Sheol as basically anything other than the literal grave that a corpse is put into. In fact, he argued that the ancient Hebrews didn't imagine anything deeper than a really deep grave for some reason, because they never talked about the ocean or anything like that. Regardless, this wouldn't have been a big deal. People have all kinds of, let's call them odd ideas about how to do Bible translation. If he weren't the chairman of the Committee on Bible Translation for the New International Version or the NIV edition of the Bible, probably the second most popular translation of the Bible. So this is a case where one guy's very idiosyncratic read of the Hebrew Bible basically gutted a hugely popular translation of the Bible of an entire Israelite religious concept, and a concept of no less importance than that of the afterlife. It looks like it's going to be an early day for whiskey here at Esoterica. Okay, welcome back. So, what do we know about this place, Sheol? Well, the news isn't good, but it isn't translated away. One is always said to descend to Sheol after death, and unlike other cultures, there are no ancient Israelite stories of heroes descending into Sheol only to escape triumphant. Yes, I know that in Christian mythology, Jesus performs the so-called harrowing of hell, but by then, the fully Israelite concept of Sheol as a kind of afterlife was already in the distant memory. I think it's better to understand the theological work in Jesus' descent within a larger Hellenistic rather than an Israelite alone religious context. Regardless, Sheol is an underworld, properly speaking. It is literally thought to be an underground place and is associated with dirt and darkness, maggots, worms, stillness, and silence. We are told that it is the most distant place from the Israelite God, and that those in Sheol know nothing and can offer no further praise of the divine. Further, it appears that everyone, regardless of moral righteousness or failure, arrives there, and that escape is impossible. While there are three accounts of physical resurrection from the dead in the Hebrew Bible, curiously enough, all three are actually associated with these shamanic prophetic characters of Elijah and his companion Elisha. All three of those resurrections occur shortly after death, and none after the body is entombed. Of course, Elijah and Enoch are both famous for having never died, so they don't have to escape Sheol, but it appears that all that die can't. However, there are a few fleeting references to the Israelite God being able to raise someone out of Sheol if God likes, so this never occurs in any of the texts of the Hebrew Bible. Though it's not a place of punishment, there is some sense that the evil are placed in a more deep or more remote section of Sheol geographically, but this could just be a kind of poetic flourish. We're also told that it is prison-like with gates and bars, and that those there are bound with cords or chains. There's no activity to speak of in Sheol, though sluggish movement seems kind of possible. Those there are described as weak, and inactivity seems to be the norm. In the end, Sheol is a gloomy, cave-like realm of stillness, forgetfulness, silence, and decay. It is the eternal twilight after a death which never quite becomes oblivion. While Sheol represents a kind of post-mortem equality, there is an earlier stratum in Israelite conceptions of the afterlife which more reflects their Canaanite forebears. In the earlier Bronze Age texts from Ugarit, we learn of ghost-like entities called Raphe Uma, although the vocalization of this word isn't quite clear. These entities seem to have been semi-divine ancestor spirits, often previous political leaders and military heroes, who can return from the underworld to celebrate certain festivals, especially the New Year festival, with the living at a communal drinking party called a marzich or a marzeach. We're not again sure of the pronunciation. Curiously enough, their name seems to come from a root meaning something like to heal, though it isn't clear if they're the ones being healed, like being healed of life. Think of Socrates at the end of the Phaedo, or perhaps they did the healing through magical intercession, or it could just mean something completely else we just don't know. It's worth pointing out, however, that ancient Near East medicine was deeply connected to exorcistic rituals to cure various illnesses precisely caused by various kinds of malevolent ghosts. Something of these concepts seems to have survived into Israelite culture, though it appears controversially so. In Hebrew, the Rephaim describe a range of different beings, though they are usually linked to unusual, heroic, or kind of gigantic beings like the literal giants, such as Og of Bashan. In a few places in the Hebrew Bible, the term seems to continue to reflect the more archaic Canaanite sense of the ancient, powerful dead. Though in the 8 times this term occurs to refer to the dead, it never occurs with a definite article. It seems that by that time it's entered into Hebrew and has become a kind of general term for those that exist in Sheol. The drinking party or symposium in honor of and with the dead, the marzich or the marzeach of ancient Canaanite practice, also seems to have continued to be practiced by the Israelites, though seemingly controversially. It's only mentioned twice in the Hebrew Bible and only in the prophets Amos and Jeremiah, and there it's vociferously condemned for various reasons. Likewise, Levitical law forbids self-mutilation on account of the dead. This becomes the general basis for a prohibition on tattooing and later rabbinical jurisprudence. The only person in all of Israelite literature described as having emerged for any time at all from Sheol is the prophet Samuel, who was summoned by the Ba'arat Ov, or the necromancer at Endor, at the behest of the distraught king Saul. As you probably know, his war with the Philistines was going poorly, and God had gone silent in guiding the king, which is to say that the legitimate modes of divination had fallen silent. Out of desperation, he turns to a practice that he actually outlawed, the rousing of the dead to tell the future. Good old-fashioned necromancy. The necromancer, well, here she's a necromantrix. Look, I know it's Greek and not Latin third declension, but I had to do it. Necromantrix is an amazing word. At any rate, she is successful, and Samuel rises out of the earth as an Elohim, or a god, or a divine being. Now, I know that it's weird that the ghost of Samuel would be referred to as an Elohim, but it's worth pointing out that in other ancient Near East texts, these Rephaim, or ghosts, are often described as being Elim, or gods. So it must have been a common idea in that time. Well, God basically appears and confirms that Saul's been abandoned and he's going to die on the battlefield the very next day. Sorry, Saul. If you're curious to to learn more about Israelite magical practices like the Necromantrix or the Ba'alat Ov, check out my episode on that topic in the card above. Now, whether the prophet Samuel's knowledge of the future was because of his former life as a prophet, they kind of sometimes know about the future, or because special knowledge is had by the dead isn't exactly clear. But such necromantic practices long predate this story and are practiced widely in various cultures at various times. It seems to be a kind of metaphysical commonplace that the dead exist and know of temporal events in a way that we don't or simply can't. They seem to know about time or relate to time and the events in time in a way that seems to give them foreknowledge or deep knowledge of the past in a way that we simply don't have. Sheol proved to be the only Israelite concept of the afterlife through the entire period of the composition of the Hebrew Bible. However, following the Babylonian exile and contact with both Persian and Hellenistic cultures, the Israelite Jewish conception of the afterlife underwent massive renovation with the rise of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. In fact, it's precisely during this period that the afterlife is bifurcated into the blissful heavenly ascent, a robust concept of physical resurrection and divine judgment, and, of course, a realm of unending torment such as Gehenna or hell. These all become popular in Judaism and, of course, go on to great fame in Christianity and Islam. Curiously, the afterlife in Judaism would continue to develop with a radically Kabbalistic renovation of the concept starting in the 13th century, and nothing short of reincarnation being introduced and normalized starting in the 16th century. I suspect the afterlife hasn't seen its last renovation. If you're interested in magic, esotericism, or the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics on esotericism. I think you'll find them interesting. Also, if you want to support my work with providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism here on YouTube, I hope that you consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I deeply appreciate your consideration of supporting my work on this channel. This episode wouldn't have been possible without consulting the most exhaustive and up-to-date study of Sheol. That's Philip Johnston's Shades of Sheol. This is a wonderfully careful text and takes in a wide range of sources from the ancient Near East to synthesize as clear a picture as you could get of what Sheol was. As you might imagine, the text can be a little specialized at times, but does really manage to be approachable nonetheless. If you want an all-around academic study of the afterlife from the ancient Near East to the rise of Islam, then make sure to check out Alan Siegel's Life After Death. This massive tome, which is actually really affordable used, covers a profound width and depth of analysis, and Siegel's scholarship is incredibly top-notch. You may actually know him from his study on the so-called Two Powers in Heaven heresy, which is also a really fine work of scholarship on its own. Finally, I would also recommend Richard Steiner's book Disembodied Souls if you're interested in that topic and as it appears in the ancient Near East. While this text is rather technical and it may be a bit inaccessible for the non-specialist, it is a solid work of scholarship, and it also includes the best analysis I've seen of that weird witches catching souls and net basket passages in Ezekiel I've seen. Sorry, that kind of got into the weeds there all of a sudden. Well, until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Sitting right next to with a long bearded guy. We have David over here with his powerful skills, but I don't know, probably doesn't think he should have the right Shabbos. It's no, you can't get used to the voice. You can't get used to it. So the Pikachu guys with the wait, unbelievable. No, seriously, take it in, and don't get used to it. The blue shirt, the white shirt, the green shirt, the cowboy hat, the vibe, it's unbelievable. What is that? A few more pictures from Purim. Oh, we have to decide who gets the first. I think the first prize is obvious. That was the second prize. The potato head was unbelievable. Yeah, I think the whole island voted. We had 17,000 votes for the first prize. It was a lot. But Isaac Weinberg and Moshe Weidel and their son. I don't know who these people are. You tell me favorite Talmidim from the Shabbaton have an amazing Purim Rebbe. I think that kid is trying to dress up like me. And here you have Sahal with MDY. MDY Sahal. Tyler's, that's on the fridge. I don't know, it's on the fridge or something. The picture. My grandchildren in Border Park, he says. Meyer Fishman. The voice that you all saw, I don't know if you all saw, there's Trump. He has a typical ADD, it seems like, in the middle of one of his press conferences, all of a sudden he looked at JD Vance and goes, your socks, they're distracting me. What's up with the socks? So, somebody caught that, what is Tom socks? You know, here, let me tell you.
I have to just speak of it.
I love these socks. What's with these socks?
It's in honor of the king. I'm trying to say
Okay. Those who don't know, the Israelis in the top store. They don't know about the MD White Sox. They don't know about it. So that's even Trump cops. The middle of it could be very distracting. Yeah. I was in we were in Manchester. In Manchester, give me a share then there's a nice treasures. And I looked down and the entire row, we all wearing MD White Sox. So just so I had like 5 guys all wearing MD White Sox. What is this? Shul Berkovich talking about the UK. I don't know if you drink yet. No, they're the Torah before the Megillah, before davening and Purim. Goya, MDY Wives, pick a cookbook. Ayin Khan, if you have any geschmackte recipes they want to send in, trying to chazit the women of MDY. We set the sponsor. Before Shem Shmuel Ben Chana Ethel Yosef Chaim Schwartz, who've been out in the coma by the Grateful Family Anonymous, but that's what we're looking for the guys who's very corner, Mary, the Kiel Nation, and kind of yet who started during Daf Yomi, and he's 70 and continued 30 years to exist, anonymous. To the unity of the Jewish people. Glenn Esterson, with love and gratitude from Wilmington, North Carolina, thank you for enriching my life with Torah. Multi-sponsored, leaders from the Bible, my place, the leaders from Time, that's Yosef, thank you. The other that's Slocha, Bit Parnoso, Yosef, I sorry about Slocha, the rituals of the Gashmis, the mission of the fallen hostages. Aribin Shiri, Kribin Shiri, Shiri, Bat Margit. And also, we're about both Nissim, Ben Shoshana, Leo. And by Actualize. 12 sponsors, Yagam and Soil, Shafted, Trocha, the Hatzlocha, weekly sponsors, Coffee of the Week, this total fourth house, more than vision for a ring order of Yisrael, and Leah Esther Shlito. It reminds me, what we're planning on saying this, but it's 30 days before Pesach. Benny took upon himself to raise at least 10,000 shekels per yoke to the light for Pesach. You're going to give them a package, but it's not so much cash as much as some cash, but suit, hat, vacuum cleaner, meat, fish, 10,000 shekels. We have most of it. If anybody wants to be mishtatet, what? Yeah. It's going to be a gift for the wife, the benefit. It's going to be a gift for the wife. It's going to be a gift for the kids. It's a serious package. If anybody wants to be mishtatet, you know where to reach us. Daily sponsors: Gidon and Rivka, Jaffa, Aliyah Tashoma, Lisa, Mariana, Aviva, Pat, Zeev, and Akiva Star Simon getting closer to the first Daf Yomi Sep. Thanks to the amazing Rebbe Yeshua Koyach Akiva Star. And we have MDY Kids locally, innovation. Official opponent Akiva, Risky, and Mrs. Stefanski Yeshua Koyach. Art of the month is Mushlema 4th. Yehonatan Eitan Ben Basheva Bracha, a young guy from our community. He's only 48, maybe. 48. And he needs the full Shlema Bakara for his sports, for his Ellie and the whole NY staff. Continue to make players from so many. Bernard Joseph Klein and Mark Ashkenazi for all the work they do. The boys side, today, we have a school to start. He was Paris Taylor. Taylor is a very famous player because it's all I got with I don't think there's a single place this in 23 dots. It goes all the way to the end of the sector. We're going to start at 2. I mentioned that according to Halakha, it's supposed to be the second to last cleric. It seems like from Rafi all of a sudden. I'm probably going to forget this stuff, so I'm doing good from Rafi. It's meant to be there. Alpha, and it's Gishmat. It's all stories in a Gauta. And before we get there, we have to do the sugi over here on that page test. Almost the base. Hold around about 6 lines from the bottom. Novi Shivia. This kilo. We have a Hoikis. What is Novi? Novi's such a popular person.
EA and get 10% off your first order. That's KACHAVA.com/Tony. Hey y'all, you don't have to be an athlete to need extra hydration throughout the day. Liquid IV has you covered with 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients for everyday wellness. No matter what you're up to, Liquid IV will keep you hydrated. Liquid IV hydrates twice as fast as regular water alone. We use it all the time. I love it. I absolutely need it after hot yoga, after a hot day on the golf course, or just any normal activity. It makes me feel good, right, man?
Liquid IV is now available in 3 sugar-free flavors: white peach, my favorite is green grape, and lemon lime, with no artificial sweeteners in it. You get amazing flavor without that gross, bitter aftertaste. It's gluten-free, it's dairy-free, soy-free, and has no GMOs. Liquid IV is an amazing addition to your hydration routine.
Grab your Liquid IV hydration multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use code TONY at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code TONY at liquidiv.com. Hey y'all, with the changing of the seasons, it's time to change up the way you cook. Let go of meal planning, shopping, and food prep, and let HelloFresh take the reins. They send fresh ingredients with easy recipes right to your door, so cooking is a total breeze. With 40 recipes and over 100 add-on items to choose from each week, there's always something new to love. And right now, you can even snag their fall flavors line and get appetizers like barbecue pulled pork nachos. Delicious. Red Band.
If you're counting calories or following a specific meal plan, it can be hard to find meals that fit your guidelines, but HelloFresh makes it easy with vegetarian, family-friendly, and fit wholesome options.
Yum. Go to HelloFresh.com/50KTShow and use code 50KTShow for 50% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/50KTShow and use code 50KTShow for 50% off and free shipping. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Man, Manscaped has leveled up, and so should you. They've launched the 5th generation performance package featuring the all-new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. When you're going for a close shave below the belt, you want the best of the best, or else you're going to cut your nuggets. This new trimmer features 2 interchangeable blade heads with 3 length-setting combs and waterproofing. You can get any look, anywhere. Perhaps you're into a mohawk for your weenie, or as I call it, a brohawk. Red Band.
You know, I used to just pull out my pubes, but no more. The Performance Package 5.0 also features that new Weed Whacker 2.0 ear and nose hair trimmer, Crop Preserver ball deodorant, Crop Soother toner, and 2 free gifts.
Let me see what you're working with there. Beautiful. Get 20% off plus free shipping with code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. You know, can I just say, going to concerts is amazing, but buying a ticket is frustrating. It's expensive, and you have to plan so far in advance. Stop the stress with Game Time. It's the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, theater, and comedy near you. They have killer deals on last-minute tickets and the best price guarantee, so you can stop stressing and start getting excited for all the fun you'll have. I absolutely love it. You know, with the Game Time guarantee and all the other fun stuff, I just went and saw, you'll never believe who. You want to know who I saw?
Who did you see?
You want to know? Who? I saw Guns N' Roses.
What?
Red Band.
Game Time will credit you also 110% of the difference if you find a ticket somewhere else in the same section and row for less. Talk about a good deal.
That is the Game Time guarantee. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code KILLTONY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code KILLTONY for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? This feels like a good crowd in here. How many of you are real fans of the show? And you probably know, sometimes, I book every single episode of the show myself, and I try to think of what did we do the week before, what did we do 2 weeks before, where are we going, what have we done, and on top of having some of the most famous featured Netflix new special comedians, sometimes I like featuring and showing you guys the style of the future and the present. This is a very special one. If you guys are really fans of the show, I think you're going to be tremendously excited. I always know when it's going to be a really funny episode. The one airing tonight, for example, Dr. Phil, played by Adam Ray and Sam Talent. I warned people for weeks, that's an episode you're not going to want to miss. I spent 80% of the episode here laughing while trying to host the show at the same time. This is one of those episodes that I think is going to be a thing of legends. I could be wrong, who fucking knows, but I very rarely am wrong. This is the central core of what I believe is the future of Kiltony. Their first time ever as panelists. You're watching history. This is what we would call a Jackie Robinson-like moment. As I present to you your guests for this evening, their first time sitting on panel of Kill Tony, their first time not doing a minute, and instead sitting here. Make some noise for Cam Patterson and David Shaw. Oh my God! Oh shit! We're spending the whole night together. Can you people give me a gang violence? Oh shit, Tyler Perry presents Kill Tony. This is unbelievable. Red Band, we are outnumbered on this stage right now. I don't know if you noticed that or not. This is a first. This is, oh shit, you're right. 5 on 3 and whatever the fuck Paul Beamer is. What are you? I didn't know that. Yeah, you're fired. I fucking love it. Welcome, gentlemen.
Yeah, we outside, nigga.
I'm fucking happy to get a little more juice on these microphones if we can. How about a hand for Kino in the back? He's deep in the darkness. He never gets the respect he deserves back there. One of the true necessities of the show. Fun fact about him, came over one of the must-hires we demanded from Vulcan Gas Company. He's been working sound on the show forever. Love you, Kino. He's back there. And here we are. Black and Milds are lit. Black and Mild, and I do believe we're about to get black and wild.
We gotta fucking bet it.
We're definitely going to be black, that's for sure. This episode is brought to you by Yoo-Hoo Chocolate Drink.
And we eat it.
Yeah, no, I know. I already tucked my wallet deep into my pocket.
And I already took his.
Hell yeah, I was reaching for it too. I was reaching for it right when you said it. Oh, I fucking love it. We're gonna have a lot of fun here. You guys are legends on the show. You know how it works. Everybody gets a minute. Over 177 human beings signed up for the chance to perhaps get pulled out of this bucket. What the fuck is that black string in there? What is that? Oh, it's connected to the Undertaker. One fell out? Oh, okay. Grab it. We'll make that be the first one. Why not? Oh, one fell out there too. Sweet. That'll be it. So we pre-pulled a name. There's a big bar next door with literally 177 people in it, and whoever signed up in the room is in addition to that 177. So that name goes over there. We pull that person out, and they will be waiting behind the stage. And you know how it works. When I pull a name out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time's up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. Means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear, which just interrupts them. And then I interview them. We find out more about them, potentially what else they could talk about, what makes them interesting, and they get to talk to my esteemed panel of uneducated comedians.
I went to college for a year and a half.
You did?
And I read real good, nigga.
What college did you go to?
I went to Florida A&M University. It's a black school.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I ain't finished that shit. Don't clap, motherfucker. What y'all clapping for? My mama mad as hell still.
We know you didn't finish. You said it was a black school. A year and a half, that basically made you a fucking legend there. They probably had statues.
My mama was proud. She was proud for a little while.
What were you going for?
Computer science, but I found it out. Hey, whoa.
You know you're fucked up when everybody laughs at computer science.
I graduated with a 3.5. I'm smart.
Wait, I just smoked 3.5 on what? Your DUI test? What's happening?
Hey, motherfucker. What you ain't
Why,
saying,
sir?
John? I'm smart a little bit. Just a little bit.
Can't you go to college?
Fuck no. I went to Blessing for a month just to sell weed, and then I had left.
Hell yeah.
That boy can barely read and write, man.
Absolutely, man. My man, reading right. Well, while they go grab that comedian from next door, we do have a comedian to go on first. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy starts every single episode of the show. A legend. You know the whole story. I mean, ups and downs and highs and lows and everything in between. Headlining all around the country, selling out, crushing, having fans come back for more. He's a sensation. He writes a new minute every week. Not easy to do. Getting tonight's show started. You guys know the song at all? Sing it if you know it. Make some noise.
Black and mild, more like black and a child. I think they should introduce a new submission in the UFC where if you can hold down your opponent and pretend to have butt sex with him for 10 seconds, not only do you win the fight, but your opponent now has to retire. Because if you're in a real fight and you get butt fucked, but you still win the fight, no one's gonna remember that you won the fight. No one's gonna remember you got butt fucked, and you're probably gonna have to move. It's been a pretty hot summer. As an Asian, I hate it when the temperature matches my test scores. I prefer Mexican test scores. 70 to 72. Alright, thank you.
Let's camp, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute. Black and Child, let's talk about it. Came on guns a-blazing. Are you calling Cam a child?
It's very youthful and
I appreciate that, my nigga. I just want to say, fuck Rick Diaz, nigga, we're gonna kill him.
yeah.
It's a little inside baseball, but yes, absolutely. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Yes, Rick Diaz challenging him again and again and again, and he finally got it. You are challenging Rick Diaz in the arena, sold out HEB Center, New Year's Eve. One of you will be doing a new minute every single week, and the other will be temporarily at least banned from the show. Have you been thinking about this at all?
Yeah, I've been saving up and thinking about it and just wondering how I'm gonna crush this European with my American might.
Hell yeah, that's right. Hell yeah, fuck that nigga, man. David Jolly.
Hans Kim, I must say, that was a very good. It's very entertaining.
I thought you were eating pussy.
Black people get to do the most racist stuff. What I would give to just, you know what, I'm going to do blackface one day. That'd be a fun episode.
That's a good idea. It's fun.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Let's switch it. Next week, you hosted whiteface, I'll do blackface.
Say your promise.
What?
Say your promise.
No.
I be tingled in a motherfucker.
Hans Kim, I love it. The hot summer, the Asian scores, that all makes sense. That all checks out. Those are good jokes. Rock solid. The UFC butt fuck thing. I mean, I don't know. Where does this come from? What is your writing routine? I guess I probably never asked you that. What's your regimen? Where do you do it? Are you at a desk? Are you at the beach? Are you on a toilet? In the shower? What is it?
I'm usually laying down because I have a neck injury.
What's your neck injury?
Herniated disc.
How did that happen?
Doing a little jujitsu. I'm a bit of a jujitsu era. I'm up to my third stripe on my white belt.
Wow. That's incredible. How often do you do that?
I have stopped doing it 7 years ago.
Camp Patterson. You want war with a black belt, nigga?
You guys usually shoot first.
David Jolly.
I thought you got that neck injury on that big ass head. That nigga got the whole world in his head.
I actually graduated college, so.
That is true. David Jolly is the size of the head of a guy that drops out after a year and a half. You don't have to have a computer science degree to know that you do have a pretty big noggin, though, Hans. It is incredible. So, do you do any exercise at all now? No jiu-jitsu for 7 years, but what's your exercise routine like? These are all questions I feel like I've never asked you before.
As you can tell, I don't exercise too much. I have a kettlebell, 35 pounds, that I do kettlebell swings with. I'm usually in hotels just doing a foam roller just to do a little prehab so I don't injure myself. I have a punching bag. I've punched for Tim Welch, Sugar Sean's trainer, and he said, that's pretty good.
Wow. Your punching bag. What's her name again?
My girlfriend.
I know. Hans, another great minute. Way to get us started again. Anything else I'm missing? Anything you want to talk about?
I made my career off of a desperate, sad comedian that tried to take other comedians down, and on December 31st, I'll do the same at HEB Arena.
Wow. I love it. It's a fucking promo right there. This is what I'm talking about. It's a shame it's already sold out. That would do it. That would push us over the edge. Hans, I fucking love you. I'm so proud of you. Like I said, the jokes like the hot summer Asian test scores, things like that. The fact that you just keep writing in a new minute at this pace, it's incredible. Great stuff. Hans, Kim, everything. Way to get us started. So you see how it goes. That's how it goes when it goes good. And this bucket is filled with people that it doesn't always go that good. But then again, we found everybody that you see up here and Hans and everybody else out of this bucket. So, the future could be next. Or it could be an insane person. Make some noise for your next comedian, Eric D. Swam, everybody. Straight out of the bucket, we're going to meet them all together. Eric Swam. Hey, y'all. Does anybody give me weird compliments? I get weird compliments all the time. Someone told me they like how my voice sounds. Which I think is weird because I feel like I sound like I'm doing an impression of a guy that looks like me on Helium. Yeah, dude, I also got told that someone told me that she likes how my butt tastes. I got a taste an asshole. But she was vegan, so I think she was just protein deficient. I also got told I fuck like a porn star. Was it all the cameras? I don't fucking know. I got this one hurt a little bit. I got off stage. This dude's like, "Hey man, I didn't think you were gonna be funny." I was like, "Dude, that's a terrible way to call a guy handsome." Yeah, I don't even know if I write good jokes, man. Like, I'm just pretty sure I'm pretty enough to make dudes feel a little bit gay. Thank you, that's my time. Okay, Eric D. Swam. Is this your first time on the show, Eric? It is, yeah. Okay, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up? 4 years. 4 years. And how long have you looked like Mario Lopez with Down syndrome? Shit. 4 years. All of it here in Austin? No, I came from Reno, Nevada. Okay, Reno, Nevada. That's where you've been doing it, huh? Yeah. The smallest big city or whatever? Bullshit like that. I mean, you would know. That's what they call it. It's like a really comfortable place. You can drink the water and shit. Is this where you were born and raised? Yeah. Okay. What do you do for a living? I serve sushi out here. Out here? Yeah, I moved to Austin. I was like homeless for a couple weeks. Yeah, so that was fun. So when did you move to Austin exactly? About a month ago. Like 2 weeks of 100-degree weather. And you were homeless for a couple weeks. Tell us about that. Before you moved here, you didn't look for a place or anything? Oh, no, I did. I thought I had a job, too. But I got out here and didn't communicate. So, what do you mean? I showed up to the pizza place that I was working at in Reno. It was like corporate. And showed up to the door and they're like, "We don't have a job for you." And yeah, I just got fucked over that way. So yeah, so bad planning is really what it was. Okay, and how about the living situation? Why was that? Yeah, just same deal. Like, didn't communicate with the guys. Like, we rented the place out while you weren't. So I got down here and that was the same deal. Yeah. When you say you didn't communicate with the people, like, does that mean that you confirmed at one point that you had a job in a place and then you just didn't follow up? I think that's really what happened. Yeah, I just expected that they remembered me. Okay. Are you on drugs? Constantly, yeah. Marijuana. Just marijuana, yeah. Right, but lots of it. Yeah. Enough to not communicate with both home and work.
Yeah. I was expecting to be homeless, I guess, to be honest. Yeah.
So it sounds like you were going to be what? Serving pizzas, selling pizzas, serving pizzas, and now you're serving sushi.
Yeah.
How did that happen? That sounds like a lucky upgrade.
Oh, a lot of Indeed. I saw the sign and then downtown, like they probably rule at getting people jobs out here.
Okay. So what's your Camp Patterson? What's going on here? Hey, this nigga boring as fuck, dog. I know. I'm telling you, I try with these people. Sometimes you have no idea how hard this job is. 10 years and 4 months doing it every single week, and someone like this comes in. Yeah, rain on a matter. That's what they say.
I didn't communicate properly.
David Jolly.
You must have wrote that shit in the car. What's
That was your set. You wrote it in the car.
No. Yeah.
Well, you've been doing that for a
Tested
while.
that for a little while. Yeah.
Well, you tested it in a
Crack houses. Very popular in crack houses. Yeah.
Man, that was a bad decision, bro. You should have brought it better.
Right. Real people show up to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. That's what you gotta kind of plan for is real people. So tell us something interesting about you. We have you right now as one of the most boring people in the show's history. Probably one of the most interesting people in Reno, I bet. You're probably the fucking Dave Chappelle of Reno.
No. I was just the most handsome guy out there, but
Why do you keep on saying that? Sorry, you're not. Do you know that you're not good looking? You're as good looking as you are funny. Which ain't much. David Jolly.
Hey, you the most handsome motherfucker with Down syndrome I ever seen in my goddamn life. I ain't gonna lie, you got that one, bro.
It's true. You have like a sloth-like head shape. Do you have cauliflower ear a little bit? You used to wrestle?
jiu-jitsu, yeah.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a friend, Hans Kim, that would beat the shit out of you. What kind of belt do you have?
That's a purple one.
Purple one, like my panel's favorite drink. You're making my friends thirsty. Stop talking about purple. Tell us the most interesting thing about you, Eric, because right now we're struggling for fucking anything right now. The fun fact about your life, something that makes you different.
So my ex, her and I broke up to do comedy in different cities. Like she moved to LA because she's a dumb bitch. Yeah, I moved out to Austin because like Texas, I'm racist and gay. But I know, sorry, but my ex.
Here we go. I gave you a wide open fucking. You could have just taken the ball and ran in any direction. You just called a girl a bitch and you called yourself gay for the 4th time in fucking 5 minutes.
She actually has your number. She knew you from the Comedy Store, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess you used to call her out by name, and I didn't know, you seem to remember people really well.
I don't understand what you're talking about. What is going on? What do you mean?
I just thought that was interesting, that I was dating someone that was talking to you to the point where she, like, what? Number? Alright, yeah.
Are you sure she had my number? Are you positive of this?
No, but I thought that'd be a fun.
That sounds more like everything else about you.
Yeah, she was pretty convinced that you gave her your real number. Like you'd leave the bathroom and be like, hey Fiona.
Wait, what? What'd you just say? I'd leave the bathroom and
you'd see her leaving like the bathroom and greet her, like you actually knew her. She's funny.
I would see her. I can't understand what you're physically saying. Take a breath.
Okay.
So I would see her leaving the bathroom of the Comedy Store?
You would be walking out of the bathroom. She'd be with a group of comedians, and you would be like,
She's a comedian.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Now, so this is starting to make sense.
Right.
Okay.
So
She was a comedian in LA for how long?
7 years.
Right. I was a comedian in LA for 15 years.
Yeah.
You see. So you say, like,
Oh, I just thought you tend to remember people, I've noticed.
I don't know her name, and it sounds like you guys broke up. I don't think you should be talking about this right now.
I
think everything you've done up here has been a massive failure. Am I friends with her?
No, it's just, I thought it would be an interesting story, and I was wrong.
Well, you've been wrong about a lot here, Eric A. Swamp. So I'm not friends with her, but she thinks she has my number.
Yeah, the whole idea was that she could text you or whatever, as soon as to say,
Why would she text? What was the idea of her texting me?
I don't, the more you ask, the less I know.
You fucking suck, dude. In like every way. What do you think's gonna happen here in Austin for you?
Oh, shit,
Not a goddamn thing, says Daniel Watson. And that's the third string drummer of Kill Tony telling you that. No, put the sticks down, man. You just got roasted by our fucking Zach Wilson. What's his name at the Jets? Zach Wilson. It takes 2 quarterbacks being injured for Daniel to even. All right. Okay. Okie dokie. So, Eric D. Swamp, everything here was a failure. Your set, your interview, we tried to get anything out of you whatsoever. It seems like you have anger issues, confidence issues, and a bad sense of humor. You make bad decisions in every single way possible. You could have done almost anything tonight and been funnier. It's incredible how unfunny you were. I feel like if we tried to do this 5 to 10 more times, we couldn't even reenact how unfunny you were tonight. It's an absolute anomaly, and I do this every week, and you've amazed me here tonight. You will not walk with any size joke book. There he goes, Eric D. Swamp. No joke monster, no joke book. If you don't have a decent minute and you contribute nothing to the interview, you leave with nothing. And millions of people get to watch that happen. Pull another name out of the bucket, anything can happen. This looks like a good name. I've been doing this a long time, and I know when it's a good name. Might be funny, might be completely insane, but I know for a fact it's going to be better than Eric D. Swamp, whose girlfriend I probably fucked at some point. Make some noise for your fist. Probably fucked her a lot better than he ever did to. Make some noise for your next comedian, Mr. Mars Martian, everybody. Mr. Mars Martian. Oh shit, here we go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Mr. Mars Martian. Make some noise for him one more time. Come on.
Holy fucking cowbunga, nigga. We did it. Here we are. So, my internal dialogue is fucked up, and that's not fun. You know what I mean? I'll be standing in the mirror like, snap out of it, you fucking nitwit idiot bitch. You understand? Cut the dog shit, clown. I got this Xbox Live lobby in my frontal lobe, and I can't stop the chatter. I just casually roast myself into oblivion. Yeah, make myself feel bad. You know what I mean? Hurt my own feelings. Yeah. I talk shit till I cry. I talk shit in the mirror till I cry. You know what I mean? I'm a fucking bully. Yeah. My internal dialogue is fucked up, but I don't believe in therapy. Yeah, these soy boys out here getting pussy boy therapy. What the fuck I look like? Ain't no pussy boy. All soy. I see we got a bunch of fucking, never mind. It's all good. You turn my Audi into a fucking upper eenie doctor? Like, what are we doing here? You understand? I don't know. That's a lot of fun. Anyway, I don't have anything against any soy boy, pussy boys. I just want to put that out there. Yeah. That's enough. That's enough.
That is indeed enough. Mr. Mars Martian. Holy shit. Where do I even begin with you? 1,000 times better than the last comedian. And still god awful at the same time. How long have you been doing stand-up, Mr. Mars Martian? If that really is your name.
It's the Mr. Mars Martian. About 6 months straight, non-stop. Yeah, having fun.
6 months straight, non-stop, having fun. I like it. Absolutely. Has anyone ever told you that you look like the bloated corpse of the current White House press secretary?
That's a first. But I do know I look like every lookalike that's ever looking like this motherfucker, so yeah.
Right. You look like if the weekend never took a weekend off. Whoa, is that a Vince McMahon shirt you're wearing? I fucking love that. That's
Yeah,
cool
from
as
the,
fuck. D-Max 7, nothing to do with this. You can't even see you, and yet you've seen enough. Hey, Mr. Mars Martian, where do we begin with this guy, David Jolly?
I don't know what the fuck just happened. That nigga ass to the soul.
Camp
I've
Patterson.
known Mars about 4 months now, and I don't know if he can say nigga yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he is, but I don't know if it's a nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I want to talk real bad about him. I think he's gonna kill me in my sleep, so I'm just gonna stop talking.
It's a new breed. It's the cowabunga, nigga. It's the new style.
That's not a real thing, nigga. I know that you can't make up styles of nigga, bro.
Cowabunga.
Niggas don't say cowabunga.
Cowabunga, nigga.
What is it? What are you, a Teenage Mutant?
Nigga turtle.
Gang violence. Organized crime right there. And knows when I point at him, it can only mean one word and one word only. That's funny. Teenage Mutant Edward Turtle. That's what I would see. It's not as funny. Okay, so let's talk about it. 6 months in the game, non-stop, or 4 months? What'd you say?
6 months.
6 months. What do you do for work exactly?
I used to automate data centers.
What does that mean?
Until banks started collapsing, I used to automate data centers for a bank. I used to be a software engineer.
Okay.
Yeah.
The blackest thing about you is that I didn't understand a word you just said. So what? Something data centers?
I used to do software automation.
Okay. All right. That's like a 9 to 5 type of job.
Yeah, corporate gig, yeah.
Okay. Do you use a pillow at night, or do you just lay your head down on that chair? It seems like it would be really soft and nice. Like, it seems like it would be pretty cool. I bet you do have a pillow. I'm gonna move on. What do you like to do for fun, Mr. Mars Martian?
Anything creative, make music, make jokes.
What kind of music do you make?
Oh boy, it's like jazz, kind of death metal, slam type of shit.
Jazz, death metal, slam. That is a wide range, my friend.
He just keep making shit up, dog. He just making shit up all the time. I do real jazz, just small shit. Nigga, you know what I'm talking about? You know that shit, go.
Yeah.
David Jolly.
I love to hear that shit.
Well, I got news for you.
I would love to hear that
So,
shit.
Mr. Mars Martian, what do you do? You sing? What do? You play an instrument?
I got keys, I got drum pads, I got several guitars, different tunings, and all that type of shit.
Sing?
I'd rather not play the bingo and be forced to sing and dance all of a sudden type of deal. I can
You
sing, I
made it
can
an ant dance thing. You made it an ant dance thing. What do you think? I got tap shoes in your size or something like that? Bring them out.
I got wrestling shoes on, yeah.
Okay, so you'd rather not sing. You can't really. You named a bunch of instruments that aren't on the stage all at once. You didn't really say drums. You said drum pad.
Drum pad, yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, it's a little not drums. Okay, what are you best at? What's the thing that you're best at in this world, Mr. Mars Martian?
Shit.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
I'm queer. I'll just be myself. Who could be me better than me? That's it.
Okay, what's your love life like?
I have a very fulfilling 7-year relationship that's over now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did that end?
A couple years ago, about 2 years ago, yeah.
2 years.
Kill that bitch.
Killed her and took her hair. You can't weave me. So it ended 2 years ago. Have you moved on?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So what's your love life like now?
Right now, I'm just pursuing of the arts. I'm trying to be fulfilled by being creative, being myself, just trying to get as much. Look, I ain't paying no more. Yeah, that's what you want.
Hey, that mean he beat that dick with 2 hands, boy. I know that bitch got a goddamn burn mark on it.
He looks in the mirror and just squints his eyes. Like, oh, look at that hot bitch. My goodness gracious. So, like, the last girl you were with, what was that like? Was that
Talking about comics, right? Not talking about
Whoopi Goldberg? Comics?
Yeah, you can have never mind.
What?
Yeah, I have no.
So the last guy's girlfriend, too? So it was a comedian? Yeah, how'd that go? Describe it to us.
I was just you trying to keep it a one-night stand type of deal. We're emotionally unstable. You can't, you know what I mean? It's not a pursuing thing. It's just a horny thing in the moment. That's all.
So what happened? You did an open mic, then what happens? You get off stage, then what happens? No one knows who it is. You can literally talk about this right now. You're in an interview on a live podcast.
I'm a more of a real life interaction type of person, so I prefer to stay out of the DMs and the swiping and all that stuff. So yeah, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So yeah.
So what happened? You do an open mic, you get off stage, you go up to her, she comes up to you, what happens?
Oh, I mean,
did anything really happen? You making this up?
I'm trying to be discreet.
I don't want to talk about it because he killed her. She's dead. She's no longer alive.
I don't know if you saw his set, but he is far from killing this fucking guy. I'm gonna keep you on the spot here. So you're at an open mic, right? She's there, right? Or is it online? What happened?
So we get a lot of people, we get a lot of transients in and out of town all the time. A lot of people from other states come here.
Yeah. Over here. Stop looking out into absolute strangers' eyes.
It's always a fresh pool of comedians in and out of town.
Okay, so then what happened? You better start answering the fucking question.
Alright, so, I mean, they were staying at a place that was only 2 blocks up. They lured me back to the den with mushrooms. We did mushrooms. We hung out, we hit a bar lights, but then they had the place to go back to, and so that's where we went type of deal. I mean, what do you want?
Jolly.
Oh, that bitch dead. She dead.
Okay, alright, got it.
That whole dead. She dead as fuck, dog. You ain't getting right the street nigga too, I'm telling you, man. Look at his eyes.
Some mushrooms, she had a place to go back to. What's your living situation?
I live out, dogs myself. I live out by Mansfield Dam, kind of far, like 30 minutes from here.
I didn't ask exactly where. I mean, like, do you have roommates? Do you live by yourself?
I'm a homeowner in Austin, Texas.
A homeowner? How were you able to do that?
I used to be a software engineer for a Fortune 100.
Okay. And you saved up your money, bought real estate.
Yeah.
And see, that's an interesting fun fact about you. That's actually fucking shocking. And you're a homeowner. I mean, incredible. What are we talking about? 1 bedroom, 1 bath? What do we got?
I don't know. It's on an acre by the lake. It's kind of cool.
You don't know how many bedrooms?
How many bedrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, I got 2. You got 2 bedrooms. I got 2 bedrooms.
Jesus Christ. What are they serving up at this bar? They're keeping everybody out. Oh my God. Fucking wild. Okay, Mr. Mars Martian. Anything else? Any other special skills or talents or anything we should know about you?
I've been in Austin for like 6 years. I'm originally from Compton, California.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, there's a few fans of Compton here. The majority of them being at the table with me. What do you think about the fact that they just finally arrested Tupac's murderer?
So he's the last one of 4 that were still, everybody else is dead except for him. It's kind of one of those double jeopardy kind of deals, I guess you could say. Yeah.
Yeah. He killed Tupac too. This nigga's a murderer, dog. I don't think I get it.
Mr. Mars Martian, I got good news for you. You're walking out of here with a small Kill Tony joke book. Got it? There you go. Boom. There he goes. Mr. Mars Martian. This is a fun episode so far. You're getting to find out the strength of the bucket here tonight. It's pretty wild. I'm pretty sure any of you could do better than the people that have been doing this for months. It's kind of wild. Pretty crazy. They overthink it. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Jesus. All right, yes. D-Madness is back, everybody. Big pops for the return of D-Madness. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We're going to keep it moving along. Make some noise for your next comedian straight out of the bucket. This is definitely a new name. Make some noise for Gexy or Jesse or Jetsy. G-E-G-S-I. Gexy. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Make some noise for Gexy, everybody.
Hey, I'm Cassie. Now take. So this is my first time in Austin, actually. I came from the Seattles, flew in here to attend my cousin's wedding, and I think they're gonna be really furious when they know that I'm here instead of writing my vows. Anyways, in unrelated news, I was trying out yoga this morning. And it's not that I'm bad at it, it's just that whenever I do it, I kind of feel like a poser. But it's all good because I'm a pretty good guy and stuff, except for I used to be super addicted to showering, but I'm clean now. And I also can like grab and stuff, so. Hey Tony, I think that your jokes are cool, and you're real and not a phony, and if I was...
There you go. The West Hollywood Bear, that's Jesse, everybody. Hell yeah. Hi, Jesse.
Hey Tony.
How are you? The best set of the night out of the bucket pulls. Incredible. Incredible. Absolutely unbelievable performance. Great. Jesse, how long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my second time ever.
Really? Wow. That is incredible.
I'm actually here with the bachelor crew, so we kind of all signed up.
Really? So it's like a bachelor party from Seattle. Your friend's really getting married?
He's really getting married, I hope.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of letting it rip. But,
Jesus, finally, somebody with anything up here. My God. See, everybody else just tries to be cool. They don't realize that to be cool, you have to be funny first and then cool second. Everybody's trying to fucking... This ain't cool at all. It's funny, though. And by being funny, it's cool. So it is cool. See what I'm saying? You look like you have cancer. I gotta get that out of the way. I gotta knock that out. But you don't, right?
I don't think so.
Right. We're gonna get you checked out. We're gonna get you an IV trip from the great people over at Connect Mobile Health.
I'd be down to get checked out. I'm also single.
Whoa, hell yeah. Absolutely. Do you have kids?
I don't have kids.
How'd you get those dad jokes, though? Like, those jokes were really cheesy as hell. Like, did you write them or did you read them off, like, Laffy Taffy or something like that?
I don't eat Laffy Taffies, but I didn't necessarily write them. I just thought of them. And that's kind of how I did it.
Which one was the one that offended you?
They were just really cheesy.
Which one was the cheesiest?
All of them. Every single one.
The one about the coming in from Seattle and write the vows, that was cheesy?
No. The actual jokes.
Right, that got a big laugh. So the yoga one, the poser?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that sounds exactly like a dad joke. You know, like, hey, I did yoga, the posing, or whatever.
writing extraordinaire Brian Redband with his input on the writing of jokes, everybody. Perhaps we can get your input on okay, what?
You don't agree with that?
Not really, no.
Those were hard-hitting jokes.
No, I just think he's obviously a one-liner comedian, and those are different. You can almost say that about any one-liner comedian. You could say Mitch Hedberg did dad jokes, but
Sure, but they're, yeah. But they're,
okay, you know what, Redband? We're just gonna keep moving on with the show. Critiquing the material isn't really your best feature of the show.
all right, I'm wrong, you know.
It's like a
I'm sorry.
play like a rooster sound of something. There you go. Very good. Thank you. Back to the comedy part of the comedy show. Jesse, tell us more about you and your life. How about a hand for the amazing staff here at the mothership? So cool. That staff on planet Earth. Carrie Mitchell picked all these amazing people. We have the best fucking crew here. Shout out to Tracy and Chica and the service. Well, everybody's just amazing here. Tell us more about your actual life, you weird motherfucker.
Well, my actual life is just like this, but a little different. I usually will be climbing trees or like making wedding raps.
Wedding raps? Like raps about a wedding?
At weddings.
You have really good timing and stage presence. Where do you think you get that from? How do you have such an interestingly present sense of humor?
Timing. Well, one time my friend told me that when I swing my golf club that I have pretty good tempo.
Yes,
And
that's
so
a big deal in golf.
I think my golfing translates to here.
Absolutely. It absolutely does. I agree with that. So, a wedding rap. Can you give us an example of what a wedding rap sounds like? If my good friend gave you a beat, the great Daniel Watson, here we go. Make sure you really enunciate into that microphone, okay, so I can hear you.
Right.
Because once the band starts playing, it gets a little loud. So go ahead. We want to hear you rap. Here we go.
We had to come to the wedding. I hope everyone's ready. Hope you brought your confetti. Cause the party's going on and I'm making up this song. Cause we're getting married and also taking rips from bombs. It's a fun wedding, right? Cause it's a fun wedding where crazy silly stuff happens. Like a guy who I think has cancer is rapping. I want to send one to the cool bros and the cool girls and the ones who like cool flows. Cause every time that the cool's in the room, cool knows. And I think you see that with your cool hose. You got it?
Yeah, absolutely. Unbelievable, Jesse. I mean, can you believe this fucking guy? We got a white rapper.
Hey, he good too, but this is the first time in show history I would have 3 serial killers in a fucking row. That's magical. That been wrong though, Jesse. Yeah, that been wrong. You like you were turned as a child, you know what I mean?
No cereal box was safe. Or dad jokes.
Absolutely. The mentioning of serial killers on the show has been prolific this episode. If you were going to murder somebody, how would you do it?
I made a video about this already. Okay, so I think what I would probably do is leave them in a room with a mouse, and then that way they have to fight to see who survives, and whoever I'm killing, I think wouldn't be the type of person that would want to kill a mouse, and so it would just go the other way.
Fuck yeah. Jesse, I absolutely love your style. I cannot bring myself to believe that this is only your second time on stage. You're being serious?
I'm being serious. I tried it once, and I thought maybe I could do this again, you know? And then next thing you know, I made it to the big deals, big stages.
Yeah, you did. And you did very good at the big deals. You're leaving with a big belt on you, Joe. You're leaving with a gel blaster. Give him the biggest gel blaster we got back there. Holy shit. What is this? It's a choke book. You can write in it. You can write raps. You can write whatever you want in it. You can write your manifesto in there. Anything you want. Absolutely.
I really like that. Maybe that'll help with my jokes to be less corny.
Don't take red bands. Critique. Not exactly fucking Mark Twain over here. We're doing.
But anyways, you know, maybe being corny is a part of my thing. So either way, I just went with it, and I loved your guys' vibes.
Yeah.
For real, the sounds that you made, like, really conjured up some feelings in me that just really make me want to get after life, and I hope that other people feel that too, you know?
I quite like this vibe. You know what? I think we found the new host of Blues Clues, everybody. I'm going to talk to the people over at Nickelodeon. We're going to get Jesse a job at Blues Clues. How about one more time for the great Jesse, everybody? A man who will not take leave for an answer. I don't believe he's ever going to go. There he goes, everybody, Jesse. I believe he's waiting to get teleported to some other place. Are we having fun out there, huh? Well, I got news for you. The regular that usually goes up in the middle of the show is sitting right here having a blast with me. So, in his place, we do have a returning golden ticket winner. This guy won his golden ticket a long time ago in the middle of North Carolina on the road, at least half a decade ago. Maybe DC. He also is from North Carolina or something like that. Doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? The point is, he's very, very funny. He's here with another new minute. Makes noise for the return of the great Martin Phillips, everybody. Here we go. Martin Phillips. Legend of the game here in Tony. Brought to you by Sid Mix, Sid Moore, Smoke Blast. One more time for the great Martin Phillips, everybody.
Cool, okay. I read that you got a sex dream about somebody you know. It means you trust that person. So I learned that I trust too many people. Trustworthy. I don't really make hands. Try to use my hands. They're dull, they're piano hands. I don't know how to play a piano. However, my hand jobs are ridiculous. It's as elegant as a piano. And I only play at forte, you know? You should see my double porcento. Anyway, I live here in Texas. It's hot as fuck. But people say it's a dry heat, you know? But you know what else there is than humidity? The fucking sun. Doesn't matter.
Fuck yeah. Martin Phillips. That is how you do it. Boom, 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 boom. That is the difference between a golden ticket winner and a bucket pull. That was fantastic. Indeed, I must agree with my panel. We are on a run. I do believe this is 4 serial killers in a row.
This is my crowd.
Yeah,
People here tonight.
absolutely. I feel
This is going for a reason.
I feel like you would leave the most evidence out of all of the records of the serial killers. There's some sideways footprints leading back to
Everybody you trying to kill, get away, nigga. They all make it all safely.
Martin Phillips, thriving here in Austin, Texas. Did you? Oh, you don't want some Black and Mild?
I did it for the show,
Oh,
guys.
I love it. Absolutely.
Goddamn
Martin, so you moved here to Austin, right?
Down St. Louis, South Austin, represent.
Absolutely. Absolutely. David Jolly.
Hey, when you was swinging your damn arms around, I thought you were gonna hit me with one of them motherfuckers. It's a battle hurt. It's a hurt. Yeah, I was. Watch yourself. That's like in the pocket. I ain't got no insurance, motherfucker. You were just swinging them, bitch. You were going crazy with that little bitch. You know what I mean? Hey, that's the best thing ever, nigga.
If I were to put David Jolly and Martin Phillips like next to each other and ask you guys which one went to college for computer science, I do believe 0 people would get it correct. This is an unbelievable anomaly. Martin Phillips. So, remind us all, how do you make a living exactly?
I'm a substitute teacher.
Oh, wow, okay.
Down here, yeah, I've been a career-long substitute teacher, so
I love it.
yeah, so
I love it. So you strategically are only a substitute teacher, so you only teach when another teacher can't make it.
yeah, but like it's
Do you push the cart with the TV in yourself, or do you use that as like a walker?
both.
Right.
Everyone says that, but it's not 1995, okay?
Right.
They have projectors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they upgraded. You know, those schools. I guess depends on what district you're in.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Indeed, the Philadelphia School District does not have any projectors or televisions left right now. They have been looted, everybody. They're looking for certain types of people to get them done.
We don't live in Philly, nigga.
That's why you got away with it.
But I never took that shit, nigga. If I was seeing you in substitute teaching when I was in high school, Wild had a field day with your ass. Wild had a oh, this nigga retarded. Hell yeah. Have a good day, bitch. We can do hey, nigga, do what you want.
Do you have that issue? Do you have
No,
that?
there are certain schools I don't go to.
Yes, Martin Phillips. I love it, David Jolly.
How many fights you broke up? One time, there was a fight in the boys' bathroom, and there was a teacher who came in, so we need a male to go in there break up the fight. And I was the only male. Looking behind my shoulder, like, so I'm a complete pussy. So I don't fight, I don't break up. And I thought if I broke it up, they would start kicking my ass. Yeah, I love you, boy. You a good dude, man. You all right with me, boy?
God, you are a funny motherfucker, Martin Phillips. This is great. This is great. So when the kids misbehave, is there something? Do you have something loaded up that you say, or do you try to regain control? That's why I know. Usually, you know it's gonna be a bad class. In the office is like, here's our number. Call us. Anything happens. And sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm gonna call the number. But I don't want to call the number. And then call my fucking boss. And then I'm like, oh fuck, I have to call. Then I call. And don't fucking answer. Sometimes other teachers pick on and they go yell at the class. And it's like, bitch in the corner. It's like, thank you. It's like, thank you, mister. So, I fucking love it.
Hey, what's the worst thing somebody ever told you in class?
Actually, they were pretty nice to me. I don't know what they say behind my back, but to my days, it's all been pretty good. So, it's one time, I didn't know this, but it was a special ed class. And,
Is it every class?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not a student, okay? Seriously, I'm the teacher. What they actually didn't tell me was, they're like, they said, if you have, get a point across right above the board. I didn't think about it. I get there, it was a deaf class. I had no idea. I was talking my head off. Staring at me. I was like, okay. Then the interpreter showed up. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, wait for the bell guy. He said, I was like, no, I never heard that bell.
Martin, you're a fucking stone cold assassin. You might be a substitute teacher, but you are a first string fucking comedian, my friend. I'm so glad that you moved to Austin, Texas, took a fucking chance, gambled on yourself. I think you're exactly right where you belong. And we love you here. Of course, you're a legend in Bill Tony folklore and continue to be. So thank you for being you. Make some noise for the great Martin Phillips, everybody. There he goes. We found him out of the bucket on the road. Can you believe it? The bucket pulls we get here in Austin, the comedy capital of the world. And meanwhile, we found people like that 5 years ago in the middle of nowhere. Another bucket full here for Austin, so we're going to meet another one. Right now, we are on a run of serial killers like never before. Let's see what happens. Make some noise for Carlos Cisneros, everybody. Carlos Cisneros.
Yo, so I got this friend that spends way too much time on the internet, and he swears that we all got AIDS from the COVID-19 vaccine. Well, joke's on him, because I already got that shit back in 2007, bro. The old-fashioned way. Raw dog and horde. At the war. So I like how that dude just fucking cringed a little bit. It makes you feel any better. The hordes were not dead. Some of them may have been underage, though. It only gets worse. But relax. I don't know if you guys are fact checkers. You can't get AIDS from kids, guys. I don't know if that's something you just... Try that in a small town. You thought you were all cool and shit. At least I did. I'm from a small town. Something you don't want to try in a small town? Dating apps. All of them, bro. Everybody's on there. Everybody you know. My mom, my sister. It's my time. My name's Carlos Cisneros. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness. Carlos Cisneros. Oh my goodness. You're not fooling me, dude. You're not fooling me. You were up earlier. You tucked your afro under your bandana. Oh my goodness.
This is real me.
Oh, fuck. This nigga bald as fuck.
This is incredible. So, Carlos, let's talk about it. Do you really have AIDS?
I don't really have AIDS.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I wrote a lot of jokes during the pandemic, and that was the first one that I felt was actually any good. I ran with it.
Okay. All right. Cam?
I want to be heard with these man goes, please stop, nigga.
Sometimes D Madness just can't contain himself. He hates bad comedy more than anybody. Plugs his ears, makes a bunch of noises. Fucking. Yeah. You're doing good. You're doing good. D, you're lucky you're blind. You don't want to see what's going on here right now.
I know.
David Jolly.
I can't believe you came out here on national television and did that bullshit.
Hey, TV's dead, man.
You ain't got no fucking friends, and you should get rid of all them motherfuckers. That shit was terrible. It was real bad.
Carlos, let's talk about it. How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
I did a few months before the pandemic, and then a few months after. No, like 4 months.
A few months before, a few months after. Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a respiratory therapist.
Respiratory therapist. So what exactly does
Do breathing machines at a hospital.
Okay, that's your specialty.
That's my specialty.
How long you been doing that for?
16 years.
Right. So respiratory, and I get the feeling that's not the only sucking and blowing that you do, huh? Are you gay, Carlos?
I'm not.
Really? Oh my God! You just move around and talk like that.
I'm in the club of the Kill Tony.
The what?
The Kill Tony Club.
No, you're not.
Oh, that's my bad. He gave me that stare down too, like, nah.
Okay, so you have a cowboy hat there with a bunch of signatures on it. What is that?
It is I've been traveling to Austin for quite some time, even before the whole Rogan clique moved over here, and I'm a musician, so I've been signatures from the crowd and whoever.
All right, what kind of music do you do? I mean, is it death metal, jazz?
I would say like a Jimi Hendrix, Chili Peppers. Yeah,
You play guitar?
I play guitar.
You sing?
I sing.
You sing and you play guitar?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have AIDS?
And I'm not gay.
You sure you don't have AIDS? You positive?
I'm sure.
Are you better at music than you are at comedy?
I probably am.
You probably...
Most definitely am.
Okay. How long have you been playing music for?
Since 1999.
1999. Matt Mueling, what do you think? You want to hear what this guy can do? Matt Mueling's willing to fucking let it happen. Let's see what happens here. Carlos. Oh yeah, we got a little bit of a... What's going on? We got a lot going on, huh? We got a lot of chords. It's a tight stage. The stage was originally supposed to be custom built around this production, but no one communicated with us when building it, so that was kind of a thing. It was a decision by a little bit of upper management.
Budget cuts.
Yes, not communicate with us. Literally an unlimited budget, but they built it very small. Are you going to be able to do that?
Coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership, here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe! You guys ready for the best fucking night of your lives tonight or what? Fuck yeah! How about a hand for Redman, everybody? We've been doing this a long time now. We're gonna have a lot of fucking fun tonight. A lot of fun stuff. This is Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Gel Blaster, the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Hall Law Firm, Connect Mobile Health, where you use the promo code KILL10, save 10% on an IV drip. You might need it tomorrow. Austin Pools, get a custom-made pool. Fastest pool maker in Austin. CM Smokehouse, Zippix Toothpicks, the great Boneseye, who makes all the joke books and is right now stuffing my first black buck that I hunted during our vacation. Hunted? Yeah, I hunted. Wow. Killed someone out on Kinsel Ranch. NinjaBuses.com, the best fucking buses, tour buses. Yeah, party buses, tour buses. It's what's taken us to the arenas, sold out arenas, December 30th and 31st. Some tickets still available for the 30th. New Year's Eve is sold out. First ever podcast in America to sell out an arena, but who's counting? You know what I mean? Yep. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band? That is indeed the great and powerful Michael Gonzalez on the drums, Matt Mueling on the electric, John Pease on the keys, Paul Deemer on the horns, and the great D Madness on bass. And the great and powerful Terrell Shaheen joining the band tonight. We love it. Monster. We love it when he's joining us. A lot of these, all of these guys are the best musicians in Austin, Texas. You can see them, follow them on social media, and catch them all throughout the week. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now.
The moment right before you go down to the football, or the first moment that
Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Austin, you gotta do better than that. Are you guys ready to start the show? 3 guests tonight. 3 of the best in the world. 3 of my favorites. Make some fucking noise for Giannis Pappas, Ryan Sigler, and Mike Feeney, everybody. Oh yeah. Back to our roots. 3 comedians. 2 New Yorkers. And LA's finest. Ryan Sigler, Mike Feeney, Giannis Pappas. Giannis Pappas of the Giannis Pappas Hour, doing Portland January 11th, Vancouver January 12th, and of course Toronto March 23rd. Giannis, welcome back.
Good to be back. What's up, Austin? How you guys
Giannis just had a wildly successful weekend here at the Comedy Mothership. And this is Mike Feeney's first time at the club. How about a hand for Mike Feeney, everybody? Me, if I didn't smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Good looking boy. How are you, Mike?
I'm great, man. This is exciting. Happy to be back doing the show again.
I love it. I love it. Welcome back. And first time at the Mothership. First time for Ryan, too, right? No. That's right. You had a fucking bad back last time.
This is the first place I performed after I almost died in January. Yeah,
That's right.
it was.
He's alive and well.
Live motherfucking well, y'all.
Mike Feeney's
Kill Tony in
special.
Austin, Texas is the mothership.
Mike Feeney's special comes out Friday. It's available now. If you're watching now, it's at youtube.com/Mike Feeney. Ryan Sigler's special is on YouTube. YouTube/Ryan Sigler, Lefty Son. He also, of course, has the hit podcast Honeydew, which I've had a few of my favorite ever appearances on. I really, thanks to my father, the one gift he gave me were unbelievably ridiculous stories to tell on your podcast. Thank you for abandoning me, Dad. I don't know why I looked up there and he's still alive. That's just sad. And yes, like I said, Mike Feeney's huge new special comes out this Friday, A Night at the Comedy Cellar, where he shot in all 4 rooms, self-produced.
self-directed, self-edited. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. You guys have all done the show before. You know how it works. An absolute buttload of people signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds on this stage. We're only gonna get through fucking hopefully as many as we can. But they get 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy time. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. And then I interview them, and we find out more about them, more stuff that they could possibly talk about. Since it's a little bit of a walk from the bar next door, we are going to pre-select our first bucket pull so that they can get ready and behind the curtain. But first, I think we should start the show with, I think the guy that's the greatest show starter in the history of the show. You guys know anything about the show that you're at? Well, you might know the words. You guys know the words to this guy's intro song? All right, sing it if you know it. Make some noise for On Stem, everybody!
Thank you guys. So there was an eclipse recently. I love eclipses because I don't even have to wear the glasses. My eyes are always in eclipse mode. I just have to side-eye it. Israel is fighting Palestine again. Winner has to fight Russia. Loser has to marry Jada Pinkett Smith. And be backup dancers for Lizzo. Suck that banana, Palestine. Alright, thank you.
There you go, 50 seconds of new material from Hans Kim, getting out 10 seconds early after a 2-week break.
Sorry about that, Tony. I am saving up for the HEB show. It's going to be a great one. Tune in.
Yes, for those of you that don't know, it is indeed happening. The first ever true main event comedy battle in the history of Kill Tony for an already sold out show. It will be Hans Kim versus Golden Ticket winner Rick Diaz, and they have decided they've put it all up on the line. One will be a full-time regular of the show. The other will not
Be a snake in Europe.
Oh my goodness, I absolutely love this. You guys have an internet beef and everything. You guys are promoting this fight better than like Dylan Dennis and Logan Paul did. It's incredible. Update the people if they don't know what's been happening on the internet between you two.
So on the internet, Rick Diaz has been a little bitch, and he has about 1/10 of the followers that I have, and I blocked him, so I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I have been killing it. I have McVader on my side making me posters. I got random people just giving me posters of Rick Diaz like getting fucked in the ass and shit. I've been wildly successful. I've been making money off of YouTube off that clip.
Wildly successful. And you're selling out everywhere you go, adding shows to these comedy club dates. Incredible to think that only, 3 years ago, sleeping in the van.
Yeah, not doing anything with my life, being a real Rick Diaz.
This is a huge advantage that you have over him. While he's in Brussels doing his day job, you get to come here every Monday and just talk shit.
Yeah, oops, you fucked up, bitch.
Oh my goodness. Repping the fucking KT Friends and Family 10-year anniversary jacket. You busted it out a little bit early on a 78-degree day. I love it. Well, like you, it was also made in China. So, no, I'm kidding. He's Korean, everybody. He's Korean. Have you talked to your parents lately?
No, I sent them $1,000 to my mom, and that keeps her happy. So,
Wait, you're supporting your parent? Don't they live in Seattle?
yeah, in San Francisco, same thing.
Why are you sending your mom money?
Just to be like, thanks for raising me. Here's like a little loan repayment. I'm repaying her back for raising me.
That's nice.
That is nice. Maybe you should stop that. How old are you?
34.
Yeah, 34 is a little bit too late to be given $1,000 here and there.
Well, 3 years ago I was in a van. I didn't really give her anything.
Was she giving you money? Was she supporting you?
Yeah, she let me live in her house for 5 years. She left for Korea. I was alone in this beautiful condo for 3 years, just doing open mics. And that really helped my comedy career, so I just want to repay the investment she made in my stock.
$1,000 covers that, I'd say. Free living for 3 years. Crazy. Here's $1,000 for you.
Send another $1,000 to San Francisco. They need it right now.
Yeah, they really do. What's their situation? Are they rich? Your parents rich?
Yeah, my sisters live together. My mom lives with them. You know, she lives in Oakland, California. She recently had a bag stolen from her at a Costco. And
Could I just, do you mind?
Yeah.
Because I thought you said, are you rich? And then I heard him say, yeah. Then I heard him say, my sisters live together. I don't know any rich motherfucking sisters that live together. You know what I'm saying? You said their mom lives with them too?
yeah,
Hey, rich. That sounds like, communal.
We're going to send a portion back to Puerto Rico.
You know what I mean?
So your sisters live together. What's your dad like?
my dad is kind of like.
He's a Korean Santa Claus.
What does that mean, how you just described your dad?
He's like lovable. He's sort of like a sitcom dad. He's like, oh, dad, always, doing things that are socially awkward.
Like what? Can you give us an example?
No.
I think raising him was
Have you thought about sending your dad $1,000?
No.
Why is that?
My dad is rich. My dad is doing great. He
Is he an engineer?
he is a mathematician.
Oh, God.
On the nose.
Those guys are always the life of the party.
He's always like farting like a bubbly farts.
Wait a second. What does that mean? Bubbly farts? Like wet farts?
Yeah, very wet farts.
Okay. Red Band, Jesus Christ. We haven't. Literally, we're 3 minutes into the episode and you're busting out your fart board already. Okay.
My dad is great. My mom and him are sort of separated. He lives in Korea alone.
Your dad lives in Korea alone.
Yeah.
What do you think he's doing over there exactly?
I hope having lots of sex. I don't know what he's doing. He has a 3-bedroom apartment to himself.
Everybody else lives together. Your dad's like, oh, I got plenty of room and nobody's welcome here.
He really is Korean Santa Claus. He's got
He's
ho-ho-hos.
He's a rich asshole.
I fucking love it. A rich mathematician in Korea.
There's a room for everybody in Korea and nobody's allowed to go. Oh, it's so good.
Amazing. Does your mom have a job?
Yeah, she tutors children in math.
Oh my God. This is the most unbelievable stereotype that I've ever heard.
Mathematician and your mom really tutors math.
Yeah.
If you tell me she can't drive, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
She can drive.
She can? Really? How about your sisters?
They can drive, but they I don't know what they're up to actually.
We just got a live feed from their driveway. That's just the driveway, so imagine what's going on when they pull all the way out. Speaking of pulling all the way out, your dad, does he have any other kids with any other women?
No, it's just us, hopefully.
Hopefully.
No one would know if he did, like, right?
Yeah. Maybe he sends them away and uses those rooms. No, he seems like he's pretty content. He's got that surgery on his eyes to make them bigger.
No way.
Yeah.
Did he for what?
Yeah, he said it was for medical reasons. What medical reasons? Because his eyes are too small.
So he literally got the eye opening. They have an eye opening. Like, what do they do? Like, trim away your eyelids or something? Your eyes really are closed. I mean, it is kind of crazy. I know we've been working together for years, and this is a weird time for me to bring it up, but holy shit.
Yeah, this is me.
My goodness, have you ever thought about getting the surgery?
Yes, I would love to get the surgery.
How much does it cost?
I don't know.
It's not that much.
You don't know?
$10,000.
Can you look up the anti-Asian surgery or whatever it's called? The fucking
Not the dick like
Korean eyelid surgery? Price? Oh my god, it really is $3,100.
Oh, I could get that.
Oh, in Korea, it's only $1,500. You can visit dad, have an eye-opening experience. This is incredible. You can He's got room for you. He's got 2 rooms for you. Amazing, Hans. Well, so much fun. Way to start the episode. You did it again. You're so much fun. You're a living legend. Great. The powerful Hans Kim. He makes it look easy. I know. It's wild. That was Hans Kim. That was Hans Kim. That was Hans Kim. All right, your first bucket full of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you don't know, this is where stuff, maybe this is your first time at the show. Maybe you have orange hair and glasses, this is the part where things can get a little weird because we don't know these people. We meet them all together, they get a minute, and then we try to figure out what the fuck is going on with their lives. So make some noise for your first bucket full of the night. Michael Hines, everybody. Michael Hines. And I know they full.
How's it going, everyone? I like to keep my cock a little stanky, mostly because the girls I'm fucking don't wash their fucking box, so I'm trying to return the favor. If I'm hitting it from the back and I'm catching a little backdraft, man, I want her to smell it from the front. Clean it off for me. Come here. Reach underneath. Have a treat. Disgusting. No, but I do like dating handicapped girls. I like dating handicapped women. Mostly because parking near 6th Street is a bitch. But I am partial to the autistic women because they're not typically talkers. But I will peruse the terminal ward for the occasional babe, You don't get that awkward phone call like, how come you didn't call me back? It just sort of takes care of itself. But you do have to keep a toilet plunger in the back seat because those girls don't have any hair and those frauds are rail thin, so there's nothing to grab. You gotta be able to. Thank you, that's been my time.
Holy shit. Where do we begin? Oh my god. Michael Hines, welcome. This is your first time on the show, correct?
Yes, sir.
I remember you.
Yo, what up?
I saw you last Wednesday, right after I got kicked out of the Queen in the Cave.
The Queen in the Cave? What kind of speech impediment do you have? Is that from eating
Yo, what's good?
sticky pussy? What is that exactly? I got kicked out of the
How are
Queen
you?
in the Cave. Oh my goodness.
What's good, Erwin? It's been a long time no speak. Where you been? Alright, well, we're 23 minutes away from Kill Tony, so I hope you're excited.
So you have a little bit of a speech impediment, huh?
Mostly when I'm nervous.
You sound like what Hans Kim's eyes look like. There's like something blocking your fucking something. So holy shit. Alright, Michael, let's just jump right into a dirty dick to return the favor for the dirty pussies that you get so much of somehow, obviously. How much pussy are you getting?
when I first got to Austin, I fucked like 5 girls in a row. But one of them had a pregnancy scare, and I'm like, I'm not fucking any more girls that I'd be embarrassed to bring home. So that was it. It's been dry for a while.
I've never been convinced someone's had sex less than you. It's the lack of sideburns is what's making me feel like no sideburns, no pussy. That's kind of the rule.
It is interesting. It is interesting. There's a lot at the top, nothing on the sides. It is
I got a haircut yesterday. It was down to here up until like yesterday.
okay. And you're like, clean it up, but not really. Leave something weird at the
Well,
top.
I had a comic cut it, so
You what?
I had a comic cut it.
Oh, okay. That's brilliant. Be honest.
That's his credit. He had a comic cut his hair. You look like Dexter.
When my hair was longer, I used to get Jeffrey Dahmer a lot, so I had to change the glasses out. I had the same ones.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you'd be confused with a killer.
Yeah. And according to you, you've dealt with more stinky body parts than him. Let's talk about this again. 5 girls in a row, Michael Hines. I find that just absolutely impossible to believe. So let's talk about it for a second. Where did you find these 5 girls? How did that happen? When I moved to Austin, I had sex with 5 girls in a row, you said. So let's just jump right into it. I want to know where you're finding these fucking absolute, chicks with no fucking standards. Thank you. Yes, Matt Mueller. Thank you. We took a couple weeks off. I'm a little bit slow right now, a little dusty. Go ahead.
Well, I met them all on Tinder, and I'm a veteran, and so I wanted a girl to take.
You're a veteran. Really?
Yeah, well, I needed someone to take with me to IHOP and Applebee's to get all the free meals for Veterans Day, so I had to hop on to Tinder. And, she was a dog, but you gotta take what you can get, beggars can't be choosers.
Hold on. D. Madness is telling him to stop. So, if you're a veteran, you get a free meal at IHOP and Applebee's
On Veterans Day.
on Veterans Day.
Not
So,
Memorial Day. We're the ones that fucking dodge that shit, dude. They don't honor us on Memorial Day.
okay, what branch of the military were you?
Marine Corps.
You were in the Marines? What exactly did you do?
I was air crew.
You were what?
Air crew.
Air crew. So
I
what
worked on the helicopters. I was supposed to be a door gunner, but I was in California the whole time, so I never really did anything all that cool.
you worked on helicopters. Oh my god.
They make it pretty idiot-proof. They have like computers. It's like Lego pieces. You see the script go in, and it's like 2-sentence summaries of what you have to do. They make it pretty.
How'd they let you in there?
I don't know, man.
You
Someone
served our country with that Karen haircut for real?
It was a little shorter than.
You know who he looks like though is the I can't say you might know his name. He looked like the little elf from the Rudolph movie I watched one time.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he does.
What's he look like? It's been I got a fucking bobblehead of you at home for Christmas I put out for my daughter. It's solar and it just goes like this, and it's you, the one that wants to be the dentist.
Unbelievable. It is true. You do look like a pitcher for every women's softball team. This is unbelievable. Michael, so how long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 7 months now.
What do you do for a living?
I'm on unemployment right now, rocking the system, baby.
Oh, the taxpayers love to hear that. Yeah. So let's go back to this one more time. 5 girls in a row. But meanwhile, the day that you get Applebee's and IHOP, that's only one day. So you're saying that you went on Tinder to take these girls out for your free meals, but that's only one day. Did you go to like IHOP for lunch and Applebee's for dinner?
Well, most of them I didn't really want to take out. The first girl kind of looked like the Buc-ee's mascot.
Dude, you look like the Buc-ee's mascot. What are you talking about?
The second one was like, she was like trailer trash. She was missing Like not all the way, but meth is eating away a good percentage of.
And we know you've always wanted to be a dentist, so,
There was one really good looking one, like I don't know what she was thinking, or maybe my pictures are
she
really.
thought you were a hot lesbian.
She was like a Brazilian girl, and she was like a foot taller than me. I only brought her to my house. We had a good time. I brought her home, and then she was like, "Listen, you're really cool, but we're done." And I was
So what happened when you took her to your house? This hot Brazilian chick.
right now, my bed's on the floor, but at the time, I was renting a place with a really high bed frame, so like worked out because I could actually bend her over that. I couldn't quite get up there.
That doesn't make sense.
No, like she.
That would be the opposite.
It worked out. She liked how tall it was. She was able to kind of show off. She was like an Amazonian queen, dude. It was pretty cool.
Why do you think she had sex with you?
I don't know. I guess because Tinder didn't have the hype part yet, but now it's pretty much over, dude. I put 5'9" and I'm kind of lying.
Oh yeah, you're definitely lying.
Yeah, 5'8.5" maybe. I don't know. 5'7".
5'7". Yeah, you're getting closer.
I'm sticking with 5'8", and I'm gonna take it to you.
Shut up, Michael.
Sorry.
What do you do for fun? Tell us something interesting about your life, the history of your life, real quick before we let
I
you
used
go.
to be a jiu-jitsu instructor for like 6 years.
Uh-huh.
And kickboxing. I don't really do it so much in Austin because I don't have a lot of money anymore. But I used to do it for fun. Now I just gotta take my dog out for walks, do comedy.
There isn't a single thing that you've said that matches your face and body and personality and voice and hair.
But almost everything you've said matches those shorts.
We had to take a family photo. I didn't have anything to navigate.
Oh my God. Well, Michael, congratulations.
I believe him.
We have people of all different shapes and sizes on this show, and congratulations, you got pulled out of the bucket first, Michael. Here's a little joke for you. There goes Michael Hines, everybody. He's leaving you with a jaw blaster. The great people over his jaw blaster. Your next bucket full. This looks like another new name. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Halima Abshir, everybody. Halima Abshir. We're gonna meet them straight up. Here's Halima, everybody.
Guys, my name is Halima. I look like a transitioning boy all the time. I have a resting political discussion face. I look like a walking Twitter argument. Like most people just assume that I voted for Biden. I've never voted, ever. You know what I did in the last primary? I just watched Steve Harvey. Yeah, I just laid on my couch going, what you ass say? Your ass is going to hell. I love Steve. I think he should be our next president. Vice President Herschel Walker. You're not with me. President Trump. Vice President Herschel Walker. That's the American or was Secretary of State, Kanye. Alright, so a minute.
Okay, I guess she is done. Halima Abshir. Welcome. Very funny. That's a political face. Hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4.5 years.
4.5 years. Where at?
Columbus.
Columbus, Ohio. Beautiful. That is the right. That is indeed where we all went to college. You were born and raised there?
Yeah.
Ethiopian?
Somali.
Oh, Somali. Okay. Very cool. Yeah.
I was on the show back in 2019.
In Columbus?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like you were really young. It was like your first or second time or
So
something.
I was like 8 months in. I was like 20.
Yeah.
Awesome. I can remember. Awesome. My man always remembers the young ladies, no matter what.
I was heavy that day too. I was like 220.
Wow, how'd you lose the weight?
Just calories and calories out.
There you go. That's how you do it, Red Man. There you go. You learned.
Yo, dude, I ate 2 chocolate croissants yesterday. I don't know why. I ate 2 chocolate croissants yesterday.
Oh, shit.
So I'm on that, baby.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Have you ever had any other kind of croissants? Or do you stick with your own kind? What do you do for a living?
I'm a barista. I was fired yesterday.
Whoa, very cool.
Yeah, I was overqualified for the job. I worked in like specialty coffee for like 4 years because of stand-up. And I got fired yesterday.
Okay.
That's why you took the croissants.
I was very glad I did when I got the call. I was like, man, I really deserve this one.
Yeah, when they fired you, were you like, Sama leave? Alright.
I liked it.
Thank you. And you're Somali, so your vote is the one that counts. So what did you do to get fired exactly?
Giving discounts to regulars. Yeah, which is a part of the purpose of the company is one of those Berkshire Hathaway type things.
Okay.
So they paid us to like open up a coffee shop here, and everyone that lives here gets 15% off.
I was gonna ask you, what were you giving them? 15%, or you giving them like 65?
I was giving them 15.
And they fired you for that?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's a latte to take in.
Other good call. Let's go. Odds for the win. Odds for the win.
10.5-year anniversary of that joke being made on the show, everybody, right, man? Bringing it back. Oh my god. So, they fired you for something that is a normal thing that you're supposed to do. Did you say that to your manager when they tried to fire you?
It was just a phone. I knew when I got the phone calls I'd be fired for something. I don't know why. I just expect that shit to happen all the time.
That is so weird, because normally someone like you is the person that doesn't get fired even if they did their job for the
I was stealing money's from them.
Nowadays, they need people like you. They must have some transfer saved to hire at the coffee shop. So they're like next, and they got it.
Problem. I beat latte art every single time. Every time. I'm a killer at it. All the non-binaries over Steve. It's ugly. It's foam.
Right.
Bitch, that's a cappuccino. That's a gigantic cappuccino, you fat fuck. I ate it.
Right. Absolutely.
So I need a 9 to 5 or something.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? What's your method of survival? You live here now, and
I'll get it for like November.
good till November. All right. One of my favorite Wyclef Jean songs.
You can always hijack ships.
That's a joke that's out there.
Yeah.
Go to Somalia, bomb a little bit, make a little cash come in.
Make them coffee.
Yeah.
Go down there and make them coffee.
Yeah.
I am the cappuccino now. So, what are your skills? What could we possibly hire you for? There's a lot of, the economy here in Austin's booming. How long have you lived here?
Like 2 months.
Okay.
I'm a people person. I can small talk. I bake bread. I can cook well.
Okay.
Like, I'll cook the shit out of vegetables. I mean, any which way. Burnt block, all types of sauces. Dark room, light room, whatever you want.
Why'd you say the dark one first?
Because I don't.
It's a real theme here. You chocolate croissants.
It's Austin. I'm trying. I don't see a lot of Blackie One anymore, so I have to make Blackie One feel like a black.
Now you know how Deep Madness feels. You're welcome, Dave. Okay. What else other than cooking? Give us another skill or talent. Try to figure out.
I was getting like $500 a month from stand-up before I moved here. That was
How were you doing that?
gigs, just
In Columbus?
No, over Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana.
Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know.
Yeah. Is there anybody hiring out there? Any business owners hiring? Clap your hands.
Come on, who needs vegetables cooked?
I've done
Goddammit.
sales. I've
Who
done
needs this shit
sales.
cooked out of their vegetables? Somebody out there needs
accountant?
I've tutored math.
Not right now. Oh, that's what you get. Alright, Hans's mom, we see what's going on here.
I did go to Kumon for like 10 years.
You went to what?
Kumon.
What's that?
It's like some math learning place. It's just extra homework. That's just what it is. It's a lot of Asian people gathering to make their kids do more homework. It's wow. Some people know what it is. It's interesting. They didn't have that in Youngstown.
Right?
Yeah, definitely not.
You are correct. Quite the opposite. Okay. Well, I guess we're not gonna find you a job. One more time, any business owners out there? Clap your hands. Wow, no one looking for a Somali barista. Gives away discounts to people that shouldn't get them. This is real. It's a real glimpse of Texas, everybody. For those of you watching on the internet, there are guaranteed so many business owners here right now. What do you do for a living, sir? You just lied. Did you hear that, Started with that's what it's an alphabetical fake job you can come up with. I'm an aardvark. I mean an accountant. Holy shit.
That's what I love about Texas. You don't get extra points for affirmative action. You're just
That is true.
We don't need you guys.
That is true. I'm looking at our sponsors here. You can't work for Connect Mobile Health because they're nurses. You can't work for Austin Pools because you can't swim.
Tony, what does that mean?
Okay, now that's racist right there. That is wrong. Well, Halima, sign up for the show again. You're very, very funny. You're leaving here with a big joke book.
Roll is fun with an alien on it.
Mothership thief. The bones, the eye of the great bones eye. Halima, it's coming at you. Halima. Alright, I'll hand it to you. There you go. Oh yeah, great stuff, Halima. How about one more time for Halima Afshir, everybody? That's what it's all about. Okay, now this is very exciting. I pulled your third name out of the bucket, and there is an I next to it in parentheses, which means this bucket full is inside of the room, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of you, representing you, the audience. Usually it's a first timer. Let's see what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, Miguel Gonzalez, everybody. How about that? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We met this guy during the commercial break. Oh, my God. We're in trouble now. Hey, what up, everybody? Opening line. Hey, what's up, y'all? If I could do his entire 60 seconds right now. Yeah, let's get Mike Feeney another drink, whatever he's having. Hell yeah. Alright, one more time for your very own Miguel Gonzalez.
Alright, everybody. So I nicknamed my booty hole Shrek because I stay in his swamp ass. Just like Shrek, he doesn't want anyone in his swamp. But just like Donkey, my lady refused to listen and twist her finger in there. But we all know in the end, though, Shrek ultimately loves Donkey's company, and there's even sweet sequels. That is it.
Dude, what
That is it.
the fuck was that? 20 seconds of your butthole Shrek hybrid jokes?
Yeah.
Written on a full-length napkin?
Yeah.
Where were you when you wrote that?
I was at work, like, I don't know when we buy tickets, like 2 months ago?
2 months ago you wrote that. You wrote 20 seconds of material 2 months ago, and you're like, with the laughter, this will be good. This will be 60 seconds for sure, yo. These people have no idea how funny Shrek and Butthole are combined.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so,
Wait, what? Paul, what'd you just say to this guy? Oh yeah, put the microphone up to your mouth.
yeah. So, when I wrote this, I had it like, I was going to say it slower, but I'm up here, I'm nervous, and I just ran right through it. That was never going to be a minute.
Yeah, no
You
jingle.
actually sped through that. It would have never been. Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
Very nervous being up here.
I can't imagine how wet your ass must be right now. I mean, knowing the little bit that we know about you and the situation
This
that you're
Texas
in
weather
right now.
has been bad.
Yeah, that's crazy because it is autumn right now.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Where do you live, Miguel?
40 minutes outside of Los Angeles, you performed in Ontario or from.
Yes, Ontario is the answer. Okay, very good.
When I say Ontario, it's always Canadian.
No one thinks you're Canadian. Miguel thinks
Canadian. Yeah. Canada.
we don't think
Write that into that Canadian. Write that on that.
I'm putting another couple sessions.
Yeah, I'm from Canada. I had to jump the wall to get here. You what? Your parents did. Absolutely. Did they ever tell you that story?
Honestly, they drove right across.
Oh, okay. Shout out to the Border Patrol. Thank you so much.
That's my cousin.
Your cousins in the Border Patrol. What do your parents think about that?
Don't really care.
Right.
He let them in. He opened it.
Exactly. He's the door guy.
Yeah.
What do you do for work, Miguel?
I drive big rigs.
You what?
Drive big rigs.
Okay. All right.
That's where that swamp ass is coming from.
Actually,
So you wrote that 2 months ago,
yeah.
and you've kept it on that napkin the entire time.
No, I wrote this in the hotel.
Okay.
But it's been in my head since, those 2 months.
You had it memorized.
Kind of.
And in the hotel, you're like, give me a napkin.
Well, I knew I was going to completely forget it. So I was like, I'm going to need to write this down.
Yeah. Okay. What do you do for fun? Tell us a fun fact about your life, Miguel.
I used to play hockey, but I love going to like concerts. That's my
Wait,
thing.
you used to play hockey?
I used to play hockey.
No.
Just like adult, not professional, obviously.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, obviously.
This guy gives us a bunch of information we don't need. Ontario, you'll never believe it. California, not Canada. Yes, I played hockey, non-professionally.
Yeah, obviously.
Wow. Unbelievable. Goalie?
No, forward.
Okay. And you played hockey.
Hockey.
How did that go for you? How did you learn hockey?
Through a friend. He just kind of, I went to go watch him, and then I was go watching him. He told me to buy all my gear, so I did, and
That is so weird. Normally Mexicans hate ice. Yes, it was. Absolutely. So, other than hockey, you have any special skills or talents or anything like that?
No, just hockey.
What's your love life like?
Over there. Is that the orange hair coming? That's it.
Wow, orange hair. Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Did she prepare material for this? No chance. Absolutely not.
No. So did you run that Shrek material by her? Or not really, but kind of my brother? But no, she's saying no aggressively. No, actually, not really, no.
So you didn't know that when he got up here, he was going to point right at you and tell everybody you play with his swampy ass? You didn't sign off on that? No, that was new to you too? Oh, look at that. We're all in this together. How about that?
I like that. How long have you two been together?
12, 15 years?
Wow. Look at that. You guys have kids?
No.
Why do you say it like that?
I don't want kids. We
You
don't want
said it like you're from Ontario, Canada.
No, we don't want any. No.
Okay. What do? You have a pull-out method?
Type B.
Plan B? You just haven't taken a bunch of Plan B?
No, I mean, pull out for the most part, but when I do,
Yeah, dude, what kind of Mexican are you? You play hockey and you don't want kids?
Incredible.
yeah, like an opposite of a Mexican. I get shit talked a lot for that, trust me.
This Plan B thing is so interesting to me because I don't hear that very often. That's not like a normal thing. That, hey, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Plan B. How many times do you think you've had this poor woman take Plan B?
At least once a month.
It's a month. A month? Have you been?
There's gotta be like this weekend, literally this weekend. He's going like, cut it out. I mean, guys.
You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Every single week I book this Mamma Jamma. Normally two of the best comedians in the world, but every once in a while we have a guest that is so fucking good and so great that we want to give it a little room to breathe. I present to you one of the greatest guests in the history of the show. Person, few people say, one of the best guests ever. Guest of the year multiple times before we even started giving out that award. When we were on the come up, this guy was crushing for us. He's also literally one of the best comedians of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's guest, the one, the only, the great, Jimmy Carr. Himself.
I can't believe your luck. I'm here.
We are so happy to have you back every time, anytime. You are the man. Our chemistry is unbelievable. Some people say we're two of the funniest ventriloquist dolls on planet Earth.
Musical, but we have 1,000 years ago.
Yeah. We've always had fun, Jimmy. You know how the show goes. Over 200 innocent souls signed up for this bucket tonight. Anything can happen sometimes. Lately, we've had some real good veterans of the games. 20, 30, 40-year comedy vets have been signing up, trying to make it finally in their lives, and they do here. They finally get the respect they've been looking for. Sometimes it's a brand new mentally ill person that didn't practice or try at all. People also love that too. Either way, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know the time is up when you hear the sound of a kick. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring up the hang. It was totally fair. Which interrupts their set, and then we conduct an interview.
I love the phrase brand new mentally ill. Oh yeah. They weren't mentally ill yesterday, but today it's gone too far.
Oh yeah, it happens fast. So they snap fast. Some people go into Shakespeare's The Crazy Bar Next Door, where we keep them all huddled together. And they're not even mentally ill when they go in there. And then after 20, 40 minutes around the other comedians, for some reason they've decided to do a deal where pitchers of vodka soda are of an extremely low price. I can't imagine the gasoline-like vodka that they are they're putting Lindsey Graham's granddaughter, the first name out of the bucket tonight. And while we go wrangle that first bucket, we're going to get tonight's show started with a brand new set from one of our golden ticket winners, everybody. everybody. It's been a while since we've seen this young man, and he is indeed very young, one of the youngest ever Golden Ticket winners in the show's history, winning it at the age of 21. He's now 22. He's a musical prodigy. Getting us started tonight, he goes by the name, put your hands together for Tony Starr, everybody. Here we go.
Stop my attention. Internet thinks I'm gay. That's wrong, offensive, and untrue. So I hooked a lie detector to the lights on the stage, 'cause that's what a straight guy would do. I've never had anything up my ass, except the finger in a butt plug one time, in a gerbil twice. Everyone's tried that. Everyone on this stage has tried that. You wonder why these fucking fools are so nervous. The gerbil's in the contract. I was behind the stage. Tony said it's time for the gerbil. So I squatted and I prayed. And he put in a guinea pig. Anyways, I'm not gay. I'd never kiss a man. If you don't count my priest. And a good childhood friend. I don't even look gay. Fine, I see a lesbian in the mirror. And when I wipe that mirror off, that lady just gets queer. I don't have any weird kinks. What the fuck does yellow mean? Are you insinuating that I like me? God, this is fucking shit. Gay people scare me. I'm scared of women. The gay people are close enough. They freak me out every time because their hands are so soft, but their knees are so rough. Okay. I'm the Tony Starr, you guys.
Tony Starr.
That sucks.
Experimental little set tonight. Knowing the lighting guy, I can't believe how good that went. Join this show with that lighting guy for 6 years. He doesn't have our cues ever.
Lighting guy.
You brought your own? Oh, brilliant. Sorry, Kino, but that must really hurt for you right now. Jimmy Carr, what do you think about this young buck?
So you're saying you're not gay? I am according to this. I am a straight man. I am a straight man. I'm just good with both of those. Right. I think you would need a straight or a man. You are a gay boy. I'm not trying any shit. I say have your time, Jimmy. Yeah. Listen, I don't think you have to be gay to find someone just stronger than him. Tony, you told me this, didn't you? It's not gay if the balls don't touch.
It's true. That's just good old fun. That's what that's called.
I think I had an idea for the finale of the show. Yeah, we double team.
Oh, I love this idea.
Anything to get to Hollywood, man. I'm in.
I love it. You're already in Hollywood. How's life been, Tony? Tell us about it. How's life changed lately?
It's been really good, man. It's been really good. It's gone terrible.
What's going on?
I'm fighting with the fucking lie detector behind me. It's been good. Everything's been going good. It's hard to balance the comedy and the other aspects of life, and I'm having trouble finding like content to work.
Great man found his gerbil sound effect, everybody. Not a moment too soon. Interesting.
But life is like way better than it was a year ago. I'm just having a lot of like show. But fucking everything's great.
Tell
tell us about that. How's your life changed since becoming a Kill Tony Bolton?
So now I get to do what I love, which is awesome, but I also have trouble dedicating time to anything other than comedy. Like, I'm a fucking psychopath. I do nothing but comedy. I can't see how this is. I'm poor as fuck, Jimmy. I'm poor as fuck. That'll come later. That will come later. Get paid your dues now. Well, double TV will come a lot quicker. So,
Nah, we're not gonna pay you for that. That's just good old free fun right there. I love it, Tony. What else is going on? Tell us more.
well, everything's going good. I live in a studio apartment right now. I live with my girlfriend because she doesn't have a car or a place, so she just kind of moved into my place. And that's how that went. It'd be crazy if she had a car and a place. She's not working.
Like, if you had to imagine a car and a house for her as well, that's a lot of imagining. But she's from Canada, right?
She's not from Canada.
Sure she is. My girlfriend's always from her.
Where did you find this lovely homeless woman that you moved into your place?
She's great. She's awesome. I found her on Hinge. I've been on Hinge. I know. It's bad. 6 months in, like on and off, mostly off, and that's mostly me, and that's my bed.
Does she have no job?
She has a job, but she makes like $13 an hour. She doesn't have a job.
Wow. Okay, that sounds fucking bad. Hold on. Let's rewind on that.
She's 20. I think. No, she's 20. She's 20 years old. She dropped out of high school and hasn't gotten her GED yet, so she just moved into my place.
What do you think about this?
I think
It sounds like you've trafficked a lady. To live with you, which is if you had to, sorry, going back to the gaming and the whole lot, but if you had to describe her vagina, would you say it's a mountain? Or it's a pointy vagina that sometimes comes on you?
I would say ignorance is bliss. Jimmy, ignorance is bliss.
I was waiting for a real answer to that question. I was hoping you were going to describe
Ignorance has a vagina, and that's a big thing.
Did your balls touch?
But you like to go rip in.
I love it, Tony.
Well, I would say I think you're such a likable presence on screen. I appreciate it. Like, it's just effortless. I love the kind of style. It feels really kind of, I think sometimes the music will be a little bit kind of pretty. I don't know where they're going to go. It's just every line was gag. It's fantastic. I love it. I appreciate it.
I love that you're experimenting, bringing production into it at 22 years old. Like, you keep on this pace of trying different outside-the-box things. Stuff you're going to be doing at 25, 27, 30 should be fucking nuts. So,
Yeah, I've been trying to just keep up with the writing.
tell your girlfriend to get her fucking GED, dude. The fact that you're the breadwinner of a household. It's the 22-year-old with an acoustic guitar. Just bringing home the bacon. I love it. Well, Tony, great start to the show. Way to get it started for us. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I am going on tour. Tickets are at starcomedy.com. If y'all want to hit that up.
There you go. There he is.
Thanks very much.
The young movie star, everybody. He is a young man indeed, and this looks like an old name. I do believe this guy was a war general at one point for the Confederacy.
Are we allowed to have people?
I don't know if we're allowed. I think his statues are coming down. Make some noise for what I believe is the Kill Tony debut of Robert Lee, everybody. Here's Robert Lee.
So white, you gotta be racist. I go drinking 14 and a half months ago with my friends. Some teenagers, they all start talking about Conor McGregor. We talk about girls, and then they start whoa, man. You're sitting here, you're blood drunk, whoever does it. That's all I make about it. Where was your wife when you were preparing for your colonoscopy? I told her mine was 37 second tetra. I said, this shit ain't working out. You should clean your shit out the bathroom. That's where my wife Well, it's hard to go down on guys who've done it fine. You see the difference telling us when you're young, like almost all of you are, like the shit's where it's supposed to be. Nothing leaks. You're a truck driver, my asshole was afraid to settle down. Why that's longer? Not for that cat.
Alright, Robert Lee, ladies and gentlemen, or as I call him, Stone Cold Steve Awful. Wow, what a way to bring it down, my friend. Absolutely incredible. You must be the father of Tony Scar's GED-less girlfriend. You seem like graduating from high school would not be a demand on your shoulders.
No, I'm from Kentucky. I gotta see.
We know. Absolutely. You have a truck license, am I correct? CDL?
I'm certified.
I knew that. Somehow I knew that. Amazing.
When did you serve your time?
I'm a class D killer. Nah, man, I went one time. I learned about this.
What did you do the one time?
Oh, I had some good.
Oh, perfect.
I tried that one time.
One time?
Yeah.
You're the only person to ever try meth one time?
For 10 years.
Oh, for 10 years. Yeah. Got it.
But I woke up as a gentleman.
Welcome to my world.
He might have been the same. He was fired on my turn. Go shoot that.
He was what? Put the mic up to your
Firing on my turn. Making a steel shit jack.
Steel shit jack. Describe to us non-Kentucky people what a shit jack is, my friend. Some of us were not born and bred in the land of incest. Go ahead.
Just if you have wait, where you go, conjure the phrase, firing off a turn into a, what was it again?
Stainless steel shit jack.
A stainless steel shit jack.
That's a kind of poetry that Mark Twain could only dream of. That's the set right there.
Yep.
That's it.
Well, I mean, it was a turning point in my life. The Lord had my attention. I said, God, what do you want me to do? He said, tell me. Listen to touch.
Before I move on to the 75 questions that I have to know before we move on, what exactly is a shit jack? No. What's the number 3? Jack off.
Number 3.
Jack off.
Sorry,
Okay, I know you just did this entire act right then. Hold on. So again, I'm gonna ask again. Describe what the physical substance of a steel shit jack is. What is it?
It's where all your mates are in the same room. It's on the floor. Shit, it's blood.
It's a bedpan.
It's gonna go and get drink out the back of it.
Got it.
Don't do drugs.
You're in prison. A shit jack is a toilet. Wow, you could have said that at any point. You let poor Jimmy Carr from London.
No, I think they might be kind of like to do little for this. I can understand him. I know you all think someone just drew a face on a thumb, but I see him as a person. I can understand him.
I love it. So, Robert Lee, how old are you?
I'm
50. What made you want to learn? You just started stand-up, right? This is your first time?
No, I didn't know what I was doing. Just a couple emails to American Legion back in Kentucky.
The American Legion. They do shows at the American Legion.
Sometimes.
Alright. What made you want to come to Austin, Texas and sign up for the show?
Oh, well, I work in North Dakota.
That's one answer to a totally different question.
Well, have you ever been to North Dakota?
No.
It's 50 fucking below. It's cold. I wanted to come down here. I'd be nervous. That's bullshit. But like, God damn.
Soon you'll be as stable as a steel shit jack. Let's check him in Jimmy Carter.
Are you having an allergic reaction? You seem to have, you sort of, I don't know how to describe it, but I think you've been stung by something. I don't think whatever it was racist.
How many black friends do you have?
All of them.
Okay, how many? Give me a ballpark here. One. What's his name?
Shout out to Rufus.
His name is really Rufus?
He's really Rufus. I googled him. There's like Rufus Thomas and
There's a Rufus Thomas band.
right, George. And if you collaboration,
Yeah. I know about that. Samuel Jackson is a musician in a wedding chapel. He played in one Rufus Thomas band.
and now I do Rufus.
How did you meet Rufus? I have to know how you and Rufus met. This sounds like a fucking CNN documentary.
He was the only black guy in North Dakota, not North Dakota, but like in the whole place. One black guy. And he was from Chicago. His name was Rufus. I knew him. And he's cool as a fan. He's my buddy.
That's what happens when you meet black people. You were assigned to work with him. It wasn't a choice originally. It's true, I got you there. What do you like to do for fun, Robert? You're 14 months off while you quit drinking with your friends, but you drink alone now, correct?
I don't drink much anymore. I've been on a life-changing journey.
Tell us about this life-changing journey. I'm very excited.
I've heard of Chipotle.
Chipotle?
No, not Chipotle. That's the tomatoes, but why you look on the game? I'm talking about
Say it one more time.
Chipotle.
No, we don't know about that.
There you go.
We don't know about that. Our senseless is a shit jack over here. Just go ahead and tell us what that is
Well,
exactly.
that is anabolic steroid.
And you're on it.
I didn't take it today, though, because I'm not really nervous.
You don't want to be nervous.
I just sweat.
Yeah, look at you. You're drier than a fucking wet washcloth up here. Yep, soaking wet. Yep. So you didn't take your steroids today. So what happens when you do take your steroids, Robert Wayne?
Well, it's like muscle mass, what I call it. Yeah, you know, you're a cop, you know, but I moved out the window for the cop, you got to do the fucking wall.
I bet the cops love you. It's like when you go out and talk to the cops, it's like that Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other.
Just out there looking for the other Rufuses in the neighborhood, you know what I mean? We don't like them Rufuses.
No, my boy, I like
No, I know, I'm joking. I'm making fun. You have any kids or anything? You ever been married? 4 kids? Oh my goodness. How old's the youngest?
13.
Okay, how old's the oldest?
31.
Wow. Is a 31-year-old doing good?
Doing great. Yeah.
Everyone's happy. How about the 13-year-old? How, like,
He's tearing up all my shit.
well, I bet he's getting into your steroids while you're out playing a comedian at night.
No, we've already had talk about the stories. We don't talk about what's happening.
Baby crying. Okay, all right, man. That's control. What do you think about this guy?
I feel like we're friends now. So, I just want to handle it's fascinating. Yeah, I would like to hear. You know what you do for a living? What's your name?
I know, I want to go. I take the drill cuttings and come down the hallway and put the friends on our friends and constitutes my back. And I hold it to
Did you say that Democrats say it causes cancer? It probably causes cancer, Nick.
I'm disfigured. What you talking about?
I mean, if they're saying it causes cancer, that means they knew about it like 20 years ago. Alright, so that's what you do.
The nigga got me.
To check for nuclear radiation.
Fuck.
You can't. What?
Nigga throw a banana peel. You can fuck with him. And then it pops up with a gun.
Banana peel makes a Geiger meter go off.
sugar flavors went out today?
Oh, I drive a truck, and truck package when I take out the ground on all the as well.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, but if you're in a hurry, just say I drive a truck.
Oh, I don't know.
I love it. You're a very, very interesting guy. I think you're a funny dude. You know, you gotta get it, you gotta put it together. A whole minute on, people don't really want a picture. You get it across stage.
Wait, I didn't get a picture.
That was my next question. I don't know how you do that, but I wanted to see. What it looks like. But I like your style, man. Like I said, we have all different shapes and sizes of people signing up nowadays, and I like that. You came up here. Here's a medium jump, my friend. Robert Lee, the comedian tonight's Focus started. Very long interview. Very interesting guy. Very fun. And we're off and running. We are. Oh, there she is. The lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen, in real life, the real deal, a modern day Vanna White. Half the year's over. If your credit still needs work, the time is now. Kickoff makes building credit simple and affordable. Getting started with Kickoff just takes a few minutes right from your phone. It's just $1 for your first month, and there's no credit check, no hidden fees, and no interest. Users with credit under 600 grow an average of 86 points just by paying on time.
Enjoy over 1 million users already building their credit with Kickoff, with hundreds of thousands of positive reviews. There's a reason why Kickoff is the #1 credit builder on the App Store.
Right. So start building credit with Kickoff today and get your first month for as little as $1. That's 80% off the normal price when you go to getkickoff.com/GoTony today. That's Kickoff without the C. Get KIKOFF.com/GoTony. Sign up today at getkickoff.com/GoTony. Activate offer. Offer applies to different customers. First month only. Subject to approval. Subject to change. Average first credit score. Expected limitations. August 2024. August 2025. Kickoff credit account users and service score below 600. Pay on time. When no penalties or corrections added to your credit profile. Secondary late payments may be your credit score. Individual results may vary. All right, here we go. Speaking of lovely ladies, it's our first female comedian of the night. Make some noise for Lori Baker, everybody. Here we go.
Oh man, when I was waiting to sign up here, waiting in a pub, a man came up to me and tried to sign up on my comedy number. He was so certain that I was the list that he's trying to sign up 5 minutes early. Like, I know I have clipboard energy, but that's a bit excessive. Anyway, clipboard energy, I do have it, whether or not you can tell. Picture me in a psychiatric facility. This is a game I invented. So I would try to find a little spot that looked like a UFO where you can pee. Okay? Hop on. I go like this. This is a game I invented when I was palsied in psychosis. Did I mention I was a patient? Picture me in red scrubs, light blue socks. This game is called Deadpool Pan's Labyrinth. I know you're thinking, you see no Deadpool in it. I thought about Rosebud Baker, she's a comedian. One of her sisters died in a hot tub. I thought about her the whole time.
Okay, Lauren Baker has made her Kiltony debut. Welcome, Lauren. How are you?
Oh, I am excellent.
Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
So, the first time was when I was 19, so 14 years ago from that, but most of that has been off.
Right. It seems like you are doing some things in between then and now. Okay, what do you do for work, Lauren?
I help people accomplish things they've been putting off.
What exactly?
I hold space for people to process feelings and also hold them accountable for productivity. I'm a coach.
Okay.
I'm loving these faces. Oh, give it to me, buddy.
I know when you take a small way, you should trust him.
I love that.
I like the energy, and there seems to be a lot of story here somewhere.
Yeah.
We need jokes.
You know what?
My idea is, I don't know what was going on, but there wasn't jokes.
you want to know what's going on?
What was going on?
Oh my god. So I spent all day prepping one set, okay? I'm here with my boyfriend, who's also a comic, and another friend. I spent like 5 hours prepping my 1 minute set, and then when we're here, my partner is like, are you gonna do the Deadpool Pan's Labyrinth? You should do that. And I've done it one time so far. And I was like, oh, fuck, he's got good intuition, like he could be right. And I wrote a news untested stuff.
Come on, you're supposed to leave him. He's bad for you. You could do so much better. What was the joke in the original story?
Yeah, well, sure. What would be the joke that you've done before that's worked?
All men aren't more attractive. They're just easier to find in a crowd. It's a risk management technique. You want me to do all of it? Because I'm not too busy. Remember the whole minute I planned.
You don't have it. If you don't have it now, it's no way to think. We're asking, like,
Memorize somewhere, just keep talking.
how often do you do this? How often do you try stand-up?
So for the past, I've only like gotten back into the past like 7 months, and would do, depending on the week, 1 minute.
Okay, and you don't have, like, a minute.
I do absolutely have a minute. I have so many minutes. Again, I just threw it out last minute, and then literally while I was waiting to be called, I was like, there's so many people here, there's no way I'm gonna get called. I'll just kind of look away, chill out, and then they
Then when you did, you had a little, like, a few minutes, probably back there, right? You're like, okay, so here's what I'm going to talk about what happened during the sign-ups for 20 seconds, and then I'm going to do an impression of what I did when I was at a mental hospital for the next 40 seconds.
You know, I understand the opinion. I super appreciate the feedback.
It's not even feedback. I'm not even giving you feedback. I'm just saying what you did.
I will disagree. Oh, you're absolutely giving feedback.
No. I'm saying what you did. Feedback would be if I gave an opinion on what you did, which I okay, Steve. Oh, I bet you're a lot of fun. Look at my face, this feedback. Imagine what this boyfriend must be going through. Holy shit. No, I just said what you did. That's not feedback.
Keep on talking and give him a chance to run.
I hear you.
Okay. We're sticking with it. So, all right, Lauren. What do you do for a living? Other than you make money coaching people, people who have it so bad in this life that they're literally like, I'm going to Lauren Baker for help.
Honestly, yeah. I wish I could believe it.
You make good money doing that? What do you charge people? Just out of curiosity, there might be somebody that
It
needs
would
to
depend on the container.
container.
It's a coaching term. It's getting nerdy fast.
It's okay. Can you explain it?
Sure. So it would depend on the context, right? How long we're coaching you. Hourly. Is we doing package?
Let's say it's hourly. Let's say it's hourly. I'm just curious. $150 an hour. And about how many clients do you have right now?
Doesn't.
That is absolutely fucking mind-boggling.
I think I need to get my shit.
I love it. And how long have you been doing that for?
Year and a half.
Year and a half. So what made you get into that? What made you think, you know what, I can do this? I can help people through their lives.
Proof of concept.
That's a good question. John Dees actually, who rarely ever says anything on the show, has a great question. What is your success rate? Ballpark.
What do you give me information on what you want for that metric?
Are you a life coach? Are you a life coach?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your training is mental illness, and you're telling people what they need to do, and you don't know what your success rate is.
I don't specifically handle mental illness. That would require
Madness is jumping in.
Sorry, I would really appreciate to understand.
We're trying our best with you, Lauren.
You really?
We really are, and this always works with everybody else. That should tell you something. We're really good at this.
Yeah.
We're really good at this. We have a 100% success rate here.
Oh my god.
Jimmy Carr.
I feel like you kind of nailed it with the clipboard energy.
Yeah.
You feel like you find the system, and you came out, you did it, and it was pretty terrible. We want to help, we want people to do well. We're trying to get some stories out of you, and there's a lot of resistance.
A lot of resistance.
But like that thing of mine going, you can
just tell us about yourself. So you were in a mental institution. Why were you in there?
I got diagnosed with schizophrenia last year.
Oh, that's a big thing. Okay. So,
Let me just jump in for a second. So, a year and a half ago, you started life coaching, and last year, you got diagnosed with schizophrenia. I think I'm figuring out why we don't have an exact success rate number.
schizophrenia is that means you can multitask. There's different things going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in
In that institution, did there happen to be a stainless steel ship gym? John is wondering if all of your clients are you. John D's on the keys. I love that you're laughing up here while being resistant, and you seem like you have a great sense of humor. And
I wish I'd shown it to you.
sign up again, write, prepare, and stick with your guts that you before you sign up. Like, do what you're going to do. Come in with a plan, and then we'll have a fun interview, and we'll do it again next time. There you go. There's a little medium joke. Lauren Baker, ladies and gentlemen, we're cooking. We are cooking. What did I tell you? Sometimes it's an old person, sometimes it's a young, brand new mentally ill person. I fucking nailed that shit from the top. Before putting my hand in a fucking bucket, I was calling this shit. You never know what could happen next. Makes noise for your next fucking pull. It's Greg Anderson, everybody. Here we go. All right, I am also a schizophrenic life coach. Thank you. Yeah. Everybody, I am reconnecting with my mom on social media. Thank you. I super liked her and she unmatched with me. So that's, yeah. A little rough. Tinder joke for you. Thank you. Yeah, you've never been on Tinder in your life. Okay. Martin Scorsese is making a story about me and my friend's life in Austin, Texas, and it's called The Deported, so that's very exciting. Yeah. Thank you. I've been dating a lot of tall girls these days, but I don't like all this couple. Yeah, that's a little rough. Thank you. You guys are a great crowd. Let's give it up for you guys. Fuck yeah. All right. I went to a beach with my sister, tropical vacation, and she got stung by jellyfish on her arms, torso, and legs. And so I pissed in her mouth and let her figure it out. So, thank you. Funny guy, Greg Anderson. Welcome, Greg. Thank you. Welcome, Greg. How long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing stand-up for about 12 years, and I started in Vietnam. Wow. Tell us about that. How do you start there? I was spit out the ugly bottom of the poetry community. No, I stopped doing poetry. It was cool. And I started doing stand-up. And in Vietnam. And then I did that for 7 years. And then I went to Bangkok and did it for a couple years in Bangkok. Yeah. But anyways, let me tell you. Okay. Go right ahead, Greg. I've done some crazy drugs. I like talking about salvia. I'm married. Okay, some fans. Normal people, you don't know what that is. You're a good person. And then I married a coworker. This is an old story. I married a coworker, a Russian girl, who got married from her citizenship. Good story. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Okay. So where were you working at the time? Working at a bar. We were shucking oysters in Toronto. Nice. But one more thing to it. Okay, you're kind of excited. I'm jacked up. Very good. You go ahead with the one more thing, and I'll decide where we go from there. Exactly. Here we go. I'm lobbing the ball to you, and I'll just shrug it. Thank you, my friend. You don't even have to say that. You can just say the thing. You're right. I have a poor closer that I love. It usually works in front of a more ragtag audience than this, but I yell to the crowd. I say, "Who wants to see me get punched in the stomach by a hot girl from the crowd?" But maybe that's not appropriate. I don't know. We're not gonna do
We're not gonna do that. Good call. Good call. You're the.
It's pretty way to set us up for a nice lawsuit, though. I like your style.
Yeah.
Get all in one appearance here.
True.
I love it. Congratulations. So I'm deciding to go back to how did you end up in Vietnam in the first place?
Money. I was in Vancouver. You ever get that feeling in cities where it's like, I don't think this city wants me to live here. Yeah. And so came to English. I have a English degree. And then I went to Vietnam.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Tell us about it. Be a tour guide for Vietnam.
If we were in Vietnam, if I was in Vietnam right now, I would have a piece of shit motorbike, and I'd ride that fucking thing wherever the fuck I wanted to, okay? So fucking fun. If you go to Vietnam, don't ride a motorbike.
Keep going.
If you're going to Vietnam, don't ride a motorbike in Hanoi. Don't ride a motorbike in Krishna. But Hanoi was the outside of town, and it's like Vietnam. It's amazing.
Okay, so from Vietnam you go to Bangkok.
Yeah, Bangkok was
What
great.
made you go to Bangkok?
I was temporarily banned from flying into Vietnam.
Perfect.
That was the prize for all of them. Yeah.
Do you ever get the feeling that a country doesn't want you there?
Yes. Good.
How did you get
Good feeling of detail.
Why did you get banned from flying into Vietnam?
COVID. I spent my entire COVID in Vietnam, and so I had the Cadillac of visas, which is a TRC, which is a 2-year temporary residency card. And so you're only supposed to, you get that card, you're only supposed to work for one place that gets you that card. I was like, I'm not going to get this card back. I'm going to work for whoever the fuck I want. But it was COVID. Sometimes I couldn't fly out. So they did not like that. I paid a $740 fine to immigration. And I thought I was still going to get back in the country. And so I flew into Bangkok, and then they were like,
During COVID, you're like, how do I get closer to people?
exactly. Let's get to the source.
So then you're in Bangkok, and then what do you do in Bangkok?
No, I'm trapped in Bangkok, and I'm trapped in Bangkok. I'm doing a whole bunch of stand-up. A bunch of my buddies are there, great stand-ups. And you did a short stand-up. All my buddies went, I think. And so,
You just travel the world.
yes, yeah. Well, I'm in the ball team. Anyway, no, sorry. And then so, did I finish any stories? I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. So, I started doing a bunch of stand-up, and then I picked up another English teaching job. I just signed a year contract. I do another year teaching in Bangkok.
Okay, where do you live right now?
Right now, I live here. I came here from Vancouver.
Austin, Texas.
Yeah,
How long ago did you move to Austin,
2.5
Texas?
months, 2 months.
What have you learned about Austin, Texas? So you've been all around the world.
Freaking fucking Canadian.
What stands out to you about Austin, Texas? Don't give shout outs for places to get more spots right now. Just we're focusing on the entire city.
Different kind of friendliness. Canadians have a friendly reputation. Texans have a very friendly reputation. Slightly different. You know, I think the friendliness in Canada is a little aggressive, like a little standoff.
I agree, and I actually love this answer. I feel like it's something that we don't talk about often enough. It's the friendliness of Texas.
Definitely. They say Southern hospitality, right? They say it. And welcoming. They say welcoming. And so, but the friendliness in Texas is fucking upfront. We're doing this. I'm being friendly. Let's fucking go. You know what I mean?
It really is. So you are spot on. I don't even know if that's ever really been acknowledged. Somehow we always graze over that on this show, but people are very friendly here too.
My thing is, when there's no way. No, they cut me off.
You know, like it's
I mean, what are the idiots down on America? I need to be as friendly up there. What are they going to do? Throw a fucking Tim Hortons down at you?
And then we have it. Canada has it. Texas too. We have Calgary. Yeah, just fucking oil, cows, cowboy hats.
no guns though. Yeah, no guns. It's
So
just
we have hunting. True. We don't have street guns. We have like go out on moose hunter.
every once in a while you still have your mass shooters up there.
We try.
Absolutely. So how do you make money now, Greg? Now that you're in Austin, Texas, because everybody knows how to speak English.
My dad died.
How did that die?
I think hit by a moose gun.
It's my moose gun. Fucking nailed it. Sorry.
here. How did Dad die?
Dad died, he got old, and he had a disease that they didn't know he had. He had like a genetic disease.
And that's in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Did they give him the
Oh, they killed him?
did they skip the suicide?
They did not kill him.
They love to have their children.
So sorry, I don't know if you've had time to process this loss, but he died of a genetic disease, and you realise he was your father.
I know. Yeah, I got the call, and I haven't followed up about that. Yeah. 50-50 chance right here. I think I'm sick. I think I'm ill.
Perfect. Great. Let me ask you this. Out of all the women that you hooked up with in Vietnam, Bangkok, anything like that, any of them lady boys?
No. One hilarious thing about Lady Boys in the comedy scene was we would have comedians come through there from like fucking Hong Kong and shit like that. And then some of the dudes would be like, hey, isn't it funny how you can sleep with a lady boy and not be gay? And all the other dudes would be like, guess what?
That's it.
That's okay. Yeah, that's it. No,
We covered that earlier here. Okay, great. No kids, no girlfriend.
no kids, no girlfriend right now.
How have you avoided that?
No kids?
Yeah.
One near miss, one big A.
Where was that at?
That was in Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Ooh, Thunder Bay, very specific.
Yeah, there's a casino there. Remember that?
It's a terrible name for the vagina.
Thunder Bay, there it is. And you guys took care of that. You got a
She
Canadian.
took care of it, thank God. She's very cool about it. And, and, I wasn't, thank God. And she was very cool about it. And I got the name right.
Perfect. Yes, don't do that. No need for the shout outs here. All right, Greg. But believe it or not, I really like your style, Greg. I got a big Bucky's joke book here.
Oh, Robert Jones.
Yeah, you did. You had jokes. You made us laugh. There's a big Bucky's.
Thank you.
Merry Anderson, everybody. We're having fun here. I'm loving this episode so far. We're flying through it. You have the great fucking Jimmy Carr here. He's got a new book that you can pre-order right now. It comes out in October officially, but you can pre-order it on Amazon. It's called On Jokes. And let me tell you, I don't know if you've seen it. You probably have. He's a global superstar, but this is truly one of the best joke writers in the world. And he wrote a book about how to write jokes. So for all of you listening out there, this is the fucking man. Pre-order the book. Alright, your next fucking goal. This looks like another new name. Make some noise for Michael Head, everybody. Michael Head.
Thanks, guys. When I was in high school, I actually got bullied by a retarded kid. I don't know what type, like where he was on the spectrum, but his special needs were just tackling me for no reason. Like I'm standing on the sidelines, still getting blindsided helmet to helmet, I'm retard straight. I was scared I'd get enough concussions to become like him. That's how it spreads. But I couldn't get him back, right? Because he doesn't know any better. So I got the other teams to bully him back because they didn't know he was retarded. I told him he was a 5-star prospect. Like, just wait till he put 99 in bench. He's a killer. He just signed with the Texas Longhorns. They don't play him on the fourth, so he won't get hurt. That way, when he finally got in the game, they tried to hurt him. And you guys know, it's not whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game, right? Thanks so much, man. That's all I got. Thanks.
Yeah, 55 seconds from Michael Head. Sounds like a true story to me. Welcome, Michael. How long have you been doing stand-up?
At least 15 years in November.
Nice. Where at? Where were these 15 years?
I started in Tallahassee, mostly Florida, a couple years in LA.
You're in LA now?
No, I live here now.
How long did you move here?
About 6 months ago.
Okay. How do you like Austin?
I like a lot, like just grinding out money, so that's really what I do.
You're having fun. You have a day job?
I do, yeah. I'm a dispatcher for like a AAA provider.
Yeah, how long have you been on the red band diet?
I grew up in Florida, dude. I got postpartum diabetes.
I love it, Michael. I love it. Have you ever looked to see what the retarded bully is now up to online? You ever do that?
It's weird. I feel like he was like 23 for some reason playing football with high schoolers. Hopefully he's dead now.
Oh my goodness.
What can I say?
Oh,
My goodness. Luckily, if he watches this, he'll have no idea what you just said. Amazing. So 15 years, most of it in Florida. Now you're here in Austin. You're dispatching for AAA type of things. What do you do for fun? You look like a guy that has a lot of collectibles, a lot of hobbies.
I used to be into toys. I'm actually like a writer all the time. I'm a screenwriter.
Okay.
I actually did a semester in London where I, got to see Jimmy Carr take it out, Tim Cats, and all that stuff.
Nice.
Huge fan of you, sir.
Oh, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you. Jimmy Carvey, Jimmy Truck. Big old boy. Michael, have you been like dating at all? Are you into that?
Trying, not since I moved here, yeah. I had a little thing back home before I moved here.
And you kissed a girl in Austin, Texas, yeah?
No.
Really? Well, let me tell you something about this crazy show. Is we have a turn on the red lights, Kino. We have a history on this show of giving a guy his first kiss ever in Austin, Texas. I'm sure
Not ever.
we have the best fan base in the world. They all are the coolest chicks. It has to be their idea. A lot of friends over here trying to get their friend raped.
Serious drive outs, too.
Oh, disgusting. Michael, take a sip. Crack a can of this water real quick. Take that. Is there a girl out there in the crowd that fucking wants to stand up and be a hero on this episode of Kill Tony? It'll only be seen by millions of people. She literally doesn't want to, guys.
Take it or leave it. I'll be honest, I can take it or leave it. No pressure.
Anybody else? Anybody? Really? Nobody? Oh, okay. Come on over. Here, sit over the shortcut, guys. We have a hero, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this awesome chick making dreams come true. This is his first opportunity. Unbelievable.
Oh my God, you guys.
Look at him. Look how happy he is. Jimmy, what do you think about that?
You know what you did? You just stole your buddy's Make-A-Wish.
Yes, you did. That is incredible.
Oh, man, yeah, that's good. Thanks,
Oh, what's your name, sweetheart? Megan.
Megan, find me after.
What kind of Asian? What kind of Asian are you, Megan? Vietnamese? Look at that. Amazing.
That'll work, yeah.
That's one of the greatest acts of war the Vietnamese have ever done on American soil.
Talk about a movie trap, right?
Hello.
I'm pretty sure you blew your head off before you went to Vietnam in full metal jacket. Oh my God.
That's amazing. Michael, any other fun facts about Michael that we should know about? Or do you have any special skills or talents or anything?
I don't know.
What kind of toys did you collect before you said toys?
Dude, like, Batman the Animated Series stuff, like all the classic action figures that I destroyed when I was a kid. I buy them and then try to eat them off. It's the worst.
How about now? You got nothing now?
Now I'm mostly sports gambling.
Oh, okay.
Boy.
How about you? Did you gamble on the UFC this past weekend at all?
No, not UFC.
I lost vast sums of money betting on Conor McGregor. Vast sums of money, ladies and gentlemen. Because if he would have gotten a knockout in the first 2 rounds, I would have won faster sums of money. It was fun. It was only a few $100, but I could have won a lot. What do you gamble on, Michael? You said
WNBA.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at that.
We found the flag. We did it. I don't watch the games. I just bet them to go under in the points, and it works.
Are you serious? That is hilarious. That is
Not very good.
hilarious. Do you do that as a joke?
Yeah, I'm gonna start like a whole subreddit about this. I need to be money on my tip.
That needs to be part of your stand-up. That's hilarious. Just take the under. That is incredible.
Reborn of diabetes is suicide, right?
Yeah.
You should open with that. It's a great line.
My buddy gave me that tag. I'll be shocked.
That's great. That's fantastic. I mean, absolutely incredible. Well, Michael, very fun set. Here's a big joke about it. Well, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen. Alright, you know what? We're gonna get one of our great regulars out here. We love this guy. He does a brand new Minute Plus every week. Not easy to do at all. One of the hardest things to do in the entire industry, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching him grow and explode in front of your very eyes. This is the Black Shogun, the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen.
You know, you first meet like your friends' kids and then just drop them a baby. And then you gonna meet your baby. When you touch the baby, the baby start crying. It's because the baby remember all the nut punches you gave his father. You know, like a revenge punch, like they hit you the ball, so you hit that nigga, you like the kids go feel it, but now you get to see it. I've been trying not to get to punch my nephews now. They like 15 years old, they get disrespectful. One of my nephews walked in the house on the right side was Uncle Daddy. He looked at me, he was like, "What's up, Ginger?" Like I know that nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not friends with you. So I punched that nigga in his chest, right? And then he said, "Why did you punch me?" So I hit him again because I hate stupid questions. Right? I hate stupid questions. And I hate this little bad kid. So I had to get stronger now because now that nigga taller than me. And so I've been eating trail mix so I can get all my ass straight. Yeah, I love trail mix. Trail mix, you can eat 20 things at one time, right? It's like a dry smoothie, right? It's a dry smoothie. And if you drink a smoothie and eat trail mix, you can have 72 flavors in your mouth at one time. And trail mix is popping. It wasn't popping back in the day because them niggas didn't know M&M's have to be in there, right? Like, don't bring me, because if the M&M's ain't in there, it's just shit from outside. Right? That's all it is. That's my time out right now.
Always working harder than he has to. Dry smoothie. Hilarious. So funny. The M&M's, I mean, you covered it, dude. That's fucking... That is what trail mix is doing out there. I'm thinking about bringing on my own line of trail mix, but I'm gonna make it like Delta 8 trail mix. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a whole line of Delta 8 trail mix and Delta 8 beef jerky coming out in September. I'll bring the brand beer right to check. Hell yeah. Absolutely. I mean, let's face it, the more good shit that's in trail mix, the better it is. There's some that have the little peanut butter bites, and some with M&M's. In all reality, in some world, there is a trail mix that just has the bonus stuff in it. You know what I mean? The raisins, the M&M's, the peanut butter bites.
The raisins is a bonus. That's the whitest shit you never said to me. I forgot it was white when you said that. I said it was Italian, but now I know you also white.
Like what, black people don't eat their own kind?
No, that's son.
You know, raisins are grapes, right?
Oh, I see what you're doing. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, white dad. I love you so much. Raisins is nasty. Y'all be putting that shit in stuff that nobody.
Oh, you're talking about our potato salad, right?
Yeah, you know what I was gonna get.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, we don't fuck with the raisins. There's M&M's next to them. Y'all won't notice the raisins in there. I'm with you. There's nothing more disappointing than a raisin when you thought it was gonna be a chocolate chip.
That is true. If you're thinking it's a chocolate chip and it's a raisin, that's a little bit tough. I'm gonna go with my senior raisin correspondent.
Honey, I agree with you. The raisins, it's nice to have a little sweetness to it, and I like cranberries also.
Cranberries.
You like cranberries? Cranberries is good. Because they got like a different bag. We go to the airport, they got like all the different kind of trail mix. And sometimes I try to mix them together. I'm like, hey, so I've been putting on these. They got these cinnamon pecans and these honey roasted pecans.
Oh my goodness. You know, that sounds like something you find on R. Kelly's floor. Pecans. Oh my.
directions.
I feel like I fell into a subreddit.
We are talking trail mix right now. Another rare treat here on the show.
Trail mix where I'm from, I don't believe.
That's why y'all lost the war. It's just they just have aluminum cans and herring or whatever it is. Some fish engine. Chicken and shit like that. Peas and toast. Yeah, I love y'all. London is one of the few places Dietrich is still allowed to fly into, so trying to keep things square.
I'm gonna get locked up over there too. I want to tour the jails too while I'm out there. Because some people just overlook the jails when they travel, and it's like, where you gotta go in there and meet the real people,
Right.
so you can get the real secrets, right? I wouldn't have known when I was in jail in Japan. They McDonald's, like they had to use like real ingredients, and at night they got a thing it's called a Big Mac, and it's like two like double cheeseburgers like put together, like and then they give like 10 nuggets, and it's only $3.15. That's what my niggas told me before I left.
Jimmy, could you talk to the dude that hooked me up with the president in Japan?
So I was being a really cool dude. I got some shows out here in Florida, and somebody left their drugs in my bag, and then Japanese people love finding drugs, so they found it, and it was like, stay here for like 23 days, in a cell, like sleep on the floor, and then, they said, do you want us to contact somebody? I said, call Joe Rogan, you know what I'm saying? I said, call Joe Rogan, tell Tony where I'm at, so they came out, Joe Rogan came out there and got me up out of there, and then
Was it like a jailbreak or they paid?
No, it wasn't a jailbreak because I didn't want to break out because they don't give like bail out to like Americans because they'll say like they think you're gonna flee. But I was like, y'all have my phone, so I can't. How I'm gonna get back? Like, you know what I mean? How am I gonna book a flight? Like, you know what I'm saying? They was like, oh, well, you can jump on the ship. I said, nigga, I'm not living on the ship for 3 months. Right? I can't swim, so I just stayed in the jail and shit.
I put you on the phone then. Come on, man. I sometimes think if I lost my phone, could I have affected me homeless?
You're technically, once they took the phone, that felt more like jail. Because I kept getting like ghost vibrations, like when I was inside the jail, like I kept getting like somebody calling me. But now they don't give you pockets in jail, so I was like, oh yeah, so it can't be in my pocket.
So 23 days in a Japanese jail. Like that, have you kept in touch with anyone?
Yeah, two of the guys, I taught them how to get bail and stuff like that. I taught them how to like write letters to the judge. I used to do that when I was a delinquent, when I was a kid. I used to go to jail before, and then I stopped, and then I went back again. I just wanted to go to Japan. I wanted to say something. Honestly, I wanted to say something. Yeah, I wanted to get stronger, you know what I'm saying? So I thought, okay, let's just go to jail.
Amazing. I love watching the British communicate with here in Atlanta, just ghetto thundering. I love it. I mean, that is literally that's what it's like when they make Neapolitan and the vanilla type is the genre sometimes. I'm like, we're not the same at all. We are not the same at all. Well, Dedrick, I mean, you're just a stone cold assassin. We fucking love you. You did it again. One of the top rising comedians in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Flynn. And we go on and on. This young man is an absolute fucking rising star as well. One of the elite tour guys here at the Comedy Mothership. Makes noise. This is a brand new minute from Jay Legend, everybody. We know Jay. We love Jay. Very funny man.
Going back before I say this, I don't think racism should end. I think we should just quarantine them all in one place so they can be around like-minded people. I think that one place should be Antarctica. It's hard to say nigga and be cold. You be out there like, nah, you good.
Some lot of white people here. They make me comfortable. Something I like to do to make y'all comfortable is I like to give y'all black words y'all can use in public. You're not gonna sound like black words until I use them in a sentence, so be patient. Alright? Black words are cologne, discreet, and innuendo. These are three of the black words. I use them all the time. I know they don't sound like it until I use them in a sentence. You're gonna be my white spokesperson for tonight. You enjoy yourself? Alright, good. Alright, black words are talking cologne, discreet, and innuendo. I get paid for this, okay? So do you think you come on me some money? I'm not playing because I've been out here in the streets. If you say no, I'm gonna follow you all the way out the window. Yo, that's my time. Let's go.
As he has you've merged in your branding now. Look at you.
I fucked up last time.
Wow. Brilliant maneuver. Jimmy, amazing set, right?
Fantastic. Fantastic wordplay. Great writing. I love it. I love the swagger as well. Me too, man. I'm like a nigga in a three-piece, but you do that shit, man. With the pinstripes.
The club's done this. You must quit.
G Legend hasn't been gone.
Yeah, man, I've been trying to get my life career. I almost died a couple months back.
Tell the people about that. We know about that.
Yeah, I almost died fucking smoking too much weed. My lungs tried to give up on me. I went to the hospital. They had me in there and they was gonna hook me up to some tubes. And that's what saved my life because the doctor was like, you have to shove this tube in your throat. I was like, y'all ain't shoving shit. Y'all can get that shit right now. I'm gonna be getting in front of my child here.
Your kid was with you at the hospital.
Yeah, his mom was some guys saying so he was scared.
Wow. What are your lungs?
But yeah, like I smoke, I'm an asthmatic, so they already weak as fuck. And then I don't stop smoking. I blame it on everything else. So I was smoking, and then my lungs was like, nigga, you need to stop, man. I wasn't breathing for like an hour, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And then
He wasn't breathing.
I wasn't breathing, dog. You ain't gonna believe I wasn't breathing, nigga.
Oh my god. So, what color do you people turn when you don't breathe? Sweets or blue? Nothing. Here's a senior color code of fun. Tell us what that was. Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy.
You just say you people, just mine.
Oh, we have this thing down to the system. Oh, he's got sunglasses on.
I just want to like my dad. My dad, he never seen me before.
See Madness, J Legend. So, Jay, do you know your real dad?
Yeah, I know him.
Oh, okay. What's he up to?
Tell me.
When's the last time you talked to him?
I called him 2 days ago.
What happened?
He answered.
Disconnected or voicemail.
Now, actually, what happened was he said he picked up. He's like, "I'm gonna call you back." And it's been 2 weeks, so it's cool. We got a good relationship. We smoke. That's my friend, more than my dad. Okay, so we be chilling, smoking.
You're still smoking now, just like me.
I'm not a quitter. We talking with weed. We're gonna fight you. Oh, shit, man. What do you do? Let me. This nigga trying to get me a new coke, no crack or something.
We thought it edibles now, or?
Right, man. Everybody can't do that.
Yeah, Redman's like, are you trying to get ear trouble? Jimmy, you
Edibles to see me tablets.
Yes. Now, Jimmy, you cold plunge and sauna, right? Yeah. Ultimate white people drugs.
Yes.
The old WPD.
Cold plunge and sauna.
You ever cold plunge before? How was that? You didn't like it? Tell us about your cold plunge experience. By the way, that might be, I think I just came up with what would be the most watched show in internet history. Black people cold plunging, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I think I just have to absolutely start this show. John Dees, would you do it?
Hell no.
Okay.
Cold punch you like
I wouldn't, you'd be in there, I'm just saying. I wouldn't stutter at all. I'd be nice.
be right now. Just fun.
So Jay, how old's your kid?
I got two, a 4-year-old son, he autistic, and a 1-year-old regular daughter.
Okay, regular daughter. Regular daughter.
You know what signs to check for after that first time? They're like, all right.
What's autistic about the 4-year-old? How do you know he's autistic?
Well, he's speech delayed and he be stimming a lot. Stimming is like when they, like, you ever got shot by like a fucking tape and they do that, their body just electric trends that don't make it to their whole body, so they fucking just sniff up.
Okay.
You ever seen the stimming? Just like they like kicks. Yeah. You're like, what's your word party? Yeah. I'm like, all right, now, calm the fuck down. So I send you with your mom, all right?
Yeah, this is real life, Jimmy. These are the streets of Austin, Texas, right now.
The streets.
Oh, yeah. They will climb innuendo. Jay, what else is going on? Anything else crazy before we get going?
I got this song on Spotify. If anybody ever watched the episode where I did Bags and Boxes, that shit on Spotify.
It's on Spotify.
What up, Mr. Clarice? What's up?
You're doing this is a full interview. You did, and it just flew
Hello.
by. It's easier every time.
How'd your,
I went to go get my hair done.
how'd that
I
go?
forgot to my hair done. I was at the dentist. Was gonna call me if they had any cancellations.
Yeah.
So they did. When I got there, when I got there. So the verdict is, I already knew I had a hole in my tooth. It's my upper left tooth next to the big teeth. It's the left one. So yes, I have a big cavity that spread it, I guess, and it's a hole in it. So I have to get a root canal and a crown.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Yeah. So I have to do 3 visits. So, and it's not my insurance covered half of it, so we don't have to pay like $1,000. Thank God of that. You know, so it's good that it went down. So we don't have to spend a lot. So I'm happy for that. I just want, I told them not in a lot of pain. Not in pain like that, just off and on, but I'm just glad that I got it taken care of and checked out because I didn't want to get this taken care of. I don't want to be in a lot of pain and have a big old toothache. I don't want that.
Right.
So I go back on the 17th of August and they're going to have me looking at it, have to, clean that area out in the hole and all that. And make sure no infection and get the debris and all that stuff out. And then September 24th, I have to go back again. I guess get a temporary crown or whatever, and then go back again. I guess they have to put a crown or whatever, in case they do. But I'm going to get it taken care of.
Okay.
But I told them that I don't eat on that side and nothing like that. So I told them the only time I have pain is like if it's cold. So I'm just doing room temperature stuff and I'm going to start doing a straw in my bottle and stuff like that because that's more better. It feels more better instead of just drinking out of a cup or something like that.
Okay.
It's really good to speak.
Well, thankfully it's not huge amounts of money. And they'll be able to fix it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they so it's good. I'm not paying a whole bunch. I'm not paying a whole bunch, so that's good.
That's good. Well, I sent you.
You ready to play?
Yep, I sent you an invite.
But how was your day today?
It was good. I had this call with this woman who has a history podcast, and I'm based in the Pacific time zone, and she's like, I'm in Mountain time zone. I'm like, okay. So we had arranged yesterday to have a call at 1 o'clock Mountain, noon Pacific. And I called her, and She didn't pick up. So I emailed her and was like, hey, just making you aware that I called. She's like, hey, I don't know what happened, but why don't you try again today? So same thing. I said 1 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, 12 Pacific. So I called her, and she picks up. She's like, hello? And I'm like, hey, I'm Trevor Rothschild. We're supposed to have a call. And she's like, I thought we were supposed to do it at 1. And I was like, yeah, 1 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, 12 o'clock Pacific Time. And she's like, well, it's 12:35 right now. And I'm like, well, are you on Mountain Standard Time? And she says, yeah. And I'm like, well, I'm on Pacific Time and it's 12:35. I don't know what's going on with your clock, but I'm looking at all my clocks and they all are saying 12:35. And so it turns out that the state of Arizona, she's based in Phoenix, does a different kind of time, which is strange, but I get it. They don't change their clocks. So they still consider themselves to be on Mountain Standard Time, but basically their time is all messed up, like in her state. So I'm like, okay, well, do you want me to call you back at 1? She's like, no, we can talk now. And so we talked about my project a little bit, but more about like AI in the future, humanity and stuff. And I didn't know if this woman was going to allow me to be on her podcast, which would have been fine because there were a few periods where it was we didn't agree. But when I was able to explain, like I think we agreed more than what we recognized. And then I brought up some good points. And I didn't know she was going to be interviewing me, like with like set questions and stuff. And so I answered her questions, and she's like, I think these conversations would be really good for people to listen to in the future, as do I. And so she's like, okay, I'd like to have you on my podcast. I'm like, okay, great. Let me get my calendar and we can take a look. And I told her every day this week I've got something, so um, I've been kind of busy this week, but I have an opening on Thursday, and she's next week, and she's like, okay, let's do it then. So then we set it up, and we got our timing correct or whatever, and so that was good. Then I've got 2 professors, I think both from Stanford, and if you know Stanford, it's an excellent school, and they have podcasts, and so one of them is a call on Thursday, and the other is a call on Friday to see if they're going to have me on their podcast. I could see them not having me on because I mean I don't want to put myself down or anything, but like from what I'm doing isn't necessarily like as academic as I think they would want. It's more like, hey, I stream my life and yada yada yada. So but nevertheless we've got calls set up for those guys, and I've got a podcast tomorrow and I've got a podcast on Wednesday. So it's good. Now those were good things. You and I win, you win. Reload. Something not like I'm not happy that this happened. So I had this robot that I've been working on for the past week that randomly emails people, and the email service that I was using caught basically sending out too many emails, and so it took down all my email accounts, and I can't use it anymore. So I knew this would happen. That's just part of life. And it was using the strategy that I got the call today and the call on Friday. Like this worked pretty well. It actually worked really well. But I can't do it anymore. And so now I've got to find a different way how to do it. And it's no big. It's not. It's like it's seriously not the end of the world by any means. I just wish that it was like how do I want to describe it? It was good while we had it. Like I knew it was too easy. It was too easy. If like you can just create these random accounts and then just email everybody on Earth. There's a reason why they don't let you do that. And so they finally got me, and then I tried to create another account and they got me right away. So it's like they were aware of what my plan was or what I was doing. It was no big deal. I mean, whatever. So yeah, so I've got that, and I have to prepare for this podcast tomorrow. It's a big podcast. The guy has like 170,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he's a really nice guy. From his emails, he's just very kind and nice spirit. And
Thank you.
you're welcome. And so I'm excited to do that, and I gotta figure out another way how I can email these people. And it's like you can use anonymous services, but they only let you send like 3 emails, and that's not enough. I need to basically be able to make it so that it works all the time. I'll figure out a way.
Right.
And even if I don't, I've got this other strategy that's really good. That basically gets the contact pages of websites. Nice spare of different. That was really good. That was a split. It gets the contact pages, and I found this extension that like automatically fills in all the information for me, so I can basically be really efficient with it. And my plan is just to basically do that.
Okay.
So that's
Awesome.
yeah. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you've got a split here, but you can get it. You've got the lead. Oh, she can get it. She's got to hit that right pin on the right side. Miss Aquarius, that was so close. That was so close. Oh, no doubt. And Zoot came in here. Miss Aquarius, I came up with a joke. And I think this is a funny joke.
Another one you came up with another one? Okay. Let's see. You win, I win, I win.
You win, I win, you win. Undefeated and Bull win, undefeated in friendship. You might get you might get it, you might not. Okay, so here we go. Let me think how I have to say it. Rumor has it that Carmen Sandiego hooked up with Where's Waldo. My question is, how'd they ever find each other? Yeah, so do you know who Carmen Sandiego is? Okay, do you know who?
I know, yeah, I do.
Okay, and you know who Where's Waldo is, right?
Right.
Okay, so here it is. Rumor has it, Carmen Sandiego hooked up with Where's Waldo. My question is, how'd they ever find each other? The reason why this is funny is everybody's always looking for Carmen Sandiego. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? And then Where's Waldo is the book where everybody's trying to find him. So basically, these are two people who everyone's trying to find. And if they went on a date or hooked up or whatever, how would they ever be able to find each other? I didn't say it was the best joke in the world.
Yeah, that is. I like that.
There you go.
I like that.
It's a joke that, I mean, I could change it from hooked up to went on a date. So, rumor has it, Carmen Sandiego went on a date with Where's Waldo. My question is, how'd they ever find each other? And you could tell that to a school, you know, like you could tell that to kids, and it's not offensive, and it's not a dirty joke, basically.
Right.
So, yeah, it's clean. So anyway, I'm just gonna continue working on my bots, and hopefully everything's
What about Tony? How's Tony doing?
Tony. By the way, I told them, like, hey, Miss Aquarius says hi, and
Right.
it's not that they just are like, they don't know what to say. They're just like, oh, okay. So I'm like, you know, you say hi back, whatever. Exactly. But you know how they are. I said that to Zoot, and I said it to Tony. Tony, he's young, he doesn't know, and Zoot not always
Well,
understanding.
Tony doesn't know me that.
Yeah, exactly.
But Zoot